The female lead is a powerful CEO who holds a fortune worth tens of billions in her hands. But for half a month now, she hasn't eaten a single grain of rice. Molecular dishes prepared by Michelin-starred chefs feel like chewing on foam in her mouth. Top-tier bird's nest and shark fins stewed by private chefs. One look and she already feels like vomiting. The doctor issued an ultimatum. If she continues to refuse food, the only way to keep her alive is through nutritional IV drips. Just as the whole Liu family was worried sick, Liu Yanran was on the side of the road and picked up a poor guy who had just been fired. Can you cook? Is your temper stable? Well, you'll do for now. Her main criteria was someone with emotional stability. She snapped her fingers with absolute decisiveness. Her tone was powerful and bossy. Follow me, and be my private housekeeper. Room and board included with a monthly salary of 50,000. The entire scene went dead silent, 50,000 a month. Plus free room and board too. Zhao Kuo's jaw dropped so wide you could fit a whole egg in it, and Lin Wan's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Who could have guessed that an unemployed man at the bottom of society would be personally invited by a top-tier wealthy woman with such a staggering salary? I glanced at the two mentally collapsing people beside me, instantly realizing that struggling and competing as a worker, grinding to exhaustion, is nothing compared to going with the flow and being a kept man. I gave a gentle smile, showing my adaptability. The doctor said my stomach is weak, so I'm naturally suited for the kept man life. Deal. She was very decisive. Get in the car. I quickly opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The Ferrari's engine roared to life with power, blasting exhaust fumes directly into Lin Wan and Zhao Kuo's faces, leaving those two to stand there eating dust the whole way. In the car, the big sister Liu Yanran drove with one hand, fast yet smooth. She glanced at me, her tones somewhat teasing. "Was that your ex-girlfriend? She really has terrible taste in men, facing you for just a piece of junk car." I leaned back against the leather seat, casually mocking myself. I was blind before. Losing my job today seems to have cured my eyes too. Liu Yanran chuckled. How interesting. If you had been crying and whining back there, I would have kicked you right out of this car. I replied politely, "Thank you, Director Liu, for bailing me out earlier. You can just drop me off at the subway station up ahead. We're just strangers passing by. The wealthy are just looking for a little novelty. I should know my place. Clinging on to avoid awkwardness would be a mistake, lest the dreams shatter the moment I land." Liu Yanran didn't slow down. She stepped on the gas even harder. "What are you doing? Afraid I'll scam you. You're a busy person. I don't want to waste your time." She stared deep into my eyes for a few seconds, her tone showing satisfaction. "You got a sharp mind. Not greedy, not delusional. Tell the truth. Can you actually cook? Don't be all talk and no action." I answered honestly. My dad is a veteran house husband. I've been watching and learning since I was a kid, so home-cooked meals are no problem. Liu Yanran's interest was piqued immediately. Henpecked jeans, huh? That works then. My chef was just fired. His cooking was no better than pig feed. Come for a trial run. If you do well, it's 50,000 a month, insurance, year-end bonuses, all the benefits included. If your service keeps me happy, bonuses will be calculated separately. This offer directly crushes the annual KPIs of 99% of employees. To be honest, I was tempted, but also a bit nervous. My home cooking skills are fine for regular people, but serving a top-tier wealthy woman? It'd likely fail. Just as I was about to politely decline, a mechanical notification suddenly rang in my head. All powerful systems successfully activated. Newbie task. Accept employment from Liu Yanran. Begin the life mission. Soft rice, hard pride. Reward. God-tier mastery of Sichuan cuisine. And just like that, I immediately saw the light. If heaven is handing me soft rice on a silver platter, it'd be a fool not to eat it. I'll take the job. Liu Yanran nodded, then her tone immediately turned cold. Let's set some rules first. The basic principle in this house? I am the sky. If I say go east, don't go west. If I say hit the dog, don't chase the chicken. If you dare to have improper thoughts or get lazy, pack your bags and get out immediately. The pressure weighed heavy in the air, but I didn't flinch. The ultimate principle of an employee, whoever pays is God. I calmly replied, understood. As long as the salary is on time and in full, whatever you say is right. Very straightforward. I like sensible people like you. The Ferrari drove into the most elite wealthy neighborhood, stopping firmly in front of a detached villa. As soon as I got out, the system notification rang once more. Ding! Newbie task complete. God-tier mastery of Sichuan cuisine has been granted. Activating new task. Conquer Liu Yanren's taste buds. Task reward. Grandmaster level acupressure massage technique. Massive wave of culinary information instantly flooded my mind. Knife skills, fire control, seasoning secrets, all etched into my instincts. Twice cooked pork sliced thin as a leaf. Hot, silky, and fresh mapo tofu. Bold and numbing water-boiled fish. Every skill reached the pinnacle of mastery. I rolled up my shirt sleeves, looked at the luxury villa before me, and a corner of my lip curled up. Since I'm destined to eat soft rice, I'll hold this bowl of rice steady and eat my way to a glorious life. Stepping inside, the villa's space was absurdly large, truly fit for a top-tier client. Liu Yanran casually tossed her car keys aside and took off her heels. Her aura instantly shifted. Just a moment ago, she was a cold, arrogant CEO. Now she was weary and natural. The contrast was incredibly intense. She slumped onto the sofa with a haggard expression, frankly admitting she suffered from anorexia. To her, the exquisite dishes from Michelin chefs were nothing more than flashy, useless decorations. If she still wouldn't eat, she'd be stuck with IV nutrition, so she placed her entire eating KPI on my shoulders. Tomorrow you must make something to whet my appetite, something that makes me finish a whole bowl of rice, and there will be a big reward. I agreed immediately. A Sichuanese stomach still needs bold, numbing heat to jumpstart it. Then she called for housekeeper Liu and told her to show me around while she went upstairs to rest. Mrs. Liu looked kind, but she was a seasoned veteran of wealthy households, understanding everything at a single glance. She proactively advised me, helping me understand my job position better. Liu Yanren is 26 years old, the founder of TNU Media, controlling top-tier resources, with assets worth tens of billions. I was secretly startled. This wasn't just a regular wealthy woman. She was a formidable tycoon in the industry. The boss of the company my ex-girlfriend dreamed of joining is now my direct employer. Soon after, Mrs. Liu's tone changed, as she suddenly reminded me of the Liu family's deep background. Liu Yanren's career was just a small part of it. High-paying jobs always come with high risks, so she told me to know my limits, watch my mouth, and keep my hands clean. I immediately understood the deeper meaning. This $50,000 salary allowed for no mistakes. Life in a wealthy household is deep as the ocean. I calmly expressed my stance. My top priority was staying in my lane and focusing only on my cooking expertise. Mrs. Liu seemed quite satisfied and led me to my staff quarters, which was far more spacious than my previous rental. That afternoon, I packed up, checked out, and moved, ignoring the flood of negative texts from Lin Wan. I simply blacklisted her, cutting off all contact. Tying myself to someone like her was just a waste of time. Cutting losses early was the smartest choice. By dusk, I returned to the villa after a long day, and my stomach had been empty for hours. Since work officially started tomorrow, I decided to make myself a staff meal. The kitchen in this mansion was staggeringly huge, with food stocks like a high-end warehouse. Wagyu beef, blue lobster, and premium matsutake mushrooms filled the fridge, expensive ingredients everywhere. But I knew the palate of an anorexic person. They don't need fancy presentations, just food that breathes the essence of everyday life. I found a fresh grass carp and decided to make an authentic bowl of water-boiled fish. The god-tier Sichuan mastery immediately kicked in, and every procedural step was etched into my soul. Wok on the stove, heat the oil, add peppercorns and chilies to release the aroma, and the numbing spicy scent instantly filled the kitchen. Stir-fry the bean paste until it turns a beautiful red. Use fish bones for the broth. Poach the fish slices until silky, then douse them in hot oil. The pungent aroma of ginger and scallions exploded in the air. The system's skills were truly top-notch. The flavor was beyond reproach. Just as I picked up the bowl, the soft sound of indoor slippers came from behind. Turning around, I saw Liu Yanren in a bathrobe standing at the top of the stairs, away from her arrogant business persona. Her hair was a bit messy, looking lazy and a bit gentle. Her melancholic peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on the bowl of fish in my hands. Her throat bobbed slightly, and the lethargy of anorexia vanished instantly. "What are you making?" Her voice was slightly raspy, with a hint of a nasal tone. Filled with amazement, "This aroma is absolutely overwhelming," I answered calmly. "Just whipped up some water-boiled fish for my staff meal." Liu Yanran marched straight into the kitchen, her eyes glowing like a starving wolf cub. She reached out urgently, her tone forceful yet impatient. "Hand me some chopsticks, hurry." I casually pulled out a pair of ivory chopsticks and handed them to her. Liu Yanran snatched them immediately, moving as fast as if she were fighting over $1 billion contract. She picked up a piece of glistening red fish and popped it straight into her mouth. The numbing heat and fragrance exploded like a bomb in her mouth. The meat was so silky it melted on her tongue without a hint of fishiness. The rich, original flavor rushed straight to her head, and the taste buds that had been on strike for half a month suddenly revived, starting to work again with great enthusiasm. Liu Yanran didn't even have time to speak, focused solely on devouring the food. Then she picked up some bean sprouts soaked in the broth, crunchy, sweet, juicy, and incredibly flavorful. The sense of deliciousness truly reached its peak. After a few bites, she suddenly looked up, chili oil still on her lips. "Where's the rice? You can't have fish without rice. Bring it out now." I laughed inwardly. A few days ago, she was anorexic and on a hunger strike, but now she's like a hungry ghost. I had been prepared. I brought out a bowl of pure white rice and handed it to her. Liu Yanran completely discarded her CEO image, alternating between fish and rice. The perfect mix of carbs and protein creating a wonderful vortex of flavor. The only sound in the kitchen was her eating with gusto. Mrs. Liu stood at the door with tears in her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Her young mistress hadn't eaten for half a month, kept alive only by IV fluids, yet here she was eating so heartily. She decided then and there to report this good news to Master Liu immediately. In just 10 short minutes, the giant blue and white porcelain dish was empty, and the rice bowl was lit clean. Liu Yanran leaned against the kitchen counter, letting out a long sigh of relief, her face filled with satisfaction. That felt so good and comfortable. She didn't care about her image and let out a loud burp, rubbing her slightly protruding belly. Her sickly pale complexion had vanished, replaced by a healthy rosy glow. Even her nose tip exuded bliss, the exhaustion seemed to have receded, and she radiated an unusually relaxed and charming aura. Ding. Task complete. Conquer Liu Yanran's stomach. Reward granted, Grandmaster level massage technique. My hands immediately felt a slight tingling sensation. An endless knowledge of pressure points and meridians flooded my brain. My whole body technique instantly hit the max level. This hacked feeling is truly amazing. Liu Yanran pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, looking at me with eyes that found me more and more pleasing. Skills like yours would be a waste if you didn't open a restaurant. The molecular food from that previous chef felt like chewing foam, truly hard to swallow. If I'd known you were this good, I wouldn't have had to starve for all those days. The way she looks at me now, from looks to personality to skills, everything is just right and perfect. I was just about to clear the dishes when Liu Yanran suddenly spoke up to stop me, her brow furrowing slightly, a flash of pain on her face. I ate too much. My stomach is a bit bloated. Plus, I stay up late and don't move much, so my shoulders and back are killing me. She tilted her neck, and a series of cracks rang out. Her poor health was fully on display. Anorexia combined with late nights had exhausted her body, and that feast earlier seemed to push her past her limit. Liu Yanran looked at me, hesitating to speak, expectation and inquiry clear in her eyes. I understood instantly. Isn't this the perfect chance to use my new skill? Like finding a pillow when you're sleepy, the opportunity had arrived. You want to ask if I know how to do massages, right? Liu Yanran nodded vigorously. Do you? Just a little? Drive my hands, my tone casual, go lie on the sofa and wait for me. All right, Liu Yanran quickly lay down on the leather sofa, looking as lazy as a well-behaved Persian cat. Her loose silk nightgown slipped slightly, revealing her alluring curves. Hurry up, I'm completely exhausted. She buried her face in the pillow, mumbling her urging. I took a deep breath. This is quite the challenge for an employee like me, but to earn that $50,000 a month salary, the job difficulty has truly reached the max level. I sat down beside the sofa and gently placed both hands on her shoulders. The moment my fingertips touched her, Liu Yanran shuddered slightly and let out a soft, coquettish groan. Mrs. Liu, standing nearby, blushed furiously and hurried to the kitchen on the pretext of washing dishes to get out of sight. I tried to stay calm, my thumbs locking onto the pressure points of her neck and shoulders, pressing, kneading, and pushing professionally, deploying my Grandmaster-level technique perfectly. That's wonderful. Are you trying to kill me? Bear with it a little. This is that hurts so good feeling. I have to break up those knots to get rid of the fatigue. A warm flow from my fingertips seeped deep into her muscles, and the tension built up over years began to loosen and melt away. A tense, tingling sensation of bliss surged through her body, relaxing her down to the marrow of her bones. Liu Yanren's stiff body went completely limp, broken moans escaping her lips continuously. Yes, right there, use a bit more pressure. It feels so amazing. My hands moved fluidly over her shoulders, back, and waist, each push striking the vital points with precision, motions smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, no different from a top therapist providing personal service. Liu Yanren's mind turned fuzzy and lightheaded, her whole body floating as if on clouds, a sensation even more exhilarating than closing a billion-dollar deal. The iron-willed CEO was now completely conquered. Like spring water, she murmured dreamily, "Liu An, you've passed your probation." I chuckled. "I've only been here for half a day." Liu Yanren replied with a tone that was half sulky and half relieved. "Why did you only show up now?" Night had fully fallen, and after such a masterfully done massage, Liu Yanren fell into a deep sleep right there on the sofa. Looking at her state now, it was as if she had just soaked in a hot spring for 2 hours. Her body and joints were completely relaxed. A person who had suffered from nervous exhaustion for a long time, tortured by chronic insomnia like her, had never had such a peaceful sleep. I didn't want to wake her, so I quietly sat on the adjacent sofa to wait. No one knew that this female CEO who controlled tens of billions was not just some pampered trophy daughter. Graduating at 22, she turned down the easy path her family had paved for her and decided to build her own business from the ground up. With 50 million yuan in starting capital, she caught the short video trend perfectly and built her empire with lightning speed. She looked brilliant and radiant on the outside, but in reality she carried heavy pressure year-round, facing data wars, PR crises, and a bunch of social media influencers who were always causing trouble. Prolonged mental stress had led her to chronic anorexia and insomnia. Not until today, when she accidentally picked me up on the roadside, did her 2 biggest worries get completely resolved. 1 Sichuan meal cured her anorexia, and 1 massage fixed her insomnia. She had to keep this rare talent at all costs, never letting him leave. Who knows how much time passed, but Liu Yanren slowly opened her eyes, her body seemingly fully recharged. She looked up and saw me sitting quietly beside her, looking calm and charismatic, not making a sound, not even messing around on my phone, making people suddenly feel an extraordinary sense of peace. "Are you awake?" I looked up slightly, stood to pour a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. "You're easily dehydrated when you first wake up. Drink some warm water to rebalance yourself." Yanren finished the water, set the glass down, and stared at me, her gaze both serious and overbearing, matching the aura of a boss setting critical goals. "Liu An, I've made a decision. From now on, you're not just taking care of my stomach, but also taking responsibility for my back and waist. Every night before bed, you must give me a 30-minute massage. I won't be able to sleep without it." I frowned slightly, embodying the style of someone with professional ethics. "Boss, this has exceeded the job scope of a chef." Liu Yanren flared up instantly, her domineering CEO aura exploding. "If I tell you to do it, just do it." Countless people are lining up for a chance to serve me and don't get it. I looked up and spoke seriously about principles. "Director Liu, that's an entirely different fee. Supplementary services definitely require extra pay. It's only natural to get paid for labor." The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Liu Yanren burst out laughing. This was the first time she had seen someone dare to directly confront her to haggle over their salary. "You silly thing. So you just want a raise? Easy. I lack many things, but money isn't one of them. My cash flow is always abundant. As long as your service keeps me comfortable, there's no limit to your salary." Having spoken, she ran barefoot into the study to grab pen and paper and set new rules immediately. Looking at her behavior, she must be afraid I'll run away. So she's planning to tie me down with a long-term contract. Private housekeeper employment contract. The title looked very formal, but the contents were entirely personal clauses, targeting every single one of my key skills. Article 1. Culinary skills are to be served exclusively to her for a lifetime. Without permission, service must never stop. Article 2. A 30-minute massage every night before bed. Not considered overtime, no laziness, no excuses. Article 3. Contract duration extended from 1 year to 3, clearly a forced commitment. Article 4. It is strictly forbidden to provide similar services to any other member of the opposite sex or even animals. Her happiness must be 100% exclusive. Article 5. Maintain a state of utmost emotional positivity. Must be present on call, ready to listen and talk unconditionally. After finishing the clauses, she set the new salary with a flourish. Monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus hardship allowances, and a massive year-end bonus, all depending on her satisfaction. I looked at the doubled salary, then at the highly possessive clauses, and the corner of my mouth twitched. Director Liu, this Article 4 is truly overboard. Even cooking for stray cats is forbidden. Liu Yanren crossed her arms, possessiveness evident in every word. No, I'm a perfectionist with a clean freak habit. All your skills are permitted to serve me alone. I could only sigh and shake my head. This exclusive right of control from the boss is indeed excessive. But oh well, looking at that 100,000 salary, every grievance vanished in an instant. I picked up the pen to sign, when I suddenly noticed a flaw. Wait, there's no breach of contract liability clause here. That's not up to standard. Liu Yanren put on a completely nonchalant face, true to her domineering style as a master. As long as you're obedient, there will be no liability. Stop talking nonsense. She directly took out an ink pad and pressed my thumb down hard onto the contract, the move as decisive as a forced signature. A smooth, quick scene of forced buying and selling ensued. Looking at the bright red thumbprint on the paper, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director Liu, doing this is no different from bullying me. Let me declare beforehand, I only sell my skills, not my body. Liu Yanran held the contract triumphantly. Her mood suddenly turned excellent. She looked up, sizing me up from shoulder to waist, her gaze direct and overwhelmingly dominant. While being massaged, she had noticed immediately that my proportions and muscles were incredibly firm and attractive. She suddenly leaned in close to me, the atmosphere instantly becoming thick with tension. Faint fragrance drifted into my nose. Being so close made my heart skip beats continuously. A slender finger lightly tilted my chin up. She looked like a female rogue teasing an innocent guy. Her voice lazy yet filled with power. Selling skills, but not your body? Let's see if you can escape my grasp, Ben. The dry sound of the safe locking rang out, officially announcing that my new employment contract had taken effect and was stored permanently. Liu Yanren, she looked as smug as a boss who just smashed a massive KPI. She patted the safe door with a look of pure self-satisfaction. That posture. She clearly wanted to say, you've been completely bound by me now. I held a wet wipe, leisurely wiping the red ink off my thumb. At that moment of being forced to give a thumbprint, I thought I was falling into some kind of trap, until the phone in my pocket buzzed with a 100,000 yuan deposit notification. Note, salary plus deposit. Seeing that six-figure balance notification. In an instant, all my workplace grievances were soothed away. Self-respect. Faced with this sky-high salary, let's just put that in storage for now. Because workplace reality is what truly matters. I've received the money. Liu Yanren leaned back in her genuine leather executive chair, watching me while bouncing her leg. Her gaze was like she had just signed for a limited edition item. My posture immediately became perfectly professional, my inner pro exploding. The boss is truly generous. She casually pulled an access card and keys from the drawer, then pushed them toward me. Lipsticks lay scattered among piles of documents, a perfect testament to the whimsical work style of a wealthy lady. Villa access has been granted to you. You may come and go as you please. Since you've taken the money, manage it as your own territory. But remember, the ownership is still mine. I pocketed the keys. Understood. This villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan is my upcoming full-time workstation. A total handover. Completed in one go. Liu Yanren stretched, then strolled around, pointing to an empty spot in the living room. Go to the flower market tomorrow and buy some green plants. This place is too empty. It doesn't look good at all. I skillfully took out my notebook and began recording the client's requirements. Her requests were incredibly detailed. Don't get those tacky flowering types. Must be big-leafed. If it's a monstera, the leaves must be evenly split. The leaves must be glossy green. The pots should be cement or terracotta style. The point is they must exude luxury and style. A normal employee would have lost their mind long ago. But I always put execution first, meeting the boss demands in the most comprehensive way. After quickly noting down the requirements, I even proactively suggested more. The study has very good lighting. Adding Rapis, Excelsa, and Podocarpus will truly elevate the class of the space. Liu Yanren's eyes immediately lit up. Her previous assistants were all just going through the motions. Only I grasp exactly what she wants, and even know how to infer further. Truly a model employee. Let's go with that then. Just buy them, I'll pay for everything, as long as it looks good. At this time. Housekeeper Liu Di gently walked over to report her work was done. Her eyes kept searching between the two of us, her face clearly showing shock. Is the mistress actually working harmoniously with a male employee today? After letting Liu Di go, I still saw suspicion on her face. The villa immediately fell silent. Past 9 p.m., Liu Yanren's biological clock was naturally erratic. She suddenly asked a leapfrog question. What's for breakfast tomorrow? The god-tier Sichuan culinary skills in my head automatically provided a suitable plan. You had spicy poached fish last night, which irritated your stomach. This morning you should have something light to nourish the stomach. Clear broth wontons are best. She still wanted to try the pungent, spicy satay flavor, but I flatly refused. I only briefly described the broth simmered from chicken bones, and the marrow's sweetness combined with thin skins and meat fillings, successfully awakening her appetite. She reluctantly compromised, even threatening to give me a bad score if it was too bland. I smiled and nodded, then took the chance to remind her to bathe and rest, just like a multi-talented housekeeper serving wholeheartedly. She headed upstairs in her fluffy slippers, stopping halfway up, looking down from above and calling my name. I looked up and replied, "Good night." Early the next morning, my biological clock was 10,000 times more accurate than an alarm. Lying on the soft bed in the villa's guest room, I couldn't help but marvel at this 100,000 a month work environment. It truly heals all the mental fatigue of the working life. Compared to my previous cramped rental, those days of waking early to squeeze onto the subway, this is like a high-end version of paid retirement. I quickly freshened up and changed clothes, then headed straight to the ultra-wide kitchen to start work. I chose the front trotter meat with a 3-to-7 lean-to-fat ratio, the golden ratio for the filling. I reject the taste of industrial machine-ground meat. It must be hand-chopped to preserve the dish's full quality. God-tier Sichuan culinary skills began operating every step, measuring spices accurately to the gram. The stirring force was just right. The thickness of the skins reached absolute perfection. The hand-rolled skins were as thin as cicada wings. The wontons were wrapped in uniform sizes, in square, neat shapes. Even someone with OCD would find it satisfying to look at. As the aroma spread through the house, Liu Yanran on the second floor finally woke up. With her hair a mess, wearing silk pajamas and leaning against the doorframe, her dazed eyes made her look like a ruffled little kitten, just staring at me while I cooked. Now that you're awake, go freshen up. You'll be ready to eat in 5 minutes. I didn't even bother looking up, maintaining a perfect workflow rhythm. She still stubbornly complained about the noise of my cooking, but her body was very honest, and she obediently went up to wash her face. I took the chance to prepare the essence of the chicken soup, adding a touch of special seasoning. The rich, savory aroma exploded instantly. When Liu Yanren came downstairs, she had regained her female CEO aura, except for her eyes, which were glued to the bowl of wontons on the table. Her foodie soul simply couldn't be hidden. As soon as she tasted the broth, her eyes widened in shock. This is better than what a 5-star hotel chef makes. Those high-end snacks taste like chewing sawdust. As I ate, I silently planned to incorporate medicinal meals to nourish her frail body. High pay demands worthy service. I must please the boss to keep the income stable. She devoured the bowl of wontons like a storm, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. Her eating habits completely betrayed her cold image. Then she began interrogating me, suspecting I was an expert privately trained by the elite, and that I approached her with an ulterior motive. I calmly offered practical reasoning. If I really had a background, I wouldn't have been fired by a bald boss and ended up unemployed. Upon hearing that, she burst out laughing, completely letting down her guard, and dominantly declared, "Once the contract is signed, don't dream of escaping. You are mine for the rest of your life." Before I could react, she directly assigned a new task: clean the dishes, then go shopping with me immediately. I stood there dazed, feeling something was off. I clearly came here to be a housekeeper. So why does it feel like I'm being kept by a wealthy woman instead? I was in the living room, listing the plants to buy, when clattering sounds came from the master bedroom on the second floor. I didn't need to think twice to know Liu Yanran was busy picking out clothes, preparing to go out. Half an hour later, the elegant sound of high heels echoed from the stairs. I looked up and immediately understood what total visual dominance meant. A pure white custom-designed dress, perfect tailoring highlighting her curves, a side-slit skirt paired with glossy silk stockings, endlessly long, attractive legs, diamond-encrusted heels exuding even more luxury. To be honest, with this beauty and figure, she's more than capable of making men swipe their cards without a second thought. This might be the hidden perk of this 100,000 yuan job. It's definitely not a loss. In fact, it's more than I expected. Liu Yanren caught my brief moment of daze. Her vanity exploded. She deliberately slowed down, twirling once to show off, waiting to see my face full of utter shock. But unfortunately, professionalism wouldn't allow me to slip. I quickly regained my composure and flashed a standard industrial smile, 3 parts polite, 7 parts distant, keeping the boundaries. President Liu, your aesthetic taste is wonderful. This dress suits your aura perfectly. I changed my tone immediately, entering professional critique mode. However, these 10-centimeter heels have extremely low efficiency. 2 hours of shopping is at least 8,000 steps. Within half an hour, your ankles and calves will be overloaded. It will significantly reduce your mobility efficiency. I suggest you change to flats or air-cushioned shoes. Comfort and practicality are the perfect combination. The smile on Liu Yanren's lips froze. The radiant aura she had worked so hard to prepare was completely ignored by me. While I only cared about kinesiology and walking productivity, she immediately bristled, poking my chest. Are you a block of wood? Did I dress up like this just for you to discuss work KPIs? I calmly countered, sticking to my guns. I was dumped because I was poor, not because I lacked aesthetic sense. Caring for the master's health is an implicit term in the contract. If you insist on wearing them, fine. But if your feet hurt later and you want a piggyback ride, that's an extra charge. Liu Yanren was furious but helpless. With nowhere to vent her anger, she stubbornly said, I'm not changing. I'm wearing these today regardless. Watching her haughty, pouting figure walk out, I thought to myself, a basic workplace principle is not to be a sycophant. You must know when to be soft and when to be firm, occasionally resisting to secure your position for the long term. The Ferrari SF90, worth tens of millions of yuan parked at the door, is the ultimate dream for countless men. Liu Yanren casually tossed me the keys, her voice arrogant. You drive. Drive slow and it'll cut your pay. Scratch it, and you couldn't pay it back even if I sold you. I caught the keys, a meaningful look in my eyes. If I'm at the wheel, then today's rhythm will be decided by me. Sitting in the supercar's driver's seat, the moment I pressed the start button, the violent roar of the V8 engine shook the entire space. Liu Yanren in the passenger seat was instantly excited, cheering on the spot. Floor it. Let those junk car drivers see exactly what the Sichuan Highway's big sister is made of. I emotionlessly put it in gear and started. The car's speed stayed steady at 40 kilometers per hour. There was no G-force feel, much less the thrill of speed. $1 million supercar. I drove it like an electric tour cart for the elderly. Delivery trikes and even Wuling Hongguang vans easily overtook us. Even old men on tricycles were going faster than we were. The taxi driver behind couldn't help poking his head out to curse. Talk about ultimate irony. Driving a Ferrari like an idiot. If you don't know how to drive, don't get on the road and block everyone. Liu Yanren's excitement completely died out. Her face was darker than the bottom of a pot. This supercar goes 0 to 100 in 2.5 seconds, yet you're crawling at 40. Are you trying to break the car? I kept my eyes straight ahead. Professional attitude. In the city, safety comes first. My responsibility is to ensure your safety, not to race and show off with you. This speed helps us respond to any unexpected situation, keeping risk under control. Liu Yanren went completely crazy, speaking without thinking. Are you just weak? If you're afraid to drive, swap so I can. Seeing I remained unmoved, she panicked and reached out to grab the steering wheel. An extremely dangerous move. I immediately slammed on the brakes. The car came to a dead stop on the road. Momentum threw her forward. I quickly reached out to catch her forehead, to prevent her from hitting anything and getting injured. The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. I dropped my usual gentle demeanor, becoming cold and stern. What you just did was extremely dangerous. If that happened on the highway, it would be a fatal accident. Liu Yanren still tried to maintain her boss lady face. I am the boss. I have the right to decide. I directly unbuckled my seatbelt and opened the door. Then I can't do this job anymore. I am a housekeeper, not a sacrifice to accompany you. You can be whimsical, but I also have my professional principles. If you don't respect safety rules, then I'd rather not earn this money. I wanted to take the initiative in my work. I knew my core value was being able to heal her. I was the only one who could treat her anorexia and insomnia right now. I was indispensable, so naturally I had the right to bargain. Liu Yanren instantly panicked. All her anger evaporated. She lowered her voice, whispering and muttering, I won't act up anymore, okay? I still want to eat the wontons you make tonight. The corner of my mouth quirked up, taking the chance to soothe the situation. I got back in the car, my tone turning gentle. Fasten your seatbelt. As Liu Yanren buckled up, she grumbled, No one has ever dared to manage me like this. You're the first. I'm holding a grudge for this. I lightly pressed the gas. The speed steadily rose to 60 kilometers per hour, perfectly grasping the work rhythm. It seems in this villa's work environment, who becomes the master later remains to be seen. The car pulled up neatly at the Platinum Shopping Mall. The VIP parking attendants immediately came over to serve. Liu Yanren changed into her flats. Shedding her earlier irritation in the car, wearing high-end designer clothes, her aura was brilliant, making passers-by turn their heads. I followed half a step behind, maintaining the professional distance of a housekeeper. We headed straight to the most high-end fashion floor. The owner of the men's store recognized Liu Yanran at a glance, rushing forward to welcome her. Without waiting for further greetings, Liu Yanran ordered, "Pick some from this season's latest collections for him. Bring them all out, choose an elegant aristocratic style, nothing flashy." The owner immediately understood and told the staff to bring the outfits. I nonchalantly accepted the arrangements. Since I am taking her salary, I must follow the boss orders. That's the basic quality of an employee. 10 minutes later, I finished changing into a charcoal gray three-piece suit and stepped out of the dressing room. The advantage of broad shoulders and a thin waist was perfectly highlighted. My aura instantly transformed from a passerby into an elite gentleman. A soul-stirring, elegant appearance filled the entire store. Female staff members froze on the spot. The entire space suddenly went silent. The coffee cup in Liu Yanren's hand clinked softly against the saucer. Her eyes behind her sunglasses suddenly widened. Her gaze swept back and forth across me, her shock impossible to hide. In her heart, she must be extremely smug. This 100,000 yuan salary is truly a bargain for her. It's acceptable, easier on the eyes than those street clothes. She pretended to stay calm while sipping her coffee, trying to maintain her boss persona. Just then, a female staff member approached, wanting to help me adjust my crooked collar. Huh? Liu Yanren stood up abruptly, brushing the employee's hand away, her aura turning terrifyingly cold. "Keep your hands clean. How dare you touch my person?" The staff member was scared witless, hurriedly taking a few steps back. Liu Yanren turned to glare at me, her voice thick with jealousy. "You're this old and you still can't tie a tie. Do you really need someone else's help?" I immediately played along, bowing my head obediently. The boss is right. Next time I will strictly follow the regulations on keeping distance from women. She laughed, then personally reached up to tie my tie. The distance between us was very close. Her fingers occasionally brushed against my Adam's apple. Our breaths mingled. The atmosphere turned extremely suggestive. "Remember this. You are my private housekeeper. No one but me is allowed to touch you." She lowered her voice, possessiveness exploding. "Understood. Exclusive service, no outside visitors allowed," I replied wittily. Tie finished. Liu Yanren whipped out a black card. "Take the one he's wearing. Pack everything else and bring it to the car for me." With that, she dominantly took my arm, and we walked out of the store together. Just as we stepped out, my gaze flickered. Seeing two familiar faces near the escalator, Lin Wan and Zhao Kuo, the two who once looked down on me, mocking my unemployment, now staring furtively with faces full of shock. My eyes darkened slightly. It seems the revenge play is starting earlier than planned. The air at the escalator suddenly froze. Lin Wang was arm in arm with Zhao Kuo, originally acting spoiled and cooing, demanding he buy her the latest edition handbag, her face showing a clearly fake sweetness. But when her gaze accidentally drifted forward, her whole body froze on the spot, the smile on her lips shattered completely. That man standing straight as a pine, wearing a charcoal gray designer suit, is that really Li Gaodan? In her memory from then until now, Li Gudan always had a poor and failed appearance. A few cheap t-shirts washed to a faded color, or a cheap, wrinkled suit that didn't even fit. Even with his refined features, they were completely obscured by that poor look, with nothing remarkable about him. Compared to the man before her now, it was a total transformation shattering all her preconceptions. The elegant suit hugged his body, highlighting his extreme broad shoulders and thin waist. The exquisite fabric gave an indescribable feeling of luxury. His every gesture, every movement, exuded nobility and an overwhelming aura, completely overpowering the presence of Zhao Kuo beside him. Lin Wan subconsciously turned to look at that Zhao guy. The contrast was glaring and painful. A flowery shirt paired with tacky loafers. A gaudy, sallow face. Eyes showing clear fatigue from debauchery. His whole body oozed vulgarity and cheapness. Without a shred of luxury aura, without comparison, one couldn't see this world-apart difference. How is this possible? Clearly not long ago he was just fired by his company. Unemployed and empty-handed. He couldn't even pay rent. So where did the money for this polished outfit come from? Could he really be kept by a high-class, wealthy woman now? Countless questions surfaced in her mind. Lin Wan's gaze subconsciously followed my arm, finally landing on Liu Yanran beside me. The woman in sunglasses, with her supreme graceful figure, even separated by lenses, that aura overpowering 10,000 people, along with luxury down to every strand of hair, made Lin Wan instantly feel inferior and ashamed, a bitter surge of jealousy rising in her heart. Like a piece of trash she had casually thrown away, only for someone else to pick it up, carefully wipe, polish it, and suddenly it becomes a rare treasure that everyone covets. Ultimate dissatisfaction and regret were surrounding and tightening around her heart. Why? Lin Wan stared at me, frantically trying to comfort herself. So what if he's handsome and knows how to flatter? Relying on a rich woman is still a lowly way to live. Without money or power, he'll be dumped sooner or later. Just as she stood there dazed and using a fiery gaze to observe me, a sharp, cold look suddenly locked onto her, like a dagger stabbing straight into her heart. Liu Yanran was in a relaxed mood, arm in arm with me as we strolled, planning to find a restaurant to her taste for lunch. Though she suffered from anorexia, as long as the food was outstanding, she could still eat a bit, so that I could later mimic and improve upon it. However, the moment she turned her head, she caught Lin Wan's gaze. Women understand women's hearts best. The scrutiny, the shock, and the dissatisfaction in that gaze, plus a touch of endless regret and desire, made Liu Yanran immediately feel extremely uncomfortable. Feeling was as if her own personal property was being stared at by someone with malicious intent. Throughout her whole body, possessiveness and the instinct to protect her own immediately ignited. Liu Yanran frowned slightly, her gaze turning bone-chilling cold, as if frozen instantly. You broke up ages ago, and only now do you know to look at my man. Where were you before? The fiery temper of a Sichuan girl was deep in her blood, especially when it came to boundaries and things belonging to her. She absolutely could not tolerate even a bit. She decisively took off her sunglasses and tucked them into her handbag. Her beautiful, haughty face was instantly covered by a layer of cold, killing intent. She intended to step forward and have it out with them. But the very moment she was about to charge, a warm and firm hand suddenly gripped her wrist. The force wasn't too strong, but it was able to dissolve all her agitation and anger. Liu Yanran was clearly annoyed, suddenly turning to look at me. My expression remained calm, my eyes clear. I didn't care at all about those two at the escalator. I just gently held her wrist, my voice calm without a ripple. It's all right. Having said that, I directly led her to turn around, heading straight for the nearby express elevator. My steps were unhurried, not stopping for a single second, as if the two staring furtively behind us were just two invisible telephone poles, not worth a second thought. Liu Yanran was completely stunned. The next second, the fire in her heart instantly changed direction and was vented straight at me. She struggled hard to free her wrists, lowering her voice. Her tone was both sharp and aggrieved. Li Gaodan, let me go. Are you out of your mind? That woman was staring at you like that, and you're not angry at all? Is it because in your heart, you still linger on your old feelings for her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Alarm bells were ringing wildly in her heart. She gritted her teeth inwardly. If you dare admit it, it'll break your legs today, so you can only sit in a wheelchair and cook for me alone for the rest of your life. I ignored her struggling and calmly pressed the button for the elevator to descend, leaving only the soft mechanical sounds around us. As the elevator started moving, I released her wrist and reached out to smooth my slightly wrinkled sleeve. My tone was casual. I'm not angry. There's no need to get upset over two unimportant passers-by. It's not worth the frustration. Lin Wan giving me up was her loss. Her life being unsatisfactory now is her own choice. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, Zhao Kuo's gait is wobbly. His dark circles are prominent. It's obvious his health is in serious decline. With Lin Wan following him, she certainly won't have any peaceful days. She's already miserable enough. Why should I bother arguing with her? Liu Yanran stood there dazed, staring intently at me. Her mind momentarily unable to react. This logic sounded absurd, yet felt strangely convincing. But the fire of anger in her heart hadn't fully vanished. She glared at me huffily, her chest heaving slightly. Then why did you stop me? I was about to go up and scold her until she had no face left to show anyone. Those who dare covet what's mine, I will never forgive them. The elevator chimed and slowly opened its doors. I leaned over and gestured for her to enter, looking at her cheeks flushed with anger. My eyes were serious and honest. I'm doing this for your own good. Liu Yanren pointed at her own nose, both angry and amused. Not letting me scold people is for my own good. What kind of bandit logic is that? The two of us stepped into the elevator together. I pressed the button for basement level B1, watching our reflections in the mirror. I slowly began to share some knowledge. Medical research indicates that women who get angry frequently or have excessive emotional fluctuations easily suffer from endocrine disorders. Prolonged states of anger and anxiety will directly affect breast health, making it very likely to cause breast hyperplasia or even fibroadenomas. To harm your health over two unimportant strangers. Rector Liu, this is a very bad deal. My voice was solemn, every word. Every single word was clear, just like I was giving a work report or presenting an academic paper. Liu Yanran immediately deflated like a punctured tire, her entire belly full of anger, suddenly vanished with a hiss. Breast hyperplasia? She instinctively looked down, her gaze landing on her own exquisite curves. Today's high-end dress was tailored perfectly, accentuating her flawless figure, full, seductive, and without blemish. It was the asset she was most proud of. She immediately puffed out her chest and stood tall, stubbornly arguing back. What are you talking about? My health is great. My annual checkups are always normal. There's no way I have hyperplasia. Right after she spoke, she suddenly turned to glare at me, her gaze becoming dangerous. Li Gudan, are you criticizing my figure? Do you think I'm not perfect enough? I looked straight at the floor numbers on the elevator panel, facing her questioning with composure, my tone frank and innocent. I've never touched them, so how would I know if there's hyperplasia or not? I paused for a moment, glancing at her through the elevator mirror, and seriously added, I'm merely stating objective medical facts. A strange silence fell over the elevator for about 2 seconds. The next second, Liu Yanren's cheeks flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, the crimson spreading from her neck all the way to her ears, burning with heat. The phrase, never touched, sounded shocking, yet it carried a hint of ambiguity and flirtation, making her heart skip a beat, as if a tiny kitten's claw had gently scratched her heart, leaving an indescribable itch. Feeling both embarrassed and indignant, and even a bit of groundless jealousy. Ch, you pervert. She quickly looked away, deliberately acting fierce. Never touched. Don't tell me you want to. You look so dignified on the outside, but turns out your mind is full of nonsense. I shrugged slightly, my voice calm. Then I don't want to touch them anymore. She immediately froze, screaming internally. So you actually did have that thought. How incredibly bold of you. The cold air from the IF Mall's escalators blasted continuously, blowing past the bustling crowds, as the noisy hustle and bustle echoed everywhere. But it couldn't dispel the irritability and bitterness in Lin Wan's heart. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, standing rooted to the spot without moving. The surrounding noises suddenly became a blur, as her mind replayed on loop the image of my tall, calm silhouette from just now. That custom-tailored suit fit my body perfectly, radiating an air of nobility and aloofness, completely shedding any former signs of mediocrity or decline, shining so brightly that she didn't dare look directly at me. Lin Wan instinctively tightened her grip on her designer handbag, 38,000 yuan price tag that made her so proud just yesterday, wishing she could show it off to the whole world. But right now it felt as hot as a burning coal. She had seen it with her own eyes. Liu Yanren was dressed very simply, without a single redundant accessory, but just the diamond earrings on her ears were likely worth far more than this bag of hers. This wasn't just a gap in money, but an unbridgeable class chasm. Her throat felt like it was pricked by a tiny splinter, unable to swallow it or spit it out, as waves of bitterness and regret surged in her heart. She turned to look at Zhao Kuo beside her, hoping to find a bit of comfort, but found him engrossed in his phone, fingers scrolling quickly, likely replying to someone's message, with an expressionless face. Given Zhao Kuo's usual arrogant and overbearing personality, being ignored and outshone by a supercar like that, he should have been in a towering rage by now. Yet today he was unusually calm, and that silence made Lin Wan feel uneasy. Kuo. Lin Wan whispered tentatively, Li Gudan. He's so arrogant. He used to be just a lowly worker. Now he's acting high and mighty because of some rich woman. Should we what? Find someone to teach him a lesson? Zhao Kuo finally put his phone away and looked back, his puffy eyes showing a hint of irony and contempt. Lin Wan, are you stupid? Lin Wan was stunned, too flustered to know what to say. That Ferrari SF90 had a lucky 4-digit plate. Zhao Kuo looked up at the ceiling, his tone calm yet filled with wariness. In Chengdu, those who can drive that kind of car and dare to park right in front of the mall like that can be counted on one hand. That woman just now was the eldest miss of the Liu family, Liu Yanren. With a bang, Lin Wan's face turned pale instantly, not a drop of blood left. She couldn't believe it, that the beautiful, elegant woman backing Li Gaodan, such a stunning woman, was actually the heiress of the top-tier Liu family. How did a miserably unemployed loser like him manage to climb so high? Towering jealousy grew wildly like weeds, tightening around her heart, making her choke with fear. Zhao Kuo looked at her dazed expression, unseeing contempt flashing in the depths of his eyes. He had long ago seen through Lin Wan's shallow nature, her vanity, and how her eyes lit up for money as soon as she saw a better option. Her heart would immediately sway. If it wasn't for her pure appearance and her decent looks, he wouldn't even bother talking to her. Let's go. Zhao Kuo patted her shoulder, his movement indifferent. There are social circles that you don't even have the right to peek at. Even a single glance can bring trouble upon you. Li Gaodan is with the Liu family now. From now on, just act like you don't know who he is. Don't overreach and look for trouble. And don't drag me into it. With that, Zhao Kuo turned and walked away, without a hint of hesitation. Not even bothering to wait for the dazed Lin Wan. Lin Wan suddenly snapped out of it, stumbling in her high heels as she chased after him pathetically, her steps frantic, losing all her dignity. And Zhao Kuo, walking ahead, already had his plan. Lin Wan's value had dropped now. Not only was there no novelty left, but she had almost brought trouble to his doorstep. Had play with her for a few more days and find an excuse to dump her. Women like her were everywhere in nightclubs. Nothing to feel sorry about. In the parking garage, the red Ferrari slowly pulled out of its space, urging into the traffic. Liu Yanren rested her chin on one hand, looking out the window, her brows tightly furrowed, looking very deep in thought. Her fingertips tapped unconsciously on the car window, chaotic rhythm, completely revealing her current state of confusion and awkwardness. Those two sentences in the elevator kept echoing relentlessly in her head. I've never touched them, and then I don't want to touch them anymore. The more Liu Yanren thought about it, the angrier she got, feeling both frustrated and restless inside. She looked down at her own figure, the perfect curves, the stunning shape. From the time she was little, countless men had desired to be with her, just hoping for one more look to get a bit closer. Yet this Li Gaodan guy dared to say he didn't want to. Was he blind, or was he just addicted to playing hard to get? He must be faking it. Liu Yanren cursed silently to herself. Men are truly creatures who say one thing but mean another. Saying he doesn't need to with his mouth. But his heart must be dying to get closer. Thinking he can play mind games with her? He's still far too inexperienced. She turned to look at me, seeing me still focused on the road ahead. My profile perfectly calm, making her awkwardness deepen even further. At this moment, I didn't have the spare mental energy to guess her petty thoughts. My mind was entirely on the task at hand. Liu Yanren suffered from anorexia and a weak constitution, along with severe hypoglycemia. She had spent so much energy shopping just now. Her face had already turned pale. I needed to get her something light and stomach-friendly soon. Something that would also stimulate her appetite, to restore her strength. I had already searched for nearby eateries earlier, and found a highly rated, long-standing herbal hot pot place, specializing in herbal chicken hot pot, the main dish being a health-toning chicken soup with a rich broth and no additives, both warming and nourishing for the spleen and stomach, very suitable for her condition. Moreover, the dipping sauce there was quite exceptional. It could balance the blandness of the soup, satisfying cravings without being hard on the stomach. After unlocking the system rules last night, I had fully grasped my skill mechanisms. All my abilities started at the Grandmaster level, and with God-tier Sichuan culinary skills, I could transform any dish. Herbal soups were no problem at all. If it really wasn't working out, I could even borrow the restaurant's kitchen to adjust the flavor myself. Li Gaodan. Liu Yanren took the initiative to break the silence, her tone carrying a hint of probing and haughtiness. Are you regretting those nonsense words you said just now? If you sincerely beg me now, maybe you'll show some mercy and allow you. I spoke up, cutting off her fantasy, my tone gentle. The old herbal chicken place up ahead is very good, the broth is very nourishing, and the dipping sauce is delicious, nourishing the stomach while satisfying the taste buds. Let's fill your belly first, then you'll have the energy for wild thoughts. Liu Yanren's ambiguous thoughts were immediately blocked completely. She almost choked on her word, gritting her teeth in anger, going crazy inside. She was trying to flirt with you. but all you care about is talking about stomach-nourishing chicken soup. Could her charm really be less than a pot of chicken soup? The car came to a steady stop in front of the classic-style restaurant. I unbuckled my seatbelt and turned to her. "We're here. Let's get out and eat." Liu Yanran took a deep breath, suppressing a belly full of anger, and forcefully unbuckled her seatbelt. "Fine. Today I'm going to eat until your pockets are empty. This meal is on you." I smiled and nodded. "Whatever you say. The salary card is in your hands, so swipe away." That sentence immediately smoothed over most of her anger. After getting out of the car, she naturally took my arm, muttering haughtily, "That's more like it. If the taste isn't good." And just wait for my scolding. "Don't worry. If it's not to your taste, I'll borrow the kitchen and make you something else immediately," I replied casually. Liu Yanran's eyes immediately relaxed. She gave a proud nod, her heart filled with anticipation. This old herbal hot pot restaurant was hidden in a courtyard house next to Quanjai Alley, without any flashy signs, only 2 red lanterns hanging in front of the door, swaying gently in the breeze, looking both ancient and peaceful. The staff led us through a serene courtyard into a small private room named Ting Yu. The window was one-way frosted glass with excellent soundproofing, providing high levels of privacy. I gallantly pulled out a chair for Liu Yanran, waiting for her to be seated before I sat down opposite her. Less than 2 minutes later, a charcoal-heated copper pot was brought to the table, the broth inside bubbling away, emitting a gentle heat. The broth was a clear, milky white, dotted with red dates, goji berries, and angelica root, looking very warming and nutritious at first glance. But with just that one glance, Liu Yanran's expression darkened completely. The entire pot looked so clean, without a single drop of chili oil, and certainly no hint of spice. Unbelievably bland. She stared at the pot, her brows knitting into a knot, her face full of resistance. "Li Gaoden, you brought me here to eat this." Her voice was full of extreme disdain. "How is this any different from dishwater? Is this even fit for human consumption?" She set her chopsticks down with a clack, crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, showing her true colors as a spoiled young lady. "No chili? My mouth is going crazy from the blandness. Even if I starve to death or jump from right here, I absolutely won't take a single bite. There's no inspiration. It makes me want to puke just looking at it." Being a native of Sichuan Chongqing, Liu Yanran couldn't live without spice. To her, a meal without that numbing spice wasn't a meal at all. More, since she already had severe anorexia, looking at this bland broth didn't stimulate her taste buds. On the contrary, it made her stomach feel uncomfortable and nauseous. I look at her pouting, stubborn state, and her face of fierce objection. I was completely unfazed. Everything was as expected. It wasn't that she really didn't want to eat. She was clearly testing to see if this private housekeeper could solve her anorexia problem. To coax her into eating, I didn't waste words with useless persuasion, and I certainly didn't say any cliches like drink more hot water. I just dropped 2 words. "Wait here." Having said that, I stood up and pushed the door to walk out. At the end of the hallway was the self-service condiment bar, various jars and bottles of seasonings neatly arranged in immense variety. My eyes quickly scanned over all the ingredients, and in my mind, my god-tier Sichuan culinary skills immediately kicked in, precisely finding the optimal solution. To cure her anorexia once and for all and awaken her appetite, the trick was to make her mouth feel the spice while her stomach remained warm, using gentle stimulation to wake up her numbed taste buds. Without being so spicy it would hurt her stomach, subtly tricking the brain to trigger the desire to eat. I picked up an empty bowl and began to mix the sauce systematically. First, a large spoonful of minced bird's eye chili, create that signature spicy punch, but keeping the seeds intact so it wouldn't cause a burning stomach, keeping the heat strictly on the tip of the tongue. Added 2 spoons of crispy fried soybeans for texture, and to release more aroma. A handful of fresh cilantro and green onions for garnish. The most critical step was balancing the flavors. I avoided using thick chili oils, opting for aged vinegar to stimulate digestion and cut through any greasiness, a bit of white sugar to neutralize the heat, and finally, a drizzle of the restaurant's secret soy sauce to enhance the meatiness. I didn't stir it at all, leaving the vibrant layers of red, green, and yellow on display. Looking at it alone was enough to make one's mouth water, as the fragrant, sour, spicy aroma filled the air. I brought the special dipping sauce back to the room, where Liu Yanran was still sulking on her own, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the tablecloth, her face a picture of gloom. The sharp scent of vinegar and chili wafted to her nose, her nostrils twitching slightly, her gaze uncontrollably gravitating toward the bowl in my hand. "What's this?" Her voice carried a touch of curiosity, and her haughty stance began to waver. "A little treasure to trick your mouth." I picked up a pair of serving chopsticks and pulled a piece of tenderly stewed chicken from the pot. The free-range chicken was so soft it was falling off the bone. Its skin was a glistening golden yellow, the meat pearly white and smooth. I rolled the chicken gently in the dipping sauce, letting it soak up the sauce thoroughly until pieces of chili, scallions, and soybeans clung to the meat, making it look glossy and appetizing, with a fragrant aroma. I placed the meat on her plate and patiently explained, "The vinegar and sugar enhance the flavor and cut the richness. The light spice stimulates the appetite without causing heat. Your tongue will feel the excitement, but your stomach will still feel warm and comfortable, perfectly waking up your taste buds without harming your health. Give it a try." Liu Yanren stared at the meat on her plate, two conflicting thoughts tearing at her mind, one side stubbornly refusing to give in, the other unable to resist the seductive aroma. Ultimately, her appetite won over her pride, and she cautiously lifted the meat to her mouth. As soon as her teeth touched it, her taste buds exploded instantly. The sharp acidity of the aged vinegar, the heat of the bird's eye chili, plus the crunch of the soybeans, the layers of flavor intertwined, perfectly highlighting the purest sweetness of the chicken. It was a thrilling, sour, spicy sensation while eating, but felt warm and soothing when swallowed. Not greasy or bland in the slightest. Liu Yanren's eyes suddenly lit up, and before she could even say a word, she quickly chewed and swallowed. The next second, her chopsticks darted toward the hot pot, picking out piece after piece, simply unable to stop. In less than 5 minutes, a small pile of chicken bones had already stacked up before her, as she ate with great relish. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, as a wave of warmth spread through her entire body. She decisively reached out and unbuttoned her expensive custom-tailored blazer, draping it casually over the back of the chair. Underneath was a tight-fitting black silk camisole, her square shoulders looking delicate, her collarbones seductively prominent, and her skin as white as snow. With her continuous motions of picking up food, the curves of her chest were faintly visible, incredibly alluring. At this very moment, no longer had the cold air of a powerful female CEO, but was exactly like a Sichuan girl immersed in gourmet food, a bit unconcerned with her image, yet incredibly vivid and attractive. "Li Gaodan, this is so delicious. It's really good." Her mouth was full of meat, her words slightly muffled, her eyes filled with delightful surprise. "Give me that chicken leg over there and dip it in plenty of vinegar. Hurry up." I smiled and placed the tender chicken leg in her bowl, handing her a tissue. "Wipe your sweat quickly before your makeup runs." Let it run, being full is what's most important. She didn't care at all, using both hands to devour the chicken leg, her mouth covered in oil, incredibly natural and authentic. I sat opposite her, leisurely sipping the clear chicken soup, quietly observing her unguarded appearance. Who would have thought that the famous Liu family heiress, known as Decisive, cold and unapproachable in worldly rumors, would have such a gluttonous and adorable side in private? But this also proved my point. To control someone, you must first control their stomach. Once you find the right weakness, even the coldest boss will become as docile as a kitten. Wait until she had eaten and drunk to her heart's content. Then Liu Yanren finally let out a sigh of complete satisfaction. Leaning back lazily against the chair, her lower belly protruding just a bit, her face filled with satisfaction and pleasure. She narrowed her eyes, savoring the lazy comfort, looking just like a full kitten basking in the sun, her gaze a bit dreamy, carrying the lingering aftertaste of a delicious meal. Li Gaodan, an anorexic patient like me, yet today, I'm actually high on a carb overload. In the private room, the air conditioner blew a gentle breeze, washing away the lingering heat of the food. The atmosphere became exceptionally peaceful and relaxed. Liu Yanren sprawled out completely on the chair, her entire body relaxed. Her eyes grew lazy, the acid reflux that had tormented her stomach for so long, along with that hollow, nauseating feeling, had completely vanished. Her stomach felt warm and pleasant. She was so comfortable she didn't want to move a muscle. However, the consequences of the carb overload began to hit. Her blood sugar spiked. Oxygen to her brain dipped, making her eyelids as heavy as lead weights. Her head spun with a dull ache, falling completely into a carb-induced stupor. "Li Gaodan," she called out to me feebly, her voice soft and languid, as I set down my teacup, turning to look at her to prepare for the bill. She pointed toward her bag at the corner of the table. "The card is inside. The password is 6/8. I really can't move anymore. I feel like I'm about to float away." I stood up and took her bag, and waved over the restaurant manager. The manager was a world-weary, middle-aged man who recognized the value of the black card at a single glance. He bowed a respectful 90 degrees, his attitude incredibly humble, the true treatment reserved for a god of wealth. After a swift payment process, the manager respectfully returned the black card with both hands, and as a bonus, included an exquisitely packaged luxury gift box. He beamed a radiant smile. "Ms. Liu, this is a top-grade Bloodbird's Nest, our store. Just imported a small gift for you. Wishing you everlasting health and a radiant complexion." Liu Yanren didn't even bother to glance up. Right now, all she wanted to do was sleep. Those premium tonics she usually sought after had lost all their appeal. She waved her hand dismissively, pointing at me. "I won't use it. Give it to him as a reward. Take it back for a late-night snack to nourish yourself." I reached out to take the gift box. It felt heavy with its luxurious and extravagant packaging. No need to guess. This premium Bloodbird's Nest box was worth at least 5 figures. However, those words "nourish your body" sounded a bit awkward. Last night, who was it that while getting a relaxing massage from me, kept yelping that I was using too much pressure and begged for mercy? How did I end up being the one needing nourishment? But since it's a reward from the boss, it'd be a waste not to take it. I'll just post it on a second-hand market later and net myself some extra side income. I tucked the gift box under my arm and gently helped the limp, lazy Liu Yanren to her feet. "Get up and walk a few steps to digest, or else you'll get bloated and nauseous once we're in the car." "So Nagi, are you the reincarnation of Tang Sanzang?" She grumbled her complaints but still stood up obediently, leaning half of her body weight against me. Her sense of dependence was incredibly apparent. The two of us slowly walked out of the restaurant, returning to the Ferrari parked by the roadside. Liu Yanran had just barely sat in the passenger seat before she could even finish buckling her seatbelt, her head tilted to one side. In less than 3 seconds, her breathing became slow and steady as she fell into a deep, sound sleep. With the car coma combined with chronic insomnia, this resonance caused her to sleep without any guard, shedding all of her sharp edges and vigilance. I tilted my head to glance at her. The arrogant, overbearing eldest miss, who usually loved to show off her power, now looked so gentle with those soft eyebrows, her lips slightly parted, completely stripping away her aggression, looking like a little girl who needed to be cherished and cared for. I thoughtfully raised the air conditioning by 2 degrees, adjusted the vent direction away, avoiding a direct blast to her face so she wouldn't catch a cold. Just then, inside my head suddenly, the crisp notification sound of the system rang out. Detected successful stomach nourishment from Mistress Liu Yanran. Significant results achieved. Anorexia symptoms have been substantially relieved. Exclusive reward, Grandmaster level plant knowledge. Skill description. Mastery of the characteristics of all global plant species. Cultivation techniques. Reaching the pinnacle of landscape space aesthetic coordination. Even dry wood can be made to sprout again. Creating scenery with my own hands. A massive amount of plant knowledge. Coordination skills and care precautions immediately flooded into my mind. Thoroughly absorbed. My fingertips paused for a moment. A glimmer of immense joy flashed in my eyes. This reward was truly an unexpected delight. Perfectly timed for when Liu Yanren tasked me with buying ornamental plants and the decoration needs for the villa. With this Grandmaster level skill, not only could I select plants with the most beautiful forms, but I could also perfectly coordinate them with the villa's space, creating a landscape of elite quality, fulfilling the client's requirements in the most flawless way possible. I immediately took out my phone, setting the destination to the Sanshengxiang Flower and Plant Market, the largest hub for flower and plant trade in the Chuanyu region. With an abundant variety of species and very reasonable prices, I could pick out the best quality Monstera plants, bursting with life, as well as Buddhist pines suitable for the study. The Ferrari's V8 engine roared softly, calmly merging into the afternoon traffic, the speed controlled with extreme smoothness, incredibly soothing, only fearing I might wake the one deep in sleep in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car left the bustling city center, the skyscrapers receding into the distance as the rustic breath of the local market rushed in. There were far fewer luxury cars on the road, replaced by tricycles loaded with flowers, plants, and soil. The air was a mix of damp earth, the faint scent of flowers and leaves, and the lively clamor of the streets. I found a spacious, flat roadside spot to park the car. Ahead was the entrance to the market, where cars could no longer pass. Just as I unbuckled my seatbelt, Liu Yadren sitting beside me suddenly moved. She opened her eyes dreamily, her sleepy gaze staring days out the window. What appeared before her were no longer flashy skyscrapers, but rows of crude greenhouses, tricycles running everywhere, passers-by dressed in simple clothes, and muddy water streaks left on the ground. Liu Yanren snapped wide awake instantly, her eyes full of vigilance. A stunned expression. Where is this? She turned to glare at me. Her voice slightly panicked. Li Guden. Are you planning to kidnap me and sell me off in the countryside? I was internally speechless, but remained calm on the outside. Ms. Liu, you're overthinking it. Your net worth is so high. No one would dare buy you, and no one could afford to anyway. Liu Yanren was dazed for a moment. Her foggy brain suddenly connected the dots, instantly misinterpreting it as me praising her nobility. The vigilance in her heart vanished completely. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. And why did you bring me to such a dirty, messy place like this? She glanced with distaste at the rustic scene outside, her face full of rejection as she saw a man scratching his foot by the road. I pointed toward the flower greenhouse in front of us, the monsteras you ordered last night. This place is the wholesale market. The variety is the most complete. We can pick out the most beautiful and highest quality plants and get them at the best prices. The roads outside are dirty and full of puddles. Your shoes will get ruined easily. Just wait in the car for me. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. After making the thoughtful arrangements, I pushed open the door to step out. But Liu Yanran suddenly called out from behind. Wait! She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, grabbed her sunglasses and put them on, stepping out of the car with a decisive motion. If we're buying flowers from me, then I must personally pick them out on site. What if you buy me 2 pots of trash and try to scam me when we get home? Lead the way. Today I had to escort Liu Yanran to experience the Sanxingxiang flower and plant market. It was no different from working unpaid overtime for a foreign firm. The environment here was truly beyond bad. The ground was muddy with stagnant water. It was absurdly crowded, a true market version of fierce competition. On weekends, the aunties and uncles here had terrifying fighting spirit, running all over the place, making the narrow paths as congested as the subway at rush hour. I didn't bother squeezing through, using my physique to clear a path through the crowd, trying to carve out a private lane amidst the sea of people, to escort Liu Yanran behind me. Liu Yanran, in her exquisite white dress, stood out unbelievably in this drab, gray market. Groups of uncles huddled together whispering, but their volume was as loud as a public announcement, their eyes like headlights staring fixedly at her. The usually decisive female CEO of the business world was completely unable to adapt this time, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She shrunk slightly behind my back, grabbing a tight hold of my shirt hem. Hearing her muttered complaints, I just wanted to sigh to the heavens. Dry cleaning this outfit would probably cost half my month's salary. If it gets even slightly dirty, I'll be working for free this whole month. I instinctively raised my arm to shield her, switching to full escort mode, tricycles zooming wildly, kids running and jumping, street vendors with heavy loads were all blocked by me at a safe distance. To put it bluntly, today I was both a bodyguard and a dedicated path-clearing tool, carrying out a close protection mission, escorting her through the crowd the entire way. I spoke up to cut through her wandering thoughts. We're here. The plant section is just ahead. Liu Yanran immediately regained her haughty air, letting go of my shirt and straightening her posture, adopting a do-not-approach expression. She scanned through the stall, her gaze suddenly stopping at one spot, pointing at a 2-meter-tall money tree with red ribbons and coins hanging from it. It's tacky, but it does look festive. Business people, after all, can't escape the desire for good symbolism. Liu Yanran walked over quickly to ask the bearded shopkeeper the price. The shopkeeper looked up to size her up, seeing her elegant clothes and wealthy aura. His eyes immediately gleamed with cunning calculation. This old man saw Liu Yanran as a mobile ATM, clearly treating her like a fat sheep for slaughter. He instantly stood up and began rambling, turning this ordinary money tree into a shop treasure, using all sorts of fortune-telling tricks and wealth-attracting pitches. Finally, he flashed a hand sign and shouted a sky-high price. The original price is 8,888 for great luck and prosperity. I raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. Truly an eye-opener. An insider could see through the ruse in a second. A money tree of this size was worth at most 1,000 yuan on the market. This shopkeeper dared to quote 8 times the price. Absolutely no limit to his extortion. I was about to speak up and expose him, but Liu Yanran had already decisively agreed. To her, a few thousand yuan was just pocket change. As long as it had good meaning and looked high-end, she'd spend without blinking. She took out her black card, intending to swipe and pay immediately. The shopkeeper was overjoyed internally, probably laughing at getting rid of this dying tree. His sales for today would definitely exceed the quota. I watched my eyelids twitching incessantly. This wasn't buying ornamental plants. This was clearly paying an intelligence tax. If I weren't taking care of this household, she'd drive it into bankruptcy sooner or later. At the very moment the card was about to be handed over, I immediately reached out and gripped Liu Yanren's wrist, stopping her decisively. Wait. A cold shout rang out, freezing the air in an instant. The smile on the shopkeeper's face vanished. He asked irritably, "What's the meaning of stopping me?" Liu Yanren was also full of confusion, turning to look at me. Is there a problem? I didn't bother with the shopkeeper, taking a step forward to stand in front of the money tree. The next second, plant data from the system began to flood my mind rapidly, revealing the true nature of the tree clearly. I reached out and removed the moss covering the rot at the base, then gave a slight peel. A piece of bark immediately fell away. The wood inside was blackened and rotten. A sour, decaying stench wafted straight into my nose, completely rotten from the inside out. I brushed the wood debris off my hands, staring at the now sweating shopkeeper. My lips curled into a cold smile. Using a tree with a rotten root system that could wither and die any second as your shop treasure, and then daring to ask for 8,888 yuan, do you see us dressed well? And just assume we're fools with too much money? Having his scheme exposed on the spot, the bearded man, the shopkeeper's face instantly turned pale. He watched my actions with a trembling heart, but seeing the crowd gathering around, he tried to act tough, since this was his territory after all. He tried to use the public to overwhelm me. Young man, you need proof for such words. The shopkeeper slammed his teacup down and yelled at the top of his lungs, starting to play his turning black into white trick. Transported over thousands of miles. Isn't a little bump just normal wear and tear? Calling my tree rotten over a mere surface scratch, you're clearly just here to cause trouble. Truly an old fox who had spent years in the market, his method of shifting blame was textbook. He turned to cry hardship to the bystanders. Cunning words kept pouring out incessantly, always claiming to be an honest merchant, having done business here for a long time, with a stellar reputation, even hinting that Liu Yanren and I were using our wealth and status to bully others, maligning him because we couldn't afford it, just to ruin his livelihood. These inflammatory words took effect immediately. The surrounding crowd, already predisposed against the wealthy, were instantly led by the nose by the shopkeeper. People who were neutral bystanders just a moment ago now simultaneously turned to criticize us. Kids these days think they're above everyone just because they have money. It's shameful. If you're not buying, then just leave. Why go out of your way to harm a small-time vendor? The murmurs of gossip echoed loudly in my ears, as annoying as a swarm of buzzing flies. My expression remained composed, my heart untroubled. Having spent years in the corporate world, I'd seen too many blame-shifting, fabrication, and public-shaming tactics. These trifles couldn't stir my emotions. I was perfectly fine. But Liu Yanren couldn't stand it. She had always been high and mighty. How could she endure such baseless slander? Not to mention these people dared to drag me into their insults. In her mind, I was her private employee. Only she was allowed to scold me. Outsiders didn't have the right to say a single word. Everyone, shut up. Liu Yanren snatched off her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes flashing with extreme coldness, her aura immediately overwhelming the entire market. She didn't bother arguing with the bystanders, immediately pulling out a thick stack of crisp cash. From its thickness, it was surely over 10,000 yuan truly. The method of a wealthy lady, simple and blunt, never wasting words on problems that can be solved with money. She tossed the stack of money in front of the shopkeeper. With a commanding air, "This 10,000 yuan is to shut your filthy mouth. And for the rest of you, if you dare speak nonsense again, I will sue you for slander." The shopkeeper's eyes glazed over at the sight of the cash, greed flashing in his eyes. His pitiful facade from earlier vanished instantly, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably, reaching out to snatch the stack of money. Just as he was about to touch the cash, I reached out and stopped him with precision. I held Liu Yanren's wrist, pressing her hand down and telling her to take the money back. My voice, though calm, carried an undeniable weight of authority. Liu Yanren was so angry her chest was heaving, her face full of indignation. They were clearly insulting you. It's just some idle gossip. It's no big deal. I shielded her behind me, the demeanor of a professional manager immediately on display. But not a single penny should be spent on a scam. Protecting your assets is my core responsibility. Having said that, I stepped forward. Facing that fraudulent money tree, I extended my index finger and pressed lightly on the seemingly healthy bark. Everyone, look closely. And see who the real scammer is. As soon as I finished speaking, my fingertips suddenly applied pressure. The supposedly solid trunk crumbled like tofu, instantly pierced through by my finger. The entire market suddenly fell silent. Everyone present was stunned. My face remained expressionless. I hooked my finger into the bark and tore it down forcefully. Large chunks of bark began to fall off. Black sawdust rained down onto the ground, An intense stench of fermented rotten wood wafted out, worse than a kitchen bin left unemptied for half a month. Its offensive power reached the absolute maximum. Auntie, standing nearby, immediately gagged and retched. Liu Yanren instinctively retreated several steps. The horrifying truth was completely laid bare. There was no normal wood grain left inside the trunk. The entire core was pitch black and decayed, mixed with damp sawdust and slimy yellow liquid, oozing out continuously. The shopkeeper's face turned as white as a sheet. He began to stammer, This is just an accident. I didn't give him a single chance to explain, and kicked the supposedly high-end Zisha pot hard. The pot shattered into pieces, spilling its contents. Zisha, my foot. It's just cheap gypsum painted over. There wasn't a single bit of planting soil inside. Only foam, yellow mud, and gravel used to weight the pot. The most outrageous part was the base of the tree. The cut was extremely flat and smooth. The main root had been completely sawn off. Not even a single secondary root remained. This was truly a root-severed tree, just waiting to die. The entire area suddenly fell deathly quiet. The elders who had just been criticizing me now all stood there with their mouths agape, so embarrassed they wished they could disappear into the ground. I casually brushed the dirt off my hands and began my insider's explanation, exposing the entire scam operation. This is a classic root-cutting technique in the plant trade, a common trick to cheat customers. Saw off the main root, then soak it in chemicals to keep it looking green, relying on the residual nutrients in the trunk to maintain its appearance. It looks healthy on the outside, but it's actually just a soulless corpse waiting to wither. Buy it, and in less than 2 weeks the leaves will yellow. In a month, the core will be completely rotten, and this tree will surely be dead as a doornail. With this cheap pot and the trash inside, the actual value of this tree isn't even 100 yuan. I turned to look at the shopkeeper, who was paralyzed in defeat, my voice cold. A pile of trash worth only 100 yuan. And you dared to ask for 8,800. My words immediately caused the crowd to erupt. The spectators' emotions shifted 180 degrees. Their previous criticisms turned into pure rage, poured directly onto the crooked shopkeeper. No wonder all the plants I bought here before died. Give me my money back. You have some explaining to do. The crowd began to descend into chaos. Hot-tempered uncles were ready to tear down the stall. The shopkeeper was surrounded in the middle, his face as red as a beet, struggling and shielding his head from blows. His previous arrogance and bluster had vanished completely in the ensuing chaos. I calmly pulled out a wet wipe, slowly wiping each finger clean, remaining extremely composed throughout, exuding the aura of someone in total control. Liu Yanran stood beside me, completely dazed. The way she looked at me had undergone a subtle change. Before, she only thought I was good at cooking and massages, at most just a skilled housekeeper. She never imagined I'd have such deep professional plant knowledge, knowing it like the back of my hand. This level of professionalism was truly superb. In this moment, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, a faint shimmer flickering in her eyes. I gathered my thoughts. Turning to see her staring blankly, Ms. Liu, are you daydreaming? Liu Yanran snapped out of it, involuntarily asking back, going where? I glanced at the tattered stall covered in debris and replied calmly, to buy plants, but from this crook, he won't get a single penny from us. I didn't give the wicked shopkeeper another glance, pointing toward a small shop tucked deep in a corner of the market. The shop looked unbelievably dilapidated, with its sign half fallen off, looking like it had zero credibility. An old man sat in front of the door smoking a water pipe, selling with a whatever-happens attitude, never bothering to solicit customers, but an expert would understand at a glance. Only amateurs would judge based on appearance. The plants in front of his shop had incredibly strong root systems, and the soil in the pots had been cultivated for at least 5 years. These were the real, high-quality goods. I grabbed Liu Yanren's wrist directly, walking briskly forward. Since we're already here, well, just sweep up all the best stock and take it home. Liu Yanren obediently let me lead her away. She glanced at my confident profile, a faint smile on her lips. Gauden, how do you know so many things? I didn't even bother to turn my head. It's mostly about maintaining a professional image. It's just the basic skill of a high-end housekeeper. Humph, a few compliments and you're already over the moon. Liu Yanren criticized me with her words, but her steps were incredibly light. Remember to help me bargain later. I might be rich, but I'm determined not to be a fool who gets ripped off. I deliberately drawled. That might be a bit tough. Liu Yanran immediately questioned. With you here, I'll still get a bad deal. I burst out laughing, teasing her perfectly. No matter how great your martial arts, You can't protect a fat pig waiting for New Year's Day. The air suddenly went silent. Liu Yanran froze for 2 seconds. Anger rushed to her head. You dare call me a pig? Do you have a death wish? I immediately sped up and ran off, leaving her far behind. Come back here. I'm counting to 3. The brief chase ended. The scene shifted to the confession stage. Do you know what you did wrong? Yes. What was the mistake? I shouldn't have made such metaphors. Shut up. Liu Yanran slung her handbag. She raised her hands and rained punches on my arm. She looked quite aggressive. The force was actually as light as an itch. I cooperated perfectly, ducking and weaving, while flashing a flattering smile. And tired of punching. Liu Yanran panted and glared at me, issuing a threat. If you dare make nonsense metaphors again, you'll deduct it directly from your KPI bonus. I immediately raised my hands in surrender. With a very sincere attitude, President Liu is mighty. I won't dare to do it again. After joking around, we both entered this old shop. The owner was a middle-aged man in a tank top, leisurely puffing on a water pipe. He didn't seem very welcoming when he saw us enter, only indifferently raising his eyelids to look. I wasn't polite either, pointing directly at the best item in the shop. Boss, this pot of Monstera, 2 pots of Swiss cheese plants, and that bird of paradise pot too. What's the package price? The man immediately snapped to attention, his eyes filled with surprise. A pro could tell at a glance. These pots were all top tier and well cared for, with extremely strong and stable root systems, compared to those forced in greenhouses outside, which look shiny but are actually very weak. They were on completely different levels. This young man is a real expert. The man tapped the ash pipe, giving a firm price. I won't cheat someone who knows their For all of this, including pots and soil, 2,000 yuan total. This price was a total bargain. Full of sincerity. Thanks, uncle. Please help me call a truck to deliver them to my house. Sure thing. Come back again next time. 4 p.m. A small truck followed Liu Yanran's Ferrari, pulling up neatly in front of the villa's gate. The driver unloaded the plants and left immediately. The final task of hauling and arranging naturally fell entirely on my shoulders. Just that fiddle leaf fig pot alone, including the soil, must have weighed 100 pounds. It was incredibly heavy. I looked down at the high-end tailored suit I was wearing. If this outfit got dirty or snagged even a little, with Liu Yanran's personality, this month's bonus would surely vanish. To protect my wallet, I decisively took action, reaching up to take off my suit jacket, hanging it neatly on the coat rack at the entrance. My long fingers quickly loosened, putting away the tie, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of my shirt, revealing a glimpse of my collarbone, then rolling up my sleeves to my elbows. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water, incredibly decisive. On the living room sofa, Liu Yanran, who intended to supervise leisurely, lounging there the whole time, suddenly stared in a daze. Her eyes were like they were glued, locked onto my body, unable to look away. I was completely unaware of her strange behavior, walking straight to the giant plant pot, squatting down slightly, my arms firmly hugging the heavy cement flower pot, focusing my strength. I gave a low grunt and exerted force. The loose white shirt suddenly pulled tight. The muscles on my back were clearly defined, bursting with power. Explosive strength could be felt even through the fabric. Veins on my arms bulged slightly, wrapping around the firm muscles. Masculine hormones radiating intensely. A soft gulp came from behind. Liu Yanran was completely dazed. Usually in a suit, he looks refined and polite, thought he was just a weak scholar who couldn't lift a chicken. Who knew he had such an elite body once the jacket came off? I carried the flower pot firmly, walking steadily into the living room. Tiny droplets of sweat rolled down my cheeks, flowing past my sharp jawline, rolling over my twitching Adam's apple, finally disappearing behind my open collar. The ambiguous atmosphere in the living room reached a peak. Liu Yanran's cheeks burned hot, hurriedly drinking ice water to cool down, screaming internally, "Help me." Why didn't I realize this kid was so attractive before? For the next half hour, I worked very efficiently. The Swiss cheese plant was placed by the sofa, creating a tropical feel. The bird of paradise went at the entrance. Heights staggered with aesthetic sense. Every plant placement was carefully calculated, not blocking the path, beautiful in every detail, perfectly capturing the spatial style. The villa, which was empty and cold, suddenly glowed with elegant vitality that was the result of my master-level knowledge of ornamental plants. After arranging everything, I stood up straight and let out a long sigh of relief. Most of my shirt was soaked with sweat, sticking to my back, revealing the curve of my spine. I casually wiped the sweat from my brow and walked over to the sofa, bowing to look at the dazed Liu Yanran. "Boss, please inspect the work. Are you satisfied with this layout?" Liu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare look me in the eye at all, her eyes darting around. Trying to regain her domineering CEO persona, she cleared her throat. Ahem. It's okay. Compared to the emptiness before, it's slightly more pleasing to the eye. She quickly pulled out 2 tissues and carelessly handed them to me. Wipe your sweat quickly. You're all soaked. Outsiders will think I'm exploiting my employees. I took the tissues and lightly wiped my neck, smiling. Thank you for your concern, boss. Glancing at my watch, it's almost 5 o'clock. Sticky sweat feels quite uncomfortable. President Liu, everything's done. I'm going to take a shower. It's almost time for dinner. Bringing a sweaty body into the kitchen would be disrespectful to the ingredients. At this moment, Liu Yanran, who was still peeking at my glimpsed abs, heard the words "take a shower," and her mind suddenly spiraled out of control. Water pouring over a body, hot scenes flooded her mind. She was screaming wildly inside, but on the outside she could only force herself to pretend to be calm. Dinner was ready. I finished stir-frying the last vegetable dish, took off my apron, and brought the food to the table. Just as I finished setting the dishes, the bathroom door behind me gave a soft click. Warm steam carrying a gentle fragrance wafted out. Liu Yanran walked out slowly. She had just finished bathing. Her long, wet hair fell unstyled over her shoulders. Clear droplets rolled from the tips of her hair down to her exquisite collarbone and disappeared behind her jet-black silk nightgown. The fabric of the gown was as thin as a cicada's wing, clinging to her body after getting wet, revealing her S-curve clearly, utterly sexy without any concealment. But the most eye-catching thing was those endless legs, her skin after the warm bath, glowing with a healthy pink hue, fair and smooth like a freshly peeled lychee, extremely alluring. She wore pale pink fluffy slippers. With every step, her slender calves swayed slightly, both lazy and charming. This visual stimulation was truly over the top. Fortunately, my willpower was strong enough. Otherwise, any other man would have had a nosebleed on the spot. Her mental state collapsed instantly. Liu Yanran sniffled, her gaze a bit hazy and unfocused, not knowing if she was craving dinner or craving me. She casually pulled out a chair and sat down. No longer acting like a CEO, she just sat cross-legged comfortably. The hem of her nightgown slid down with her posture, exposing a patch of snow-white skin, prompting unavoidable thoughts. After sipping some hot soup, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered the main thing. Right. Tomorrow is Monday, she said casually while picking up food. Company has a bunch of minor things to handle. I need to go there. Most likely I'll have to work late. My hands kept serving rice with an incredibly professional manner. Understood. I'll prepare breakfast in advance. And for lunch, I will personally bring it to you. I looked up at her, pinpointing the core issue. The company canteen uses too much oil and seasoning, and outside lunchboxes aren't hygienic. Your stomach has just started to stabilize. You shouldn't eat just anything. Liu Yanran's eating motion paused. Her peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile, her gaze full of satisfaction. How considerate. Good job, Godin. You're getting better and better at this. As expected of a gold standard housekeeper with a 100,000 yuan salary, your professional sense is excellent. Feeling in a good mood, Liu Yanran immediately wanted to be generous. Since you had to accompany me to the market and carry those heavy plants, completing the task very effectively, your KPI bonus should indeed be increased. She put down her chopsticks, leaned back and stretched, her perfect hip and waist curves appearing before my eyes. I've been walking all day today. My legs are about to fall off. She lightly rubbed her calf, a mischievous glint in her eyes. After dinner, I'll give you a special reward, and that is massaging me for another half hour. The atmosphere suddenly went silent. On the outside, I kept a nonchalant smile, but inside, I was screaming and cursing. A reward? This is clearly forced overtime. Talk about exploitation to the core. I had to get up early to cook this morning, spent all day accompanying her outside, carry hundreds of pounds with my bare hands, and my arms are still numb right now. Shouldn't a normal reward be getting off work early today? Getting to rest early, but instead, am forced to massage for another half hour. It's truly forcing someone to work for nothing. Seeing my silent daze, Liu Yanren raised an eyebrow, the pressure of a domineering CEO instantly radiating. Why aren't you saying anything? She slightly tilted her head, her aura completely overwhelming. You don't like my reward? I took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons. Talking back to the boss means losing the job, getting a pay cut. Only by enduring can I keep this high salary. So I'll keep persisting with this job. I hesitated for exactly 0.01 seconds, then immediately compromised. Yes, I like it. Serving President Liu is my honor. Liu Yanran gave a smug humph while stretching out her long legs. Since you like it, I'll let you have a good look. She strained to point her toes, drawing a perfectly smooth curve under the light, the hem of her gown sliding down accordingly. A truly hot scene, filled with blatant boasting and provocation. These legs of mine, people wanting to flatter me just to see them, they line up all the way to France. These proportions, these lines, truly the standard for once-in-a-millennium elite legs. She gently swayed her foot, her ankle slender and delicate, the arch of her foot perfect, her toes pink like they were carved from precious jade. Can you see clearly? This is what you call elite jade feet, giving you a free experience right at home. Others wouldn't have this luck even if they spent millions. Aren't you satisfied yet? Liu Yanran spoke grandly, her eyes clearly stating, You're getting a huge bargain, kid. I couldn't help but let my gaze be glued to those long, elite legs, evaluating them objectively. Though Liu Yanran's temper is a bit fiery, her looks and figure are truly at the peak. Legs well-proportioned and slender, skin snow-white and smooth. Whether looking or touching, it's a top-tier benefit. But my brain was still working at full capacity, starting to evaluate the risks. These jade feet are pleasing to the eye, but the risk is also extremely high. During last night's massage, I learned she has a very low pain tolerance. If I just lightly touch an acupoint and it hurts even a bit, her reaction is extremely intense. And now she's forcing another half hour of massage. According to my statistical probability calculations, this handsome face of mine, getting kicked directly by those jade feet, the probability will jump by threefold. As I was silently calculating, an extremely dangerous thought suddenly flashed through my mind. What if actually being touched by those soft, fragrant jade feet, or even getting kicked by them, this violent interaction carrying a hazy fragrance, it seems, I wouldn't lose anything at all. I quickly shook my head vigorously, using centrifugal force to banish that nonsense thought. Wake up, Guden! You're a person who works honestly to earn money, not someone who came here to enjoy these shady benefits. This is clearly high-intensity overtime prone to work accidents. It's definitely exploitation. But if she really kicks me, should I dodge or should I not dodge? 10 p.m. The indicator light on the dishwasher turned from red to green. The sterilization process was successfully completed. I dried the last dish, arranged the plates in their proper places, and washed my hands thoroughly, ensuring no dish soap residue remained. It was time for the separate overtime. The special massage service for the boss officially began. I followed the spiral staircase to the master bedroom on the second floor. The door was slightly ajar, the atmosphere a bit hazy. I lightly knocked twice on the door. Come in, the voice from inside sounded a bit muffled. Clearly, she had her face in the pillow. I pushed the door open and entered. Only a floor lamp was on in the room, casting warm light, the lighting soft and vague. Liu Yanren lay face down on the 2-meter-wide bed, the hem of her silk nightgown pulled up to the top of her thighs. My steps instinctively faltered for half a second. I had to admit one thing, the length of those legs, those toned lines, truly the best of the best. I approached the bed and asked softly, President Liu, shall we begin? Liu Yanren tilted her head over, her hair messy, her peach blossom eyes half closed, both lazy and a bit irritable. Too much nonsense. Do it quickly so I can sleep. I smiled and nodded, sitting on the edge of the bed, pouring essential oil into my palm and rubbing it to warm it up. I'll warn you first, later. I will use a bit more force. Break down the lactic acid built up from your walking all day. This is precise physical therapy. My palm pressed against her calf, a cool and smooth sensation transmitted. The muscles were very tight and dry, the fatigue clearly visible, from sitting in an office for years, and frequently wearing high heels for site inspections. These legs had been overworked for a long time. First, I used the base of my palm for a broad massage to warm up, helping to loosen the tight muscle fibers, slowly getting into the rhythm of the massage. Liu Yanren immediately let out a satisfied sigh. That feels so good. Go a bit harder. I raised an eyebrow. Were you doubting my professional skills? The customer's request comes first, after all. My fingertips press precisely into the Chengshin point on her calf. This is where fatigue accumulates the most, and also a point extremely sensitive to pain. At first, I only tested it gently. Liu Yanren's toes instinctively curled. The sensitivity was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, I increased the force by 30%. Using my knuckle to press deep, swirling into the muscle knots. Liu Yanren suddenly stiffened her body arching like a taut bowstring, her head raised slightly before burying back into the pillow, her feet that were swaying suddenly stretched straight out, her toes clawing at the bedsheet, her physical reaction catching in her throat. A bone-deep aching sensation spread from her calf throughout her body, like a wooden stick continuously churning through her muscle fibers, but her spicy, stubborn, Sichuan personality wouldn't allow her to admit defeat. The CEO image had to be maintained at all costs. She absolutely couldn't cry out in pain and lose face in front of me. I saw the veins bulging on the back of her neck. So I thoughtfully loosened my grip. Is the pressure too much to handle? Just say so, and I'll adjust it immediately. Liu Yanren gritted her teeth, trying to appear calm. What pressure? Who do you think you're looking down on? This weak force is just like an itch. Haven't you eaten yet? Her mouth was stubborn, but her body was very honest. Her whole body trembling slightly, completely unable to hide it. She didn't forget to throw in a taunt. Gauden, have you become weak? The corner of my mouth quirked into a dangerous curve. It was great that the boss proactively made a request. The employee must do his best to comply. You like being stubborn, don't you? Then let's go with maximum pressure. I stopped talking nonsense. My hand sliding up from her calf, passing the hollow of her knee and stopping at the gallbladder meridian point on her outer thigh. Due to long hours of sitting and lack of movement, her meridians here were severely blocked. It was the most fatal pain point. I focused, identifying the Fengshi point, calculating the angle and force. President Liu, bear with it a bit. As soon as I finished speaking, my wrist suddenly exerted power, my thumb pressing hard deep into the acupoint. Boom. An intense numbness exploded instantly, rushing through her nerves directly to her brain. All of Liu Yanren's reason, pride, and stubbornness collapsed entirely in an eye blink. Her mind suddenly went blank. Her physical instincts completely took over. A soft, uncontrollable cry escaped her mouth. Her right leg suddenly kicked back hard. Those pink, exquisite jade legs, so incredibly alluring, carried a powerful wind, aiming straight for my face as she kicked. I had actually predicted this reaction of hers long ago, but an odd thought suddenly flashed through my mind, causing my body to stall for 0.1 seconds, being kicked in the face by these elite jade legs. What exactly would that feel like? That split-second hesitation caused me to take the kick directly. Soft sensation touched my skin, the pink sole of Liu Yanren's foot, clearly printing itself onto the bridge of my nose and my left cheek. Time seemed to stop right then. The warm yellow light spread, the room deathly silent, the atmosphere peak ambiguity. I instinctively reached out to grab her foot, her sole still pressed firmly against my cheek. Liu Yanren was completely stunned, lying on the bed, frozen for several seconds, her peach blossom eyes wide, her eyes filled with disbelief that she actually kicked her own housekeeper in the face. Boom. Shame immediately washed over her entire body, her cheeks turning as red as a boiled shrimp, her body temperature soaring even more than during her hot bath. Like a startled little rabbit, she hurriedly retracted her long legs, both panicked and embarrassed. Why? Why didn't you dodge? After a few stammers, she completely lost it, grabbing the blanket and covering herself from head to toe, wrapping herself up into a round cocoon, only leaving a strand of messy hair visible. From inside the blanket came a frustrated growl. Are you a block of wood? Seeing me standing there dazed without dodging, I rubbed the bridge of my nose, internally blaming myself wildly. How outrageous. It was truly unbelievable, this work. Accident happened so unexpectedly. The main thing was the force of the kick wasn't very strong, only leaving behind a soft sensation and a faint fragrance, not hurting at all. I calmly stood up, pulled out a wet wipe, and deliberately cleaned my cheek, posed as if nothing had happened. President Liu, your reflexes are excellent. Your leg muscles are very toned and powerful. It seems this treatment was very effective. Your meridians have been completely cleared. The little cocoon in the blanket suddenly curled up even tighter, playing dead entirely, not breathing a word. I walked to the door and reached for the light switch, gently instructed. Breakfast must be ready by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Good night, President Liu. With a click, the lights went out. I closed the door and stepped out of the room. The hallway fell into complete silence. Only then did I reach up to rub my left cheek. The lingering soft sensation refused to fade away. A faint fragrance continued to float around. This is bad. Things are really getting out of hand. I shook my head to dispel the chaotic thoughts and pushed open the door to the living room. Ding! Host is detected to be in a good state. Mood, joyful. Issuing exclusive reward, God-tier styling skill. Skill description, unlock peak fashion aesthetics. Effortlessly master all fashion styles. Specifically cures tacky dressing. Comprehensively elevates beauty and aura. The lights in the master bedroom were off. The entire room was shrouded in darkness. Liu Yanren was curled up in the blankets on the bed, looking exactly like a giant peacock spring roll. She tossed and turned, unable to catch a wink of sleep. Images from earlier kept replaying frantically in her mind. It was all about the feeling of that accidental kick, soft and warm. So embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. She reached down to touch the sole of her foot. Her cheeks were so hot she could fry an egg on them. Why didn't that idiot dodge her at all? Could he have done it on purpose? Liu Yanran buried her face deep in the pillow, trying to cool down and reassuring herself, it's not my fault. It's all his fault. His massage pressure is just too perverted. It makes one so tingly that instinctive reactions become uncontrollable. But the next second, her stubborn, challenging words suddenly flashed through her mind. Godon, are you just incapable of doing it? Liu Yanran immediately felt a mental breakdown. She kicked her legs wildly on the bed. So annoying! So what if I said that? He doesn't know how to cherish a lady at all. He deserves to be kicked. Her words were harsh, but she couldn't help wondering. I wonder if my foot hurt him when I kicked him. Lost in idle thoughts like that, tormenting herself, she tossed and turned for an entire hour. Finally, Liu Yanran bolted upright in bed. Her psyche completely collapsed. Damn it, Gauden, you jerk, you've ruined my sleep. 7 a.m. the next morning. I started work right on time, beginning a new day as an employee. Breakfast was carefully prepared with stomach-soothing pumpkin and millet porridge, light and pleasant, accompanied by a basket of freshly steamed pork soup dumplings. The lightness protects the spleen and stomach, while also satisfying carb cravings, perfectly suited for Liu Yanran's dietary condition. 7:50 a.m., breakfast was ready. Yet it was still silent upstairs. Today is Monday. Liu Yanran has an important meeting with the core leadership this morning. This is a key task that cannot be neglected. Absolutely no mistakes can occur. I dried my hands and took off my apron. Then I went upstairs to wake her up. The master bedroom curtains were still tightly drawn. The room was still dimly lit. The blanket cocoon on the bed remained motionless. She was still sound asleep. I approached the bed and whispered, "President Liu, it's time to wake up." Her response was to wrap the blanket even tighter, looking like she'd rather die than leave the bed. A coquettish mumble came from under the covers, full of annoyance at being woken up. I don't want to get up, so annoying. I don't care if the company goes bankrupt. I'm not going to work. I stayed silent, not daring to talk back. Normally I can handle President Liu, but when the boss is cranky from sleepiness, the damage output is truly terrifying. Last night it was just a kick to the face. If I dare to argue today, there's a high chance I'll face a full-scale physical assault. My small frame won't be able to handle it. I decisively turned around and walked toward the walk-in closet connected to the master bedroom. As soon as I pushed the door, the sensor lights flickered on. Even though I had mentally prepared myself, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This is a walk-in closet? She clearly brought the entire SKP shopping mall and every luxury counter back to her own home. An entire wall of Hermes bags, arranged in a gradient of colors. Both sides were hung with this season's high-end designer outfits, each one carrying an extremely luxurious price tag. In the center was a glass display table sparkling with all kinds of precious jewelry. Everything here screamed two words: expensive. An ordinary person walking in here would surely be flustered and feel extremely constrained. However, I didn't flinch. A second later, the god-tier styling skill was instantly activated. The peak aesthetic system began to function. My gaze was like a precision scanner, rapidly scanning through all the fashion items. The styling logic for a Monday morning leadership meeting is not flashy, must maintain the aura to command the room. Too gaudy looks unprofessional. While too plain doesn't suit the status of a general manager. Fingers grazed the clothing racks and stopped exactly at the perfect choice. Cream-colored wool suit with exquisite tailoring. Sharp silhouette, elegant and attractive. Underneath, a deep, soulful emerald green silk shirt, both classic and aristocratic. perfectly accentuating her snowy white skin. Accessories kept minimal to balance the dominant white, just a simple pearl brooch as a centerpiece on the collar, subtle yet sophisticated. Chosen shoes, 5 centimeters nude lambskin heels, pointed toes to flatter the legs and make the body look more elegant. No need to worry about fatigue even after long sitting or walking. The entire outfit was ready. I neatly arranged them on the sofa at the foot of the bed, neat, high class, and brimming with aura. Then I went downstairs to pack breakfast into the thermal box. Everything proceeded in an orderly and steady manner, efficient and reliable. Returning to the bedroom, Liu Yanren was still frantically struggling with Monday morning sleepiness, refusing to leave the bed. I leaned down and gently pressed my thumbs against her temples. Using professional techniques, I massaged gently in circles, without using any heavy force, just using light touches to dispel her fatigue. Liu Yanren let out a soft groan of comfort. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Most of her morning irritability seemed to have vanished. I pressed on while I could, reminding her, "President Liu, it's 8 o'clock. I've already prepared your outfit. It's perfect for today's meeting atmosphere. Breakfast is packed. You can eat it as soon as you get to the office. If you get up to freshen up now, you'll be just in time. If you stay in bed for 5 more minutes, you'll be late." Liu Yanren instantly became fully awake, bolting upright from the bed like a spring. Last night's embarrassing moments were instantly tossed to the back of her mind. She slipped on her slippers and ran straight into the bathroom. It took her only 10 minutes to get dressed and ready, carrying the pink thermal box. She strode out of the villa in her high heels. Black Maybach was waiting at the gate as scheduled. The car windows slowly rolled down, revealing the face of Uncle Wang, the Liu family's longtime driver. Uncle Wang usually drives for Yanren's father. He only comes to pick her up on Mondays. No wonder, given her extremely volatile temper. Normal drivers can't last more than a month before quitting. "Uncle Wang, hurry up. I'm about to be late." Liu Yanren decisively opened the door, got in, and urged him on. Uncle Wang looked up toward the gate, seeing my upright posture, without a hint of the submissiveness of a servant, but instead full of dignity and confidence, memory of hard work. Politely nodding and greeting, Aunt Liu had already told Uncle Wang that this new young housekeeper really has skills. The Maybach began to roll smoothly, slowly leaving the villa area and disappearing into the distance. I watched until the car was out of sight. With no intention of slacking off or neglecting my duties, I headed back inside to start lunch preparations. Breakfast was just the basic groundwork. A nutritious lunch is the key to maintaining this position, the main act to elevate my value in the boss' eyes. At the same time, at Liu Garden, a classic Chinese-style garden. This was the private residence of the Liu family, extremely serene and quiet, exuding luxury and nobility. Aunt Liu had changed into an elegant gray dress, and walked into the courtyard with familiarity. In the tea room, incense smoke swirled. The atmosphere was very quiet and solemn. The head of the Liu group, Liu Changshan, was sitting at the tea table, attentively peeling a tangerine. A highly influential figure in Sichuan real estate, a tycoon whose every move shakes the industry. Yet the way he peeled the tangerine was incredibly meticulous, as if he were signing a billion-dollar contract. Cleanly peeled slices were neatly placed on a plate, pushed toward his magazine-reading wife, Lin Yuan-na. "Honey, give it a taste." Lin Yuan-na didn't even look up, only dropping a comment, "A bit sour. Next time I'll switch types. It will definitely suit your taste." Liu Changshan immediately retracted his tycoon aura, turning instantly into an extremely doting husband. His attitude was incredibly gentle. Aunt Liu stood at the door, used to this scene, and calmly stepped forward. Bowing to the master and madam, Liu Changshan turned around. The gentle gaze from before vanished instantly, turning to his dignified and calm leader-like appearance. "How is the situation? That girl hasn't caused any trouble at home these past 2 days, has she?" He understood his daughter's Tyrannosaurus-like temper all too well, fearing she might cause an earth-shattering commotion at home. Aunt Liu stepped forward to begin her report, clearly reporting everything that happened over the last 2 days, focusing on the spicy boiled fish I made, and the carefully prepared stomach-nourishing meals, as well as the incredibly professional massage therapy. The young lady's appetite has significantly improved. Her picky eating and anorexia are much better now. She ate nearly the entire plate of spicy fish that day, leaving almost none of the sauce behind. Her complexion has looked much rosier these past 2 days, and her mood has stabilized quite a bit. Liu Changshan was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Then he burst into a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with relief. "Ha ha ha, good. Great. That girl has been picky and stubborn since she was a child. She even complained about the meals I cook myself. I've never seen her eat with such enjoyment. Finally, someone can take care of her stomach and bring her some happiness. He was secretly overjoyed. Since his daughter started her own business, she's become more hot-headed, refusing to listen to anyone. Every time he showed concern, she would brush it aside. He really felt quite helpless. But now it seems, this young man named Guden is truly capable. Honey, should we give the boy a hand? We should support him a bit. With a snap, Lin Yuina closed her fashion magazine. She glanced at him. That's obvious. He's already very outstanding. There's no need for your little tricks. Liu Changshin immediately yielded, laughing it off instantly. True, true, true. Whatever my wife says is right. He turned and signaled Aunt Liu with his eyes, telling her to keep watching closely and report back the situation regularly. Aunt Liu immediately understood, respectfully stating, Madam, please rest assured. Young Li has a very upright gaze. He handles everything with propriety and common sense. He's definitely not someone seeking fame or profit. Lin Yuena opened her magazine again. Her normally cold eyes softened slightly. Her voice was indifferent but certain. Then let him be. As long as he takes good care of Yan Ran. The Liu family definitely won't let him suffer any loss. In the villa's kitchen, the morning sun filtered through the window, making the entire space bright and fresh. In my hand was a custom-made chef's knife. The blade was shining and sharp, reflecting sparkling glints of sunlight. On the board were 4 top-tier 2-head abalones, high-end ingredients that money alone can't always buy. Preparing these delicacies requires speed, precision, and confidence. Every move must be perfectly accurate, without even a millimeter's error. My wrist flipped slightly. The knife tip glided skillfully, separating the abalone rim. Removing the meat and cleaning the organs, every action was fluid. Extremely neat and decisive, without a single wasted movement. Then, the blade glided gently, scoring perfect cross-hatched patterns on the thick abalone meat. The depth of the scores was perfectly uniform. The spacing between them was also very precise. So delicate it looked like it was measured with a ruler. With my god-tier Sichuan cooking skills, every operation was performed instinctively and accurately. Even if processing high-end ingredients worth tens of thousands, my mindset remained completely calm, without any worry or confusion. Lunch will be abalone braised in golden broth. Serve with a plate of light assorted stir-fried vegetables. To help cleanse the palate and soothe the stomach, I took the cleaned abalone and placed them into the chicken stock that had simmered all night. I brought the shimmering, thick, golden chicken essence to a gentle boil, tightly covering the clay pot and turning the heat to its lowest setting. Using a simmer to preserve every bit of fresh flavor and nutrition, I wiped my hands and checked the clock. Exactly 9 a.m. I wonder if the boss for whom I personally chose an outfit in that magnificent corporate armor is already radiating an overwhelming aura at the company. She's surely making everyone marvel. At the Tianwu Media Building, the early morning traffic was bustling. The black Maybach stopped precisely in front of the office entrance. The building's lobby was crowded with people. Office workers hurried through with badges around their necks. The space was filled with lively noise, deeply infused with the breath of daily life. Uncle Wang got out and respectfully opened the rear door. The first thing to touch the ground was a 5-centimeter nude lambskin high heel, with an exquisitely pointed design, a very graceful and elegant silhouette, perfectly highlighting the soft beauty of the legs. Then, Liu Yanran. With a majestic posture, she slowly stepped out of the car. At this very moment, the noisy space in front of the building just now seemed like someone had hit the mute button. All the employees passing by and passers-by instinctively stopped or slowed down. Their gazes were pinned on her, unable to look away. Today's Liu Yanran was truly different from before. Normally, she radiates coldness and king-like pressure, with a stiff black suit worn all year round and a chillingly sharp gaze. Her aura was incredibly cold. Within a 5-meter radius, no one dared to approach, always carrying a pressure that made people wary from afar. But her style today has completely changed. Cream wool suit with graceful and clean lines shook off the usual workplace sharpness and heaviness. Deep emerald green silk shirt underneath, in an incredibly elegant classic tone, made her snowy skin glow as if radiating light. A refined and gentle beauty seemed to spread throughout the space. The small pearl brooch on her collar glinted with soft light under the early morning sun, perfectly softening the suit's rigid lines, exuding both nobility and discretion. Oh my God, is this really President Liu? Am I seeing this right? President Liu looks illegally gentle and beautiful today. The receptionist gripped her employee ID, lowering her voice to gossip frantically. Her eyes were full of astonishment, but in the very next moment, everyone's eyes suddenly froze, because that CEO with the soaring aura, who was making everyone marvel and praise, in her hand, was carrying an incredibly out-of-place pink thermal box, vibrant lotus pink box, printed with very innocent and cute cartoon shapes, with a silly rounded design, clearly meant for kindergartners. This extreme contrast was unbelievable. Like a majestic and awe-inspiring general, Zhang Fei holding a massive mountain-splitting axe, but holding a light pink magic wand in the other hand. The dissonance had truly reached its limit. Yet the most absurd thing was, this ridiculous combination, when placed on Liu Yanren, created a strange and incredibly alluring charm. Liu Yanren had clearly noticed the strange looks from all around. Her cold CEO mask seemed about to shatter on the spot. Damn that Gauden. She secretly cursed through gritted teeth when getting ready this morning. Her aura had been incredibly strong and confident, but that idiot insisted on giving her this pink lunchbox no matter what, even seriously instructing her, "You can't leave the house without your breakfast. The stomach is the cradle of health. You must eat on time to stay healthy." Just like that, he forced her to carry this childish lunchbox, only to be humiliated in front of the entire company like this. Liu Yanren took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's they who will be embarrassed. She secretly hid the pink lunchbox behind her back a bit, straightening her back, striding comfortably in her high heels, walking with such a majestic and spirited air as if she feared no one. "Hello, President Liu, good morning." Along the way, employees from planning holding stacks of documents, to operations staff carrying coffee cups. Their greetings were louder and more excited than usual. Every gaze was glued to her, full of shock and admiration. It's been a long time since we've seen such a wonderful sight. The boss style today is truly at its peak. That dark green shirt really makes her skin look incredibly white, both beautiful and very gentle. Her aura is still strong and charismatic. This beauty and aura are really too much. Liu Yanren looked straight ahead, entering the executive elevator. Outwardly, she maintained her usual aloof appearance, cold and mysterious. But inside, she was so happy she wanted to jump. This feeling is truly wonderful. I'm so happy I could die. The shock in the employee's eyes was clearly real, not faked. The most powerful proof of her peak beauty and aura. Ding. The elevator reached the executive office on the top floor. Liu Yanren strode quickly out of the elevator, every step exuding confidence and power. She pushed open the heavy rosewood door of her office, carelessly tossing her handbag and that pink thermal box onto the luxury leather sofa, not bothering about the upcoming leadership meeting. She strode quickly to the large, full-length mirror. She spun around to admire herself and struck a perfect pose. She even looked at herself in the mirror and gave herself a playful wink. Liu Yanren felt extremely smug in her heart. "Yanren, oh Yanren, how can you be this beautiful?" Knock, knock. A hurried but polite knock suddenly sounded. Liu Yanren immediately retracted her childish behavior. She cleared her throat and regained her usual sternness, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothes, and sat down composedly in the large armchair. The office door was pushed open. The sound of clicking heels echoed gracefully on the floor. A drift of luxury perfume wafted through and stopped in front of her. The person who entered was a girl in a tight-fitting dress of the latest fashion, with wavy hair and an incredibly radiant and attractive appearance, bright red lips and an incredibly strong, alluring aura. Tall and very eye-catching figure. Lisa, co-founder of Tianwu Media, and the company's art director. Also the only close friend Liu Yanren dared to joke freely with, and share all her joys and sorrows with for years. Among all the employees in this company, only she dared to tease Liu Yanren so unscrupulously. Her daily joy was dropping sarcastic remarks about Liu Yanren's all-black outfits worn year-round, that stiff dressing style like a school headmistress. At this moment, Lisa entered the room with an exquisite Western breakfast bag. Looking up, she was momentarily stunned. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Eyes that were usually very expert and critical in the fashion world were now filled with true astonishment. "Hey, your outfit today looks pretty good. This sewing suit looks very stylish. Combined with a classic Wint silk shirt, the style is truly top-notch. Plus this pearl brooch, the accent is truly perfect. It lessens the suit's rigidity and makes your skin look so much more radiant. Lisa kept nodding in approval. She sincerely praised her friend's aesthetic sense. Compared to your usual stiff dressing style, today you've risen to a completely different level. Inside, Liu Yanren was crazily happy. Even someone as difficult and fashion-savvy as Lisa couldn't find a single small flaw. That was enough to show that the aesthetic eye of Gauden was truly not ordinary at all. Before, she only knew Gauden cooked very well, that his massage skills were extremely professional. She never expected his styling and aesthetic sense. For fashion would be this Pete too, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Cooks, massages, styles, and manages life. It's really such a bargain at that price. Maybe I should give him a slight raise next month. That thought had just appeared in her head, when she immediately brushed it aside. No. Absolutely no raise. If I give him too much money, what if this kid saves enough capital and runs away? Where would she go to find another housekeeper? As all-powerful and attentive as this, Liu Yanren suddenly felt very regretful about her decision. Back then, she thought the one-year contract was too short, so she intentionally changed it to 3 years. Nuzode semra ba nam vang kon la kwa it must find an opportunity to turn it into a lifetime contract, tightly bind this treasure to her side forever. To make him hers alone for life. She calculated in her heart with delight. Liu Yanren's face still appeared extremely calm. She pretended not to care, responding haughtily. I just threw this outfit together on a whim. This is just a piece of cake for me. Did this little bit already make you all marvel? It only proves that I am actually just too beautiful. Lisa sighed helplessly and rolled her eyes, responding with a very casual attitude. Sure, you're the best, you're the most beautiful on the planet. You're the most beautiful person in the world, okay? As she finished speaking, she handed the luxury Western breakfast bag to Liu Yanren. Haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I specifically bought this for you. Only now did Liu Yanren suddenly remember Gauden's instructions. Gauden had specifically told her that the first thing to do upon arriving was to eat breakfast immediately. Going hungry is very bad for the stomach. We worked hard to heal your stomach. We can't let it suffer again. She immediately turned around, reaching for the pink thermal container on the sofa, and quickly unscrewed the lid. The next second, a rich aroma. The thick scent of pumpkin millet porridge wafted straight into her nose, its light sweetness warming the stomach, filling the entire office in an instant. Lisa's nose twitched slightly, immediately drawn to this healing scent. Without hesitation, she tossed aside the Western breakfast in her hand and rushed over. It smells so good. What kind of heavenly flavor is this? Which takeaway place is this amazing? Lisa leaned in close to Liu Yanren, her nostrils flaring constantly, greedily sniffing the air. The sweet scent of pumpkin, blended with the rich, warm notes of millet. Added to that, after the fresh meat was steamed, a savory, rich aroma wafted out. The layers of flavors intertwined, steaming hot as they hit her nose, awakening her taste buds instantly. Her eyes swept past the upper layer of the container, immediately locking onto the bottom layer. Small, white, plump things on the steamer tray. 6 round, juicy xiaolong bao. The skin was paper-thin, translucent and shimmering, revealing glimpses of the pink meat filling inside, along with a clear broth sloshing inside. Just looking at them was enough to make one's mouth water. It smells so good, just let me have one. Even just one bite is fine. Lisa couldn't help herself, reaching out with her hand, manicured with exquisite French tips, straight toward the pink lunchbox. A fair, slender hand suddenly slapped down, with a sharp, clean motion, showing absolutely no mercy. Liu Yanren took the opportunity to wrap both arms, tightly clutching the round thermal container to her chest, and leaned back slightly. That wary look was just like a little tiger cub guarding its food, full of momentum. In your dreams. She gave a light snort, firing back directly at Lisa, leaving her with nothing but a cold and haughty back. This is my stomach-nourishing breakfast. You're as healthy as an ox. Why are you trying to join in? There's only this much. It's barely enough for me as it is. Gauden woke up early to personally cook this breakfast, wrapped it by hand and steam it fresh. Every single grain of rice, every piece of meat filling was meant specifically for her. No, it belonged to her and her alone. Never mind her best friend Lisa. Even if her own father, Mr. Liu, came here, he wouldn't get a single bite today. Lisa clutched the back of her hand, her face full of shock, her pupils trembling slightly. She couldn't believe her eyes. The person in front of her, just for a sip of porridge and a bun, had turned into such a food-hoarding stranger. Could this really be the same generous and open-minded Liu Yanren? In the past, when they went out, designer bags and jewelry worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. If Lisa so much as looked at them for too long, Liu Yanren would just give them to her, without a hint of regret. But now, just for a simple breakfast, she was drawing a line in the sand. Liu Yanran, you've changed. Lisa had a look of deep resentment, holding a dry piece of whole wheat bread in her hand, taking a big bite and chewing aggressively, as if she were venting her anger, treating that bread like a heartless lover. 20 years of friendship, and it turns out I misplaced my trust. You used to dote on me. Now you won't even share a sip of hot porridge with me. You're acting like a total heartbreaker. I'm not falling for this attitude of yours. Liu Yanran remained completely unmoved, pouting her lips haughtily, picked up the small spoon, and scooped up a spoonful of the golden pumpkin millet porridge. The moment it entered her mouth, it felt smooth and delicate. The pumpkin had been simmered until it completely melted, blending perfectly into every grain of rice. Floating in the porridge, it didn't even need chewing, just sliding warmly down her throat. Her empty stomach was instantly filled with a wave of warmth, so comfortable she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Next, she picked up a xiaolong bao. Despite the bumpy car ride, the bun was still plump and hadn't collapsed, the outer skin soft, chewy, and resilient. Liu Yanran carefully bit a small hole and took a gentle sip. Slurp. The hot, fresh broth immediately filled her mouth with flavor. The meat filling was sweet and firm. The ratio of green onion and ginger to remove the smell was perfectly tuned. Delicious without being greasy. The taste was, in a word, perfect. The warm, smooth porridge paired with a fragrant meat bun, one bite of sweetness, one bite of richness, chased away all the fatigue of the early morning commute, the rush to get to work, and the discomfort of her stomach cramps, all of which were instantly and completely soothed. Liu Yanran narrowed her peach blossom eyes in comfort, her gaze filled with the satisfaction of a comforted soul. She didn't have the energy to care about Lisa's dramatic acting nearby, her hands moving with great agility, a spoonful of porridge, a bun in a very orderly rhythm. Her cheeks puffed out. The focused way she ate looked both adorable and well-behaved, just like a hamster frantically hoarding food. Gone was any hint of her usual haughty female CEO persona. Lisa, sitting opposite her, had long since stopped chewing, staring at Liu Yanran in a daze. She knew Liu Yanran too well. Ever since Liu Yanran took over TNU Media, she was under constant high pressure and stayed up late, her nerves always frayed, which had led to a serious case of anorexia. In all the years of banquets, business dinners, and team-building events, Liu Yanran was always the one who ate the least, her plate always clean, having barely touched a few bites. For her, eating had always been a form of torture. But today, that way of wolfing things down and looking exceptionally delicious, it was as if she had turned into a different person. Lisa narrowed her cunning fox-like eyes, her gaze scanning up and down Liu Yanran. The suspicion in her heart grew. Something's not right. This is totally off. First, her dressing style has completely changed, from the eternal cold black to a gentle, elegant vintage style. Her whole aura has been refreshed. Then there's this pink lunchbox that looks childishly out of place, along with this night and day difference in the way she's eating. There must be a story behind such abnormality. Yanran, Lisa asked tentatively, this porridge and xiaolong bao, did Uncle Liu come here early this morning to make them for you? Besides Mr. Liu, who doted on his daughter excessively, she really couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to pull off such a feat and cure Liu Yanran's chronic picky eating. Liu Yanran basically had no time to respond to her guessing. She was focused on using the small spoon to scrape every last bit of porridge film from the sides of the box. Even the bits of dough stuck to the steamer tray were meticulously picked off by her, not wanting to waste a single bit of the delicious taste. By the time the box was scraped cleaner than if it had been rinsed, only then did she contentedly put down her spoon. Burp! A soft hiccup escaped her. Liu Yanran pulled out a tissue and elegantly wiped her mouth. A faint pink blush appeared on her cheeks. Her whole body felt refreshed, her spirits lifted. Nerves that had been tense all morning were completely relaxed. Her entire body was full of energy, and her mind felt much sharper. She gently patted her slightly protruding belly. Lost in thought for a second, no more, no less, she was exactly 70% full. A bowl of smooth, stomach-nourishing porridge, 6 delicious, satisfying xiaolong bao. It perfectly suited her weak stomach, satisfying her cravings without causing bloating, putting absolutely no pressure on her digestive system. Liu Yanran's heart trembled slightly. That silly guy, it seemed he had calculated everything about her perfectly. Not only did he remember her poor stomach and her preference for light, sweet flavors, but even her digestive capacity and the exact amount of food she needed were grasped precisely by him. That feeling of being placed on someone's heart, being looked after so meticulously and carefully, was truly so pleasant and addictive. The more she thought about it, the more Liu Yanren's lips curled up uncontrollably. It's impossible to hide. Very well. Gauden, today's performance is still a perfect score. What a dummy. But then a concern suddenly occurred to her. This kid earns a high salary and lives in my villa, not having to worry about food or clothing. He basically lacks nothing in terms of money and material goods, so giving a house, a car, or a watch seems redundant. Those worldly things basically won't reach his inner heart. This is bad. I've been so busy enjoying his care, the good food and massages, that I completely ignored what he actually likes. Liu Yanren frowned slightly, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table, her heart full of worries. Suddenly, she looked up at Lisa, who had a searching look on her face across from her, a spark flash in her eyes. That's right. Lisa has been in the fashion world for many years. She's met countless kinds of people, and is known as a man-slayer, a heart thief, with an unbelievably rich amount of experience. Asking her about men's preferences must be the right move. Liu Yanren coughed lightly, quickly hiding the smile on her face, calmly closing the lid of the pink lunchbox, and pretended to chat casually. Lisa, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Lisa casually tossed away the dry piece of bread, putting on the air of an insightful older sister, full of confidence. Whether it's this season's fashion trends, or the newly opened high-end beauty salons, I know them all like the back of my hand. It's not about those things. Liu Yanren waved her hand, her gaze drifting out the window, her tone trying to sound nonchalant, pretending it was just small talk. Well, I just wanted to ask. Say there's a guy in his early 20s, decent looking, quite tall. Just as she said it, in her mind, Gauden's elegant and sharp eyebrows immediately appeared, along with his exquisite profile drenched in sweat from working yesterday, and those smooth muscular lines glimpsed beneath his collar. In her heart, Liu Yanren added, decent looking is an understatement. He's a total top-tier hunk. Usually very mature and calm, reliable at work, thoughtful, gentle, and knowing his limits. It's just that sometimes his stubborn mouth is annoying, never knowing how to give in to a girl even a little. But his skills are especially good. His skills in every aspect are outstanding. Thinking of his skilled massage techniques and superb cooking, the tips of Liu Yanren's ears turned slightly red. She hurriedly covered her mouth to hide her embarrassment. I just wanted to ask, what kind of gifts do boys like this usually prefer? What kind of gift would a man like that like? The office suddenly fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lisa's pupils suddenly dilated, as if an earthquake had hit. She suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting exaggeratedly, her voice loud enough to burst the room. OMG. Yanren, are you finally coming to your senses? The 1,000-year sago palm is finally about to bloom. You must be in love. Spill it. Who is he? Lisa narrowed her fox-like eyes as if understanding everything, firmly believing she had seen through the whole affair. No need to think twice. It must be the guy who cooked breakfast for you. I knew something was up with this love breakfast. You're hoarding the food so excessively that you won't even let your best friend of 20 years taste a single bite of a bun. Talk about a dead giveaway. There's definitely an affair going on. Why are you shouting? Keep your voice down. Liu Yanren, her ears ringing from Lisa's sudden bombardment, immediately felt guilty, unconsciously touching her burning nose. Who says anything about being in love? Don't spread rumors. Spreading false information can have legal consequences. Clearing her throat to cover her embarrassment, she tried to regain her serious posture, explaining solemnly, he's just an ordinary friend. Like purely platonic. Fearing Lisa wouldn't believe her, she quickly added, trying to justify her unusual behavior. If we're really talking about a relationship, at most he's just an in-depth business partner. Don't let your imagination run wild. Fine, fine. I get it. I totally get it. Lisa gave her a trademark side-eye, leisurely sat back in her chair, outwardly agreeing half-heartedly, but not believing a single word in her heart. Ordinary friend? In-depth partner? Only Liu Yanren could convince herself of that. Everyone in this circle knows. The Liu family heiress is notoriously arrogant by nature. People have always lined up to give her gifts to please her. She would never take the time and effort to think about what gift to give an ordinary man. Seeing Liu Yanren's stubborn but haughty look and her purely shy appearance, Lisa's eyes were full of mischievous smiles. This ambiguous, tug-of-war stage where nothing is said clearly is actually the most interesting part. If it were spelled out now, where's the fun in that? Lisa decided to play along, resting her chin on her hand, giving serious advice. Fine. Since it's a business partner, then giving a car or a house is too flashy and worldly. It makes it look like you're spending big bucks to keep him. Though in all honesty, with your status, I think you actually do want to. Shut it. Get to the point. Liu Yanran immediately glared at her, her ears turning even redder. Lisa laughed even more triumphantly and began to analyze seriously. The point is the gift must show intention. It must be stylish, practical, and tasteful, and something he can carry with him, so that every time he sees it, the first thing he thinks of is you. Lisa held up one finger, stating firmly, the top choice is a watch. Men look at watches. Women look at bags. This is the highest level of social currency. A nice watch enhances status and aura, and its meaning is incredibly special. Lisa intentionally leaned in a bit closer, lowering her voice, her tone full of ambiguity. Listen, Yanran, think about it. Giving a watch means you want to buy out his time, representing that every minute and second of his future will be tightly bound to you. Liu Yanran was stunned after hearing this, her heartbeat suddenly skipping a beat. Buying time, being together every minute and second, this meaning was so direct it hit the bullseye. But when she thought about it carefully, it perfectly matched her thoughts. Back then, she deliberately changed the 1-year contract to 3. Wasn't it because she wanted to lock down Gowden's time? To make him belong only to her, serving only her wholeheartedly. Besides, Gowden usually dresses very neatly and cleanly, but his wrist is bare. He really lacks a wristwatch to highlight his aura. In her head, a scene immediately appeared. A high-end watch worn on his fair wrist. While cooking, while massaging. Every time he raised his hand, the metallic gleam from the watch would peek out, both handsome and steady. This style was really the way to go. Liu Yanran's eyes lit up. She nodded as if making a plan. Quickly pulled out a fountain pen from the desk and wrote watch in big letters on a sticky note. Anything else besides a watch? She felt just a watch might be a bit plain. Not enough for Gowden's perfect performance over these few days. This guy's cooking is top tier. His massage is a masterpiece. Plus, he helped her with her aesthetic style, and even cured her long-term insomnia and chronic anorexia. This all-powerful treasure, she had to hold on to him tightly. Lisa rubbed her chin for a moment, adding, cufflinks are good too. You can custom make them with gemstones. Low-key yet luxurious. Very enhancing for his aura. Then there's a tie. An ordinary tie is just a tie, but if you tie it for him yourself, the ambiguity index will double. But I still insist a watch is the best. It's like a high-end exclusive gift. Those who know will know. Liu Yanran immediately took detailed notes, her pen flying across the paper. Priority, watch, cufflinks. Backup plan, tie hand tied. Looking at the gift list on the paper, the mental abacus in her heart was clacking away, every little scheme neatly arranged. Once the work of these next 2 days is done, she'd sneak out to the luxury counters to get Gowden the best set. Accepting such a precious gift from her, where else could this man, his time, and his skills escape to? The more she thought about it, the more she liked it, and Liu Yanran couldn't help but go into a frenzy of daydreaming. By then, Gowden would surely be moved to tears, vowing on the spot something like, I've wandered half my life without finding a master. If Yanran doesn't mind, I wish to follow you for the rest of my life. Then she'd take the chance to speak up, luring him into changing the 3-year contract into a lifetime one. He'd have to cook for her for life, massage her for life, and belong to her and her alone for his entire life. Want to run away? In your dreams. He. A feeling of sheer delight surged through her as she imagined it. The corners of Liu Yanran's mouth kept twitching up, possible to suppress even if she tried, her eyes full of the smile of a victor. Just as she was lost in the fantasy of a lifelong bond and having a hold over Gowden, a rhythmic knock sounded from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Chen, the assistant to the GM, poked half her head in, reporting cautiously. President Liu, senior leaders are all gathered in the meeting room. Everything is ready. We can start the meeting. Liu Yanran immediately retracted her smile, switching to bossy CEO mode in a split second. She carefully folded the gift list, solemnly tucked it into her inner vest pocket for safekeeping, raised her hand to adjust her moss-green silk the gentleness around her vanishing completely, replaced by her familiar aura of cold pressure as it enveloped her. Meeting time. Liu Yanran strode out on her 5-centimeter heels, walking with a decisive and stylish gait out of the office. Lisa and Xiao Chen looked at each other, silently following behind, none of them daring to make a sound along the way. At the same time, in the ultra-spacious and luxury kitchen of the hillside villa, Everything was clean and filled with light. I stood before the kitchen counter, all the ingredients already prepped, neatly arranged in order. 4 premium 2-head abalones were resting in a pot of rich, golden old hen broth, simmering over a low flame, a thick aroma constantly rising, filling the entire kitchen. Main dish, golden broth abalone, settled. For the side, I chose a refreshing stir-fry of lotus pond mix to cut the richness. I deliberately adjusted the preparation of this dish, basing it on light Cantonese style, to be as gentle and stomach-nourishing as possible, without irritating Liu Yanren's delicate digestive tract. At the same time, I specially enhanced the flavor. For plating, I drizzle it with a thin layer of infused oil and cooked chili oil to give it that signature spicy kick of Sichuan, satisfying Liu Yanren's no spice, no joy craving, and her partiality towards Sichuan cuisine, while avoiding the greasiness and extreme heat that would hurt her stomach, fitting her health condition perfectly. I glanced at the wall clock. It was 9:30. Time was still on my side, no need to rush at all. To deliver a meal to the office, timing had to be precise for the best flavor. Start cooking at 10:30, plate and pack by exactly 11, and arrive at the office building by noon sharp, ensuring the food is still piping hot and at its peak. Total time management, mastering every tiny detail. Still an hour before I start cooking, so I took off my apron and hung it up, turning to head toward the villa's private basement gym. Outsiders only see the housekeeping job as easy and elegant, but they don't know it's a job that requires extreme physical stamina. Whether it's an hour of exhausting full-body massage, carrying ornamental plants weighing over 100 pounds, or various daily household chores, it's impossible to handle without good physical fitness, especially when serving a female boss with a temperamental personality, who occasionally launches surprise attacks like Liu Yanran. Strength and the ability to take a hit are mandatory professional traits. The basement gym is fully equipped, with equipment far exceeding those of regular commercial gyms, incredibly high-end and professional. I changed into my quick-dry gym clothes, walked over to the squat rack, lightly adjusted the weights, and began. The 50-kilogram level was just a light warm-up. Gripping the bar with both hands, I lowered my center of gravity and pushed, the muscles in my limbs quickly tensing and defining. A sense of power immediately surging through me. To me, working out isn't just about staying in shape. It's also a time to shed all thoughts, and a process to find my own center. I spent the first 20 years of my life bustling for basic needs, living a tired and repetitive life. Only working out is the only investment in myself that I've stuck with for many years, never interrupted once. It seems that now, this investment is paying off at an absurdly high rate. After all, no wealthy woman would ever refuse an all-powerful housekeeper with peak stamina, ruggedly handsome physique, who can both take charge and offer protection, while meticulously caring for every aspect of her life like this. At exactly 10 o'clock, the final set of dumbbell exercises ended, every movement sharp and clean. The sports t-shirt I was wearing was soaked with sweat, clinging to my skin. My muscles were aching and burning all over, but it felt incredibly refreshing. I stepped into the bathroom, the cold water pouring down from above, washing away all the heat from my body. Fatigue vanished in an instant, leaving my mind clear and sharp. I dried my hair and changed into clean, casual clothes, looking fresh and dignified, with a neat appearance. I picked up my phone, my finger hesitating for a moment. Then I dialed the numbers saved as Lao Fo Yi. The phone had only rung twice before someone answered immediately. A kind female voice echoed from the speaker, but no less anxious. "Hello, my son, my son. Calling at this hour, are you out of money?" My mother's voice was as loud as ever, with an incredibly powerful penetration. Without even using the speakerphone, it was enough to make the phone case vibrate. If you run into any trouble out there, just say it. Don't try to carry it all on your own. Your father and I have saved up some money to support you. It's no problem at all. I leaned against the hallway wall of the villa, unable to help but smile, a wave of emotion suddenly rising in my heart. It's true what they say about a mother's love. No matter how much I struggle out here, her first reaction when she picks up my call is always to ask if I'm hungry, if I'm short on cash, or if I'm being treated unfairly. "Mom, where's your head at?" I lowered my voice gently, softly saying, "I just wanted to let you know. I've just changed jobs." Silence on the other end for a moment. "You changed it?" My mother's voice suddenly became cautious, carrying a hint of worry. "You're not at the old company anymore?" "Everything seemed fine. Why did you change?" "Yeah, I'm not there anymore," I said in a relaxed tone. intentionally ignoring those bad details. The old manager had some issues in the head, so I didn't feel like serving her anymore. Now I found a new job as a private housekeeper, room and board included, and the benefits are much better than before. The part about being fired, being the scapegoat, or the dirty office politics, I didn't mention a word. Only sharing good news and hiding the bad has become a habit of mine through all these years of struggling on my own. Housekeeper? My mother's voice couldn't hide her concern. Isn't that just serving people? Are they giving you a hard time, son? If you're not happy, just come home. No matter how great the big city is, it's not the only place to live. Our family isn't rich, but with your father's pension and my savings, we have enough to live peacefully. We definitely won't let you go hungry. Hearing this, my nose began to sting. My throat felt like it was blocked by a lump of cotton. So stifling. This is exactly what family is. No matter how tired I get wandering outside, there's always someone ready to be my support. There's always someone who, even if they had to sell everything, would still save a warm bowl of rice for me, only wishing for my safety. I took a deep breath, suppressing the emotion in my heart. Mom, you're overthinking it. My current boss is actually very good. The face of Liu Yanren involuntarily flashed in my mind. That face looks fierce at first glance, opening her mouth only to snap at people in her Sichuan accent, with a temper like a powder keg about to blow. But after being around her, I've realized she's actually very simple-minded, protecting her food like a kangaroo when she eats. And though she has a sharp tongue, she has a kind heart. She doesn't actually mean any harm. She just has a bit of an odd temperament. But she's very generous with pay, never skimping on a cent. I'm doing really well here. Please don't worry. Well, that's good then. My mother still seemed half skeptical. I patiently comforted her for quite a while, before her mood finally seemed to settle. As we were chatting happily, suddenly a sigh from my mother came through the line. Li Gaodin, if it's too tiring, just come home. Don't push yourself too hard. I clean your room every single day, and I air out your blankets often too. They're soft and clean, always waiting for you to return. And your father, he won't say it, but in his heart, he misses you every day. Before I could even reply, my father's stubborn voice barked from the speaker. Me? I don't miss him at all. Don't talk nonsense. Immediately after, there was a series of muffled rubbing sounds, seeming as though my mother had covered the receiver with her hand. The two of them were having a quiet argument on the other end. A few seconds later, the sound became clear again, and my father's voice, feigning calmness, came through. Li Gaodin, I miss you. I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, then sighed quietly. Ever since I graduated, I've always been struggling to make it in this big city, and while I haven't been without success, the distance home has always made going back a challenge. My previous job was low pay, high workload, and exhausting pressure, leaving me too tired to move on weekends, so I barely visited home all year. In my heart, I made a silent vow that I must make more time to visit my parents in the future. I miss you guys too, I said in a serious tone, solemnly declaring, I signed a 3-year contract for this housekeeping job. Once those 3 years are up, I'll come back home to find a stable job, so I can truly be there for you both. As soon as my father heard this, his spirits immediately soared, his voice jumping 8 octaves. That's wonderful. Just come back then. I'll arrange everything. I couldn't help you in the big city, but our hometown is full of people we know. I know the leaders of every department. Finding a relaxed job, close to home will definitely be no problem. His voice was full of anticipation, excitedly beginning to plan. When that time comes, you and I can have a few drinks in the yard once in a while, go fishing at the reservoir on weekends, living a carefree life. It'll be much better than struggling in the big city. Hearing my father describe those peaceful days, the corners of my mouth curled up involuntarily, feeling a profound sense of peace in my heart. Yes, sir, I agreed, thinking I'd visit them as soon as I had free time. Just then, the sounds of scuffling and bickering returned to the other end. My mother snatched the phone back, turning to scold my father in a low voice. I told you to just say you miss him. Don't just hog the phone and ramble on forever. A second later, her voice became completely gentle, meticulously advising me. Li Gaodin, remember to eat well over there. Don't order takeout too often. Go to bed a bit early at night, and if you're short on money, you must tell us. Do you hear? Yes, Mom, I'll remember everything. Don't worry, I'm hanging up now if there's nothing else. Call ended. I put my phone in my pocket, looked up at the clock on the wall. It was 10:30, just the right time to prepare lunch. The clay pot in the kitchen was already releasing a fragrant aroma, plump abalones soaked in a golden broth, their vibrant colors truly enticing. I set another pan with oil, stir-frying quickly over high heat, fresh, crunchy lotus root slices. vibrant green peas, and snappy wood ear mushrooms tossed in the pan until just cooked, finally drizzled with a spoonful of secret peppercorn and chili oil. The dish was crisp and refreshing, carrying just the right amount of numbing heat, perfect for even the pickiest palates. Lastly, I took the hand-kneaded rice cakes from the fridge, pouring over the thick brown sugar syrup I just made, sprinkling hawthorn crumbles, raisins, and crushed roasted peanuts, and a light palate-cleansing lunch was complete. Next was packing up and heading out for the delivery. I opened the kitchen cabinet, filled with brand-new lunchboxes, all sharing a strangely consistent style, every single one in an adorable shade of baby pink. Ranging from Hello Kitty and My Melody to Peppa Pig, there was no shortage of cute designs. One look and you could tell Liu Yanran had splurged on them, on a whim, only to get bored after 2 meals and toss them aside. I randomly picked a pink 2-tier heated lunchbox with prominent 3D rabbit ears on the lid, accompanied by a round rabbit-shaped soup thermos, looking absolutely silly yet incredibly cute. I could only chuckle helplessly. A man remains a boy until he dies, and a woman is forever 18. The saying is truly right. I carefully placed the golden sauce abalones and the 5-color stir-fried vegetables into the box, carried the lunchbox out of the kitchen, and took the elevator straight down to the garage. The motion sensor lights in the garage flickered on one by one. Looking around, the entire garage was filled with supercars, packed with expensive names: Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Pagani, Aston Martin. Every top-tier supercar was gathered here. Interspersed among them were a few pink cars with a distinctly girly vibe. I glanced around once. Today's food had sauce and liquid. Those low-clearance supercars with stiff suspension would be too bumpy, and after a journey of being shaken like that, the golden abalone would definitely turn into mushy porridge, and Liu Yanran would surely fly into a rage. My gaze finally rested on the beast in the corner. A shiny, vibrant pink Bentley Continental GT. Its suspension was very smooth, however. The ride was exceptionally stable, making it the best choice for delivering lunch. I stepped forward to open the car door, greeted by the luxurious leather interior, which felt exquisite and high-class to the touch. Adjusting the seat and mirrors, I securely placed the pink bunny-eared lunchbox on the passenger seat, then pressed the start button. The W12 engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. The car glided smoothly out of the villa complex. The midday sun was bright and warm, the pink bodywork gleaming in the sunlight, looking like a giant moving strawberry candy, catching everyone's attention. With one hand resting on the steering wheel, my expression remained perfectly calm. Rolling the window halfway down, letting the cool early autumn breeze rush in, easing the slight swelter, stopping at a red light at the intersection. This eye-catching pink Bentley immediately became the center of attention on the street. Pedestrians waiting at the crosswalk all turned their heads to look. Everyone unconsciously assumed the driver must be a high society lady or a pampered young wife. But when the crowd peeked through the glass and saw me in the driver's seat, everyone froze for a split second. A simple, active dressing style, a refined profile with a hint of cold abstinence, calm and profound eyes, one hand on the wheel, revealing a section of a toned, strong forearm, a mature masculine aura radiating from his very bones, contrasting completely with the pink, cute look of the car, creating an incredibly alluring juxtaposition. A few girls on the sidewalk couldn't help but pull out their phones for a sneaky photo. Oh my God, this guy is so handsome. A cold, handsome guy driving a pink Bentley. This combination is absolutely top tier. Hurry, post it online for everyone to see. This really is elite-level beauty. The light turned green. I lightly pressed the accelerator. The Bentley started smoothly, indifferently leaving behind the crowd taking pictures in the rear view. The pink car glided over the smooth asphalt, finally coming to a gentle stop, in front of the grand revolving doors of the Tianyu Media Building. I pushed open the car door, and a pair of long, straight legs stepped out first. The youthful-style trousers further emphasized the well-proportioned, neat lines of his legs. I stepped out of the car, standing tall and upright like a pine, my demeanor completely decisive and poised. One hand was casually tucked in my pocket, while the other carried the pink bunny-shaped insulated lunchbox, looking silly yet adorable. My appearance already held a refined coldness, and my aura was one of silent self-possession. Now paired with this feminine pink lunchbox, the visual contrast had truly reached its peak, drawing everyone's eyes. At the entrance, the security guard, who intended to step forward respectfully to open the door, suddenly froze in his tracks, his eyes widening in astonishment, stunned for several seconds. I completely ignored all the surrounding gazes, my expression remaining indifferent and confident. I took out my phone and dialed Liu Yanren's private contact number. The moment the call connected, a soft female voice immediately came from the speaker, a voice kept low and extremely cautious, sounding as if she were committing a robbery. Hello? Oh, I'm CEO Liu's private housekeeper. I've come to deliver her lunch, I said in a calm tone, concisely stating my purpose. Mr. Lee. The girl on the other end suddenly trembled slightly, her tone both surprised and frantic, becoming extremely respectful instantly. I'm Chen Tian, CEO Liu's assistant. CEO Liu specifically instructed me beforehand. Please stay right there. Just a moment, I'm coming down to get you now. Less than 5 minutes after the call ended, from the elevator lobby, a girl with a face like a steamed bun hurried out, wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking incredibly busy, her breathing a bit rapid. Chen Tian quickly scanned the area, immediately spotting me in the middle of the lobby. Truth be told, I wasn't easy to miss, setting aside the contrasting pink bunny lunchbox. In my hand, my refined face tinged with a hint of melancholy, and those sharp features alone were enough to outshine any of the trainees the company was pushing, looking exceptionally prominent and alluring. Employees passing by couldn't help but keep looking back. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Chen Tian hurried up to me, panting slightly, while adjusting her glasses in a rush, her demeanor respectful yet still a bit shy. I'm Chen Tian. CEO Liu is still in a high-level meeting. Can't come out just yet. So let me take you upstairs to wait first. Thank you for the trouble. I nodded politely in greeting, the corners of my mouth curving up slightly into a gentle, measured smile. The two of us stepped into the CEO's private elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, the enclosed space so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chen Tian silently huddled in a corner of the elevator, not daring to strike up a conversation, but her eyes couldn't help but steal glances at the insulated box in my hand. That same shade of baby pink, that same cute bunny style. Compared to the lunchbox CEO Liu brought into the office this morning, they were clearly part of the same set. This coincidence seemed just a bit too sweet. How is CEO Liu's mood right now? I spoke up suddenly, breaking the silence in the elevator. As a private housekeeper, instantly grasping the owner's emotional state to anticipate and handle every situation correctly is my most fundamental professional duty. Chen Tian was suddenly startled, her face instantly filling with a look of distress, as if she wanted to write the word miserable on her forehead. It's bad, actually, extremely bad. There was a serious error in the core data last week, and the PR department keeps shifting the blame onto each other, just working half-heartedly. CEO Liu just flew into a massive rage, even smashing a teacup right on the spot. Her anger is truly terrifying. Now the meeting room is dead silent. Everyone is like a cicada in winter, not daring to breathe loudly. Whoever speaks now is surely doomed. Hearing that, my eyebrows arched slightly. Smashing a teacup, clearly her liver fire is overflowing. Her emotions suppressed for too long. I've spent so much effort over the last 2 days nurturing her stomach, from adjusting her sleep schedule to serving light meals just to restore a bit of her complexion and appetite. Yet with just this one explosive outburst, her liver fire is damaging her stomach, rendering all my work wasted. That bowl of pumpkin millet porridge I meticulously slow-simmered this morning might as well have been for nothing. This woman, Liu Yanren, is truly trampling all over my heartfelt efforts. Ding! The elevator came to a halt at the top-floor CEO suite. Elevator doors slid open slowly as a wave of heavy, gloomy pressure rushed in, immediately enveloping me. The entire office area was terrifyingly silent, desolate, and devoid of sound. All the employees were tiptoeing around, typing on their keyboards as softly as possible, even keeping their breathing intentionally light, fearing that even a tiny sound might further provoke the already furious CEO Liu, bringing disaster upon themselves. From the direction of the meeting room in the distance, Liu Yanren's powerful Sichuan accent continued to boom. The proposals are riddled with holes, and the data is just made up to save face. Take it all back and redo it. If you dare bring this garbage to deceive me again, none of you need to work here anymore. Get out of my sight. Hearing that booming, decisive voice, her presence was indeed formidable, but such a hot temper is very damaging to her health. I silently made this assessment in my heart. Mr. Lee, please go into the CEO's office and rest for a bit. Chen Tian cautiously led me to the mahogany doors of the office, lowering her voice to give thorough instructions, fear evident in her words. I have to stay by the meeting room door. CEO Liu might need documents or tea at any second. I have to be there the moment Im called. Please don't wander around, and don't touch anything. CEO Liu is like a volatile powder keg right now. Just one little spark is enough to set her off completely. It's very dangerous. I see, go back to your work. I gave a slight nod. Chen Tiantian didn't dare linger for even a second, hurrying away immediately. I pushed open the heavy mahogany door, entering the CEO's office. The office was incredibly spacious and luxurious. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the bustling CBD. The city's opulent landscape spread out before me, a stunning view. But the first thing I noticed upon entering the room wasn't the expensive items in the room or the magnificent scenery outside. My eyes instantly locked onto the potted plants in the corner and on the windowsill. The large money tree in the corner had leaves that were turning yellow and withered, the edges curling, the branches growing in a messy, crowded tangle, dusty and drooping, looking as if it were nutrient deficient and on the verge of dying. The succulents on the windowsill were in even worse shape. The soil barren. The stems thin and frail, twisted like bean sprouts, lacking any vitality or aesthetic appeal. No matter how high-class and luxurious this office was, these withered, dying plants filled it with a gloomy, stifling atmosphere, devoid of any freshness. In feng shui, they say, when the wealth position withers, fortune will surely be blocked. With such a collapsed energy field, for a business person like Liu Yanran who deeply values fortune and energy fields, this was a major taboo. More importantly, spending long hours in such a depressing and stagnant environment only leads to irritation, bottled-up emotions, and would only worsen her chronic anorexia and insomnia. It was entirely detrimental with zero benefit. I placed the pink bunny lunchbox gently and steadily onto the coffee table, casually rolling up my sleeves, feeling the firm, powerful lines of the muscles on my forearms. Since I'm here anyway, I might as well help her tidy up a bit. I walked over to the money tree, and my botanical knowledge was instantly activated. From pruning and maintenance to water regulation and ventilation, professional styling techniques flowed through my mind seamlessly. The stock of this money tree was originally very good. It's just that due to a long lack of proper care, waterlogged soil caused root rot, and a lack of ventilation, plus overcrowded branches competing for nutrients, had left it in this sorry state. I found a pair of pruning shears in the tool drawer nearby, and every cut was decisive and clean, without a moment of hesitation. Snip. The dried branches and withered leaves scattered onto the floor. In just a mere 10 minutes, the once dying plant, the withered money tree, once devoid of life, has been completely transformed. The messy branches have all been neatly trimmed. The sparse foliage has been arranged with careful intent. Different layers are now clearly defined. Every remaining leaf is lush, green, and glossy. They stretch out freely, showcasing their beauty, exuding a fierce vitality overflowing with hope. It truly looks like a withered tree meeting the spring. The morale of the entire office was instantly revitalized. Having finished with the money tree, I moved toward the windowsill. I took the uneven succulent pots and adjusted the overgrown, tilted branches bit by bit. Based on their alternating heights and their varying shades, I rearranged and combined them. The windowsill, which was originally cluttered and messy, transformed in an instant into an exquisite and healing miniature landscape. It looked so pure and elegant. The entire space felt significantly elevated. I brushed the dirt and sand off my palms. At this moment, the overall energy of the office was completely different. The initial suffocating and high-pressure atmosphere, along with those heavy sighs, had been swept away. In its place was a sense of lightness and clarity. The entire room brightened up significantly. Just then, the office door creaked open just a crack. Chen Tiantian, unable to rest easy, had quietly slipped in. She wanted to see if I had messed with anything or caused any trouble. But the moment she looked up and saw the entire office, she froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Her mouth hung open in an O shape. Her black-rimmed glasses slid down the bridge of her nose. A look of utter disbelief crossed her face. Is this really the president's office she's in every day? That money tree was clearly on the verge of death. How did it come back to life in such a short time? It's so green and full of life. And those messy succulents on the windowsill. How did they suddenly become so exquisite and beautiful? It's so artistic. The whole space feels like it just had a superpowered beauty filter applied to it. The stifling atmosphere had completely vanished, becoming unusually airy and pleasant. The midday sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining directly onto my tall, steady back. So clean and gentle, exuding a natural aura of pure peace. Mr. Lee. Chen Tiantian stammered, her voice filled with astonishment. I just tidied it up a bit to make it look better. I turned around, took a wet wipe, and leisurely wiped the dust from my fingertips. My movements were calm and elegant. My expression was completely composed. After cleaning my hands, I lowered my head to check my watch. Exactly 12 p.m. Not a second off. How much longer will the meeting last? Chen Tiantian gave a wry smile, looking helplessly toward the meeting room. Hard to say, with the way she's raging. It'll be at least another half hour. President Liu is in a total fury. We have to wait for her to finish scolding everyone. Only when her anger cools can the meeting end. Another half hour? I frowned slightly. If another half hour passes, the meal I painstakingly prepared will be stone cold. Sautéed vegetables get tough and greasy when they're cold. That crisp texture will be completely gone. The abalone and golden sauce will turn fishy if it cools down. The sauce will congeal and lose its original flavor. For a normal person, it's just a bit less tasty. But for someone with severe anorexia like Liu Yanran, with her weak digestion, this is a fatal blow. Cold leftovers entering the body will cause bloating and indigestion, irritating her stomach. All my efforts to nourish her these past 2 days will go down the drain. I took out my phone and opened the WeChat chat with Liu Yanran. With a light tap, I sent a message. It's time to eat. If it gets cold, it'll be bad for your stomach. The screen remains silent as usual, with no response whatsoever. Perhaps she has her phone on silent during the meeting. Or in her rage, she hasn't bothered to check her messages. My brow furrowed even deeper. Tucking my phone into my pocket, my gaze settled on Chen Tiantian, who was about to sneak out. Assistant Chen. My voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. Please go in and remind President Liu to eat on time. No way. Chen Tiantian's face went pale, shaking her head frantically. With a look of pure terror, I really can't. When President Liu is angry, she doesn't care who you are. No advice works. If I go in now and interrupt the meeting to remind her to eat, she'll definitely tear me a new one right there. I might even get fired on the spot. I let out a soft sigh. It seems expecting someone else to gently remind her is impossible. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. I reached up to adjust my collar, smoothing out the wrinkles at my cuffs. My movements were poised and precise. Where is the meeting room? Chen Tiantian instinctively raised her hand, pointing in the direction of the meeting room. A second later, she suddenly snapped to, her pupils shrinking. Her face was filled with utter shock. You're planning to go in yourself? Mr. Lee, please stay calm. For heaven's sake, don't do it. Something big will really happen. President Liu is like a fire-breathing dragon right now. Anyone who gets close will be struck by disaster. You'll really get caught in her crossfire. In the penthouse meeting room of the Tian Wu group, the heavy wooden doors were tightly shut. Despite the high-end soundproofing, it couldn't block the furious roars echoing from within. Liu Yanran shouted continuously in her powerful Sichuan accent, like a fierce dragon in a rage. Is this the proposal you all stayed up all week for? This level of work is only fit for pigs, and even pigs would find it rotten. From the head of the table, Liu Yanran pointed directly at the large screen. Garbage. The design images were full of flaws, causing her fingers to tremble with rage. Fire in her chest continued to rise. Market research is just for show. Customer profiling is vague. And you dare use of suitable for all ages to deceive me? Every one of you holds a high position and earns a huge salary. Is your head filled with mush or just water? Beside the projector, the planning director, usually so majestic and respected in his department, revered by everyone, just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Cold sweat poured off him, soaking the back of his shirt. He kept his head low, not even daring to raise a hand to wipe his brow, only standing there staring blankly at the wood grain on the floor, hoping this silence could help him avoid the fury saturating the room. Liu Yanran's anger continued to mount, getting more intense with every word. Her temples throbbed repeatedly, as if a small hammer was pounding inside her brain, causing a dull, aching pain. But what was worse, the familiar stomach pain was starting to hit her. That sensation of her stomach lining cramping, like someone was wringing out a wet towel in her gut, had appeared once more. Every time she got angry, her stomach condition flared up. It had been her chronic ailment for years. She instinctively reached out to clutch her stomach, pressing down slightly to soothe the pain. But her mouth didn't stop scolding, her presence still terrifying. Each of you earns a high salary, sitting in cushioned chairs, yet you only know how to sit idly and work negligently. More than 20 senior executives sat along the long meeting table, everyone sitting upright, as silent as cicadas in winter. Even their breathing was suppressed, for fear of being the next one to be scolded. Someone was constantly twisting a water bottle cap on and off, using small gestures to alleviate their anxiety. Another stared intently at the mineral water bottle in front of them, their gaze vacant, trying to appear calm. Some were even silently praying in their hearts, desperately hoping that this storm wouldn't break over their heads. The sight of President Liu in a total fury terrified everyone in the company. Lisa, sitting to Liu Yanren's left, casually held a fountain pen in her hand. Her expression was very composed as she looked at the trembling planning director. In her heart, she felt no sympathy, only helplessness that the company had invested so much money, wasted so much effort and manpower, only to receive such a superficial product in the end. He deserved to be scolded. Uncle Wang from the finance department sat at the end of the table, eyes slightly squinted. He looked as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He was a senior who had seen Liu Yanren since she was a child, and understood this young lady's temper very well. When she went mad, she spared no one, not even saving face for Chairman Liu. Perhaps only Madame Liu could still talk some sense into her. As long as it didn't touch core financial risks, he determined to stay silent to save his skin. I see your planning department is rotten from top to bottom. Liu Yanren couldn't suppress her anger, about to continue assigning blame. At that exact moment, 3 crisp, rhythmic knocks sounded from outside the door. The tempo was incredibly steady. Knock, 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 the sharp sound interrupted Liu Yanren's scolding with perfect timing. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. The 20-plus senior executives acted in unison, all raising their heads to look at the closed door. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. Who is this bold? Can't they hear the thunderous rage inside? Isn't there lightning striking in there? Knocking at such a sensitive time is truly a death wish. Everyone silently mocked the unlucky person in their hearts. Could even someone as efficient as Chen Tian not hold the door? Being suddenly interrupted while venting, the rage in Liu Yanren's heart flared up even more violently. Flames of anger rose, her chest heaving heavily. Her peach blossom eyes, which were already filled with killer intent, glared at the door. Her voice was as cold as a winter frost. She wanted to see who was so blind as to walk straight into her line of fire. The doorknob turned slowly. The heavy wooden door was pushed inward. My tall, steady figure walked leisurely into the meeting room. Behind me was Chen Tian, her face pale, her expression showing clear despair. She slunk along behind me, looking like she was about to burst into tears. She had truly tried her best to stop me, but with someone like me, she was completely helpless. She had repeatedly reminded me that President Liu was furious, and anyone advising her would meet a bad end. But I only replied calmly with one sentence. President Liu, it's time for lunch. That undeniable logic left her with no rebuttal, so she could only watch helplessly as I barged in, ready to get fired right along with me. I strode into the meeting room, calmly glancing around the room, noticing the extremely stifling atmosphere. Facing over 20 pairs of eyes fixed on me, some curious, some pitying, and some just waiting for a good show. I completely ignored them all. My expression remained unruffled. I walked to the end of the long table, maintaining proper etiquette, and bowed slightly. Forgive me for interrupting the meeting. My voice was warm and steady, without a hint of confusion or embarrassment. A natural sense of poise radiated from me. The executives looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with doubt. My face was unfamiliar to them. I certainly wasn't a company employee, but this calm demeanor was definitely anything but simple. Ignoring everyone's speculations, I strode forward with my long legs, heading straight for Liu Yanren at the head of the table. The gentle click of my leather shoes on the soft carpet was virtually silent. Every step was exceptionally poised. Liu Yanren watched silently as I approached, and the storm swirling in her heart suddenly dissipated by more than half, like a balloon that had just been pricked. Her nerves, which had been as tight as bowstrings, suddenly relaxed. She glanced at the wall clock. It was 12:05 p.m. It was indeed lunchtime, and her stomach began to cramp in waves. The gnawing hunger in her gut became clearer, frantically reminding her that it was time to eat. Looking into my bright eyes and handsome face, she even felt a slight, ill-timed sense of grievance. She wanted to use this chance to shed her toughness and act a little spoiled. But she dared only keep that thought hidden in her heart, not daring to show even a hint of it. I stopped beside Liu Yanren and leaned down slightly. The distance between us vanished instantly, so close that Liu Yanren could clearly smell the fresh, clean scent of soap emanating from me. It dispelled the heavy smell of gunpowder in the room. I lowered my voice, my tone incredibly soft and warm. carrying proper concern. President Liu, I brought lunch to the office. It's time to eat. Your stomach can handle this much pressure. Eat first, then continue the meeting. It won't be too late to scold everyone then. Those gentle words whispered in her ear immediately soothed all of Liu Yanren's anxiety and anger. It caused her heart to skip a few beats. A surge of warmth spread through her heart. The tense muscles in her body also relaxed slightly. She knew clearly that I truly cared and was worried about her. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. A gentle smile was about to emerge, but the instant that smile was about to bloom, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the senior executives below. They were all bowing their heads, pretending to be serious, but in reality their ears were perked up, listening intently, like a pack of gossips waiting for some juicy news. Their eyes were full of curiosity and interest. No, I absolutely cannot smile. Liu Yanren immediately regained her composure. She is the ruler of Tianwu Media, a domineering queen whose word is law. If she showed weakness before her subordinates now, being so easily coaxed, then her authority would vanish, and she wouldn't be able to suppress these old foxes anymore. Acting spoiled or being gentle, softening or being moved, none of it was allowed. Liu Yanren forced herself to suppress it, stifling the smile on her lips, instantly withdrawing all her tenderness. And she donned her cold, powerful president's mask once more. She looked up at me, her gaze sharp and icy. Her tone was purely professional and distant. Who gave you permission to barge in here? Don't you see the company is having a senior meeting? Don't you have the slightest bit of tact? The work isn't done. I'm in no mood to eat. Every word was cold, without a shred of sentiment. I heard her, and my expression didn't change. I just nodded calmly in response. I understand. No unnecessary excuses, no further advice, and certainly no nagging. I stood up straight, once again nodding politely to the leaders present. My sincere apologies for interrupting everyone's work. With that, I turned and strode away, heading straight for the meeting room door. My gait was calm and graceful, neither fast nor slow. My departing figure was decisive, without a hint of hesitation or regret. If the employer didn't want to eat on time, then saying more would be useless. The one with the stomachache wasn't me. The one suffering hunger wasn't me. Liu Yanren remained at the head of the table, her eyes glued to my receding back. She suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Step by step, she watched me get further away, not stopping at all. Liu Yanren suddenly felt panicked, a flicker of regret that I had truly left. I actually just walked away like that, not even bothering to offer one more word of advice. According to the script she had built in her mind, I should have been persistent in my persuasion, saying something like, health is the most important thing. And then she would use that as an excuse to yield, ending the meeting gracefully and going to eat. Even if I had just stayed for one more second, her anger had completely vanished by now, replaced by a gnawing hunger in her stomach that grew clearer. Her belly began to growl loudly. Just now, she was only trying to be tough, merely because she didn't want to lose her dignity as president. Liu Yanren instinctively opened her mouth, about to call me back, but seeing the room full of subordinates sitting in silence, each one quietly observing her, the words' weight got stuck in her throat. No matter how she tried, she couldn't say them. While she was still debating and hesitating, a click sounded, the meeting room door opened, then softly closed again. I had walked straight out of the meeting room. Without lingering for even a second, I reached out and pressed the down button for the elevator nearby. Every action was perfectly natural and decisive. The faint sound of the closing door still echoed in the quiet space of the meeting room. Liu Yanren remained stunned, staring blankly at the door that had just shut. Her rosy lips pouted slightly, her expression both sulky and hurt. He really left. He didn't even stop for a second, didn't even look back. Liu Yanren gritted her teeth inwardly, both angry and aggrieved. Her mind was flooded with chaotic emotions she didn't know where to vent. She thought to herself, fine, you're really something. If you won't coax me, I'm absolutely not eating. I'll just starve to death then. Let's see who ends up heartbroken and regretful. Lisa, sitting right beside her, had caught every little unconcealed expression of hers in her line of sight. A knowing smile flickered on her lips. It turns out that the cold president's disguise could be completely shattered like this. Looking at it, it seemed that handsome young man who dared to face the thunderous rage just now, bravely charging into the meeting room, was indeed the one who made that amazing breakfast that everyone was raving about this morning. He surely came specifically to advise Yanren to eat on time, to take care of that weak stomach. Who would have thought that a face-saving Yanren would use a cold face to chase him away? Things are starting to get interesting. Liu Yanren quickly retracted the hurt in her eyes, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Trying to suppress the weakness and feelings in her heart, she resumed her usual strong and icy president persona. She tapped the meeting table coldly, her voice restored to its majestic sharp tone. Continue the meeting. The senior executives below had just started to relax a bit, but now it felt like they'd been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Their spirits immediately tightened up again, instantly falling back into a state of high alert. Not a single person dared to take a deep breath. This senior executive meeting lasted for another full hour. From the initial angry accountability, exposing every single mistake, to the subsequent review of every loophole, and finally finalizing the amendment plan. Implementing the new marketing plan all occurred under immense pressure. Liu Yanran maintained intense focus throughout the process, her brain operating at high speed. The human body is truly miraculous. Extreme focus activates a compensation mechanism, temporarily suppressing feelings of hunger and fatigue. During that entire hour, the feeling of emptiness and stomach pains were pushed aside. She gave no thought whatsoever to hunger or thirst. Until the clock on the wall pointed exactly at 1:30 p.m., then she announced, "Meeting adjourned." Liu Yanran decisively closed the document folder in her hands, uttering only those two brief words. Those two simple words sounded like sweet music, instantly rescuing the leaders who were suffering in the room. Everyone acted as if they had just received a general amnesty, gathering their papers with lightning speed. In less than half a minute, the vast meeting room was completely empty. Everyone fled faster than rabbits, fearing that being a second late would mean being caught by Liu Yanran and having to endure more scolding. Liu Yanran stood up slowly, reaching out to adjust her milk-white suit, which was already crisp, shedding her sharp meeting persona entirely. Her face now showed an unmistakable fatigue. She maintained a cold face as she walked out of the meeting room, heading straight for the president's office next door. Chen Tiantian held a fixed stack of documents, following behind with cautious steps, concentrating on holding her breath the whole way, not daring to exhale loudly. Only Lisa remained relaxed and at ease, striding along in her exquisite high heels to follow. Her eyes were brimming with curiosity for news, waiting to see the next part of a little drama between the president and the housekeeper. The thick wooden door of the president's office was pushed open. Liu Yanran stepped inside, but her footsteps suddenly froze. The irritation, grievance, and anger that had been swirling in her heart for so long were, at this very moment, all replaced by an extreme surprise. The office, which originally had a gloomy appearance, with its stifling and dull corners, had now undergone a complete transformation. Vitality filled every inch of the space. The money tree, whose leaves had been withered, yellowed, and nearly dead, after my painstaking trimming and care, had truly made a spectacular recovery. The withered branches had been completely removed, and the branches were arranged very aesthetically. The layers were distinct. Lush green leaves reached up strongly, radiating a vibrant beauty like a dry tree meeting spring, no less than the work of a professional bonsai artist. The succulent pots on the windowsill, which had scattered soil and grew crookedly and out of line, had also been rearranged and combined by him, using their different heights to coordinate colors, creating an incredibly exquisite and meticulous miniature landscape. The high and low arrangement was harmonious, pure and filled with a sense of healing. Warm noon sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, landing on the glistening succulent leaves, emitting soft rays of light as exquisite as a meticulously displayed work of art. The gloom and pressure in the office suddenly vanished, becoming airy and refreshing. In the air, the fresh scent of moist earth still lingered, the clean breath of plants that had just been watered. CEO Liu An did all of this while he was waiting for you. He just fixed them up on a whim. Chen Tiantian hurriedly explained from the side, her tone full of admiration. Liu An said a cramped and stressful work environment will affect your mood and reduce your appetite, so we took care of them for you. Liu Yanran slowly walked to the window, her fingertips gently brushing a lush green leaf, feeling the coolness and moisture on its surface. All the resentment and grievances accumulated in her heart suddenly vanished like smoke. His hands are truly skillful. He can even bring dying plants back to life. He is thoughtful and dedicated in everything, but unfortunately he's so stubborn and doesn't know how to comfort people. If only I had been more patient earlier and spoken more softly, just saying I would wait to eat with him, then he wouldn't have gotten sulky and stubborn about his pride. The strength in her heart suddenly drained away, and the hunger she had suppressed all morning suddenly hit her like a storm. Grumble. The distinct sound of her stomach growling echoed in the quiet office. Only then did Liu Yanran remember The lunchbox he brought was still on the sofa. As expected, even though he left in a huff, he still left the meticulously prepared dishes behind. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She hurried over to the sofa and sat down, images from the morning constantly filling her mind. The fragrant and soft little buns, the nutritious and warming pumpkin porridge. Her heart was full of expectation for his cooking. The food he cooks is always an irreplaceable delicacy. Click. The latch of the pink rabbit lunchbox was gently opened. But the expected sight of rising white steam and radiating heat did not appear. The rich, alluring aroma had also vanished without a trace. The slight smile that had just appeared on Liu Yanren's face suddenly froze. The sight inside the lunchbox was so pathetic that it killed any appetite. The abalone and golden sauce, which should have been a vibrant gold, with its rich sauce, savory and fatty, now had a thick layer of white fat congealed on the surface. Grease was everywhere, and the once clear golden sauce was now murky and dark, sitting lifelessly at the bottom of the box, looking slimy and nauseating, like a bowl of spoiled, fermented rice water. The lotus pond stir-fried vegetables next to it were even worse. Because they had been trapped in the sealed box for too long, the once crisp green peas were now yellow and mushy, having lost all their original flavor. The translucent lotus root slices were now oxidized and black, gray and limp, lacking any of the freshness they had when first cooked. This was no longer a carefully prepared lunch. It was clearly a box of ice-cold food, nothing more than spoiled leftovers. Liu Yanren still held on to a last shred of hope. His skills were always so great. Maybe it wouldn't taste too bad even if it was cold. She used her chopsticks to poke through the congealed cold fat, picked up a piece of abalone and put it in her mouth. As she bit down, an immediate sensation of cold and grease, along with a strange, strong, fishy taste, took over her entire mouth. There wasn't a hint of deliciousness, only the slimy, nauseating feel of cold fat coating her tongue. The abalone meat, which should have been tender and crisp, was now rock hard, dry and rubbery, like chewing on a piece of tasteless rubber. Liu Yanran couldn't help herself. She covered her mouth and let out a dry heave. Intense nausea shot straight to her head. Her stomach was already weak to begin with, and she was suffering from severe anorexia, making her digestive tract many times more sensitive than a normal person's. This cold, greasy lunchbox had perfectly triggered her fragile stomach. It was nothing short of a fatal blow. She hurriedly grabbed the glass of warm water and took a large gulp, trying to wash away the greasy feeling in her mouth. But her stomach's protest didn't subside. On the contrary, it became even more violent. A familiar sharp cramp suddenly flared up, as if an invisible hand was gripping her stomach tightly and twisting it relentlessly. Layers of bone-chilling pain radiated out, causing her whole body to curl up. Liu Yanren quickly set down her chopsticks, instinctively pushing the lunchbox away. Her brows furrowed tightly in pain. This pink rabbit lunchbox only looked cute. Its insulation was extremely poor. Combined with the fact that she stubbornly stayed in the meeting room, dragging it out for another whole hour. No matter how delicious the food was, it couldn't withstand the passage of time. Yanren, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lisa, observing from the side, noticed something was off and hurried forward. Seeing Liu Yanren's face suddenly turn pale, with beads of cold sweat on her forehead, Lisa's eyes were full of concern. Tianqian, hurry and pour a glass of warm water. Lisa quickly turned to give instructions, then looked at the ice-cold lunchbox on the table. She sighed helplessly. Don't eat any more. It's stone cold and the fat is floating everywhere. It's inedible. It's 1:30 p.m. now. The company canteen closed ages ago. Only cold leftovers remain. She immediately pulled out her phone and opened a delivery app. Let me order something for you. Still that stomach-soothing porridge shop from last time? Or should we try some light Cantonese food? Liu Yanran shook her head slightly, raising her hand to push away Lisa's phone screen. I'm not eating. Only 2 short words, but filled with an indescribable stubbornness. Her palate had long since been spoiled by him, and her stomach, under his meticulous care, had become extremely picky. Except for the food he personally cooked, those restaurant dishes, oily, salty, and lacking warmth, in her eyes, were nothing more than inedible trash. Then what should we do? Lisa was genuinely panicking, looking helplessly at the person huddled on the sofa. If you keep going hungry like this, your stomach condition will only get worse. You won't be able to handle it. Liu Yanren didn't answer, just silently curled up further on the sofa. Both hands clutched her cramping abdomen tightly, her eyes fixed on that pink rabbit-shaped lunchbox as a wave of self-pity washed over her. Hurting and longing, she wanted to drink the hot soup he simmered, wanted to taste the simple dishes full of kitchen warmth he cooked, wanted to eat another bite of his spicy fish. And even more, she wanted those strong, warm hands gently massage her, soothing her cramping stomach. An empty stomach, piercing pain, overwhelming self-pity, and her longing for him, all intertwined at this moment, reaching a peak. Liu Yanran gently bit her pale, dry lips, struggling to contain her emotions as she took a deep breath. Her trembling hand picked up the phone from the coffee table, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and the screen lit up. Her fingertips hovered over the screen for a few seconds, carrying a mix of hesitation and grievance. Finally, she tapped on the chat with a profile picture of a little puppy. This was their private chat. At this very moment, she had cast aside her persona as the CEO of Tianwu Media, full of power and arrogance. No longer the one who commanded the wind and rain, decisive in the business world. She was just a little girl hungry enough to have a stomachache, full of self-pity, just wanting someone to act spoiled with and lean on. Her fingertips gently touched the screen, typing out word by word and sending, "Guten. My stomach hurts. The cold food is gross. I want hot food." At this time, I was busy with personal business, and my phone had been on silent the whole time, leaving my VIP client in a state of lost contact for 5 minutes. No one knew that in those 5 short minutes, Liu Yanren's inner world had already played through an entire long-running tragic drama. Rewinding to 2 minutes ago, Liu Yanren sent me a message, her request extremely vague. "I want hot food." Classic no clear order, figure it out yourself style. I didn't reply, and this caused CEO Liu's mental state to completely crumble. She stared at my little puppy profile picture. The more she looked, the more annoyed she became. Her fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk, her heart constantly complaining. Usually he's so fast at replying, a true model of work response speed, but today he dares to go missing. In her mind, I should always be available at her beck and call, an exclusive employee with no days off. Daring to ignore the boss like this was truly unbelievable. She tried to reassure herself. Maybe he's driving and can't check his phone, trying to find an excuse to keep from getting angry. She even thought to herself, if he still doesn't reply, I'll cut his performance bonus, hitting the weak point of a working man. After the 60-second countdown, my chat window remained silent without a response. It was terrifyingly quiet. Liu Yanren couldn't sit still anymore. The feeling of being ignored by a subordinate added to the chronic stomach pain tormenting her. The combination of both made her want to explode. She was certain I was intentionally giving her the cold shoulder. She called me directly, hearing the monotonous and cold ringing sound. The 3rd ring, the 5th. By the 10th ring, still no one picked up. Those who know me know well. I never let a phone ring more than 3 times. My professional ethics are extremely high, never slacking. At this point, Liu Yanren's sense of control was completely gone. A dozen negative thoughts flashed in her head, with only one conclusion. He's going to quit. She immediately recalled everything. Earlier in the meeting room, how she had used her status as boss in front of everyone to publicly kick him out, with an extremely harsh tone. My past firm words suddenly echoed in her ears. I am a housekeeper, not a slave. If there is no mutual respect, I don't need to earn this money anymore. Finally, she realized I was a man with boundaries and personality, an employee ready to quit at any time. Her psyche completely collapsed. The phone slipped from her hand, hit the armrest, and fell onto the carpet. She didn't even bother to pick it up. She slumped in her executive chair, as if all the strength had been drained from her bones. The stomachache was a small matter. Panic was the real issue. The fear of being abandoned completely overwhelmed her. She was both angry and frantic, constantly calling me narrow-minded and fragile, leaving just because of a few words. But after scolding for a while, her eyes grew red. In her head, she started listing all the things she couldn't live without. No one would cook spicy fish just for her anymore. No one would massage her pressure points to relieve stress. No one would handle all her little errands. From now on, she only have cold, nutritious meals and sleepless nights every single night. With her quality of life plummeting like this, she couldn't accept it for even a second. Her mouth was still stubborn, activating her stubborn mode. I have money, I can hire any housekeeper I want. But her tears could no longer be held back, streaming down from her eyes. Assistant Lisa, standing nearby, had witnessed this entire image collapse, from anger to panic, then a complete breakdown, in just a few short minutes. The usually decisive boss, now with her image shattered, Lisa understood the problem at a glance. It was definitely lovesickness, which no medicine could cure. Only a special dose of him could save her. She quickly stopped Chen Tianxian, who was about to go comfort her, and dragged her out of the office. Outsiders would only make it messier. This round could only be finished by him. The door closed softly, and the office suddenly became unusually quiet. In the large executive chair, Liu Yanren curled up into a ball, knees to chest, completely dropping all her shields. Tears fell steadily onto her trousers. The cold CEO completely fell apart. Guden, was I wrong? Her sobbing was full of self-pity, a far cry from her usual strong appearance. If the high-level managers saw this, they would all be horrified. While crying, she imagined all sorts of heartbreaking scenarios that he had blocked her on Zallo, leaving overnight to work for some other gentle rich lady, letting someone else completely replace her position. The more she thought, the more pitiable she felt. The more she felt she was breaking down. Scumbag. All men are the same. After crying, she started compromising with herself, constantly making promises in her heart. As long as he returned, she wouldn't scold him or cut his pay, and would even let him have the final say on everything. Just as she was crying like a rain-drenched pear blossom, her mood reaching its peak. Click. The office door was gently pushed open. Liu Yamran was startled, hurriedly burying her face on the desk, trying to hide her miserable state. She yelled in a voice hoarse from crying, "Get out! Everyone get out! Don't anyone bother me!" Too bad I didn't listen to her order at all. Steady footsteps moved across the carpet, the familiar scent of soap filling the space. The next second, a warm sensation gently touched her cold cheek. My slightly teasing voice rang out slowly. "I think I heard someone talking bad about me behind my back." In the top floor corridor of Tianwu Group, Lisa dragged the nosy Chen Tiantian into a hidden corner, stopping the show watching in time. Chen Tiantian still wanted to turn around and keep watching, but Lisa immediately spun her around. "Don't look anymore. Nosiness is useless and won't solve the problem." Lisa leaned against the wall and sighed, her face showing a worldly understanding. CEO Liu is suffering from a typical case of lovesickness, and the only medicine is Gauden. Everyone else is useless. Chen Tiantian muttered a small complaint. CEO Liu completely broke down just now. She didn't even use any big grand words. She just kept crying. Lisa chewed 2 mints to suppress her frustration, headaching over where to find me. Ding! The elevator bell suddenly rang out. Both background characters turned their heads at once, staring at the elevator door. The elevator door opened, and I slowly stepped out, dressed simply and looking very relaxed, carrying a red thermos in my hand. It was the key item for me to repair this relationship. Chen Tianxian's eyes widened in surprise. She almost screamed out loud. Lisa was quick-handed and sharp-eyed, covering her mouth instantly. Her eyes were filled with the joy of seeing Savior arrive. Don't make a sound. The main subject is in an important healing phase. All outside interference is forbidden. They immediately switched to tiptoe mode, sneaking after me to eavesdrop. I walked to the CEO's office door, grabbing the ice-cold door handle. Faint sobbing leaked out from inside, like a bullied kitten hiding in a corner to lick its wounds. My heart softened slightly. CEO Liu, usually so imposing, always liking to act like the boss, is essentially just a little girl who's afraid of the cold and prone to feeling hurt. You try to bully me every day, and now you've had a breakdown, haven't you? Let's see if you dare to be so stubborn next time. Click. I pushed the door open and entered, closing it immediately behind me, to completely shut out the noise from outside. The office was dark and heavy with pressure, just like the setting of some psychological drama. The usually arrogant Liu Yanren was now huddling in the large swivel chair, curled into a tiny bunch. Her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably, her sense of grievance clearly overflowing. Hearing a sound, she didn't even bother to look up, shouting in a stuffed-up, irritable voice, "Get out. No one come bother me." Her words sounded sharp, but the weakness and hurt in her voice couldn't be hidden. I remained standing in place, slowly walking across the carpet. My signature clean soap scent spread, quickly covering the entire room. Liu Yanren's body froze for a beat as she slowly lifted her tear-streaked face. Through her blurry tears, she recognized him instantly. I knelt so my gaze was level with hers. Pressing the warm thermos against her cold cheeks, the warmth transferred immediately, and she instinctively pulled her neck back slightly. Her swollen almond eyes stared blankly at me, tears still lingering on her lashes, looking both pitiable and a bit funny. I couldn't help raising an eyebrow teasingly. CEO Liu, I think I heard someone scolding me under their breath just now. She immediately retorted with a stubborn tongue, turning her face away to avoid my gaze. Who's scolding? Don't talk nonsense. Great CEO of a media conglomerate hiding in a corner and crying. If this dark history ever gets out, your image will be completely ruined. She hurriedly wiped her face haphazardly, trying to erase all traces of her crying. Just now, dust just flew into my eyes. I nodded in agreement, but then added another line. The top-floor office has sealed windows. What kind of sand could penetrate them to fly into the boss's eyes? The wind direction today truly is quite extraordinary. Liu Yanran was immediately speechless, turning to give me a burning glare. You're meddling too much. I'm the boss. If I say there's sand, there's sand. Truly the domineering style of the boss, completely ignoring logic. I didn't bother arguing. Fine, the boss is always right. Since your eyes are fine, let's worry about your stomach. I placed the thermos on the coffee table, and as soon as I opened the lid, a rich, alluring aroma hit the nose. Not a hint of fishiness. Only the scent of rice blended with the sweetness of fish. For someone with a stomachache and low blood sugar like Liu Yanran, this was a top-tier restorative medicine. Grumble. In the quiet room. Her stomach growled loudly. There was even an echo. The air froze for 2 seconds. Liu Yanran's face flushed red. Bright red all the way to her ears as she hurriedly clutched her belly. But her taste buds and stomach had long since betrayed their owner, constantly screaming to be filled. I pretended not to hear anything, setting out the bowl and chopsticks before handing them to her. This is a special fresh-cooked fish porridge. To bring it to you in time, boss. I had to speed like crazy. Almost turned it into an action movie. The porridge was snow-white and incredibly smooth, with tender pieces of fresh fish, accented with green onions and dried scallops, both beautiful to look at and delicious. Liu Yanran couldn't stop swallowing. All feelings of nausea and discomfort suddenly vanished. She picked up the spoon, but still tried to maintain a last bit of dignity. It's because you're forcing me to eat. I wasn't even hungry at first. Seeing how much effort you put into coming here, I'll give you some face and try a bite. As soon as she spoke, she shoveled a huge spoonful into her mouth. It was so hot she had to keep huffing, but she wouldn't let go of the spoon. The porridge melted on her tongue. The fish meat was fresh and tender, and the warm ginger scent flowed down to her stomach. Her cramping stomach was instantly soothed. The panic from low blood sugar vanished completely, as if she had been given a new lease on life. A comfortable feeling spread through her whole body, and she completely forgot about her image. She moved the spoon quickly, her eating speed increasing drastically. Just a second ago, she was acting defiant. The next, she looked like she wanted to bury her nose in the bowl. I leaned back in the chair next to her, silently watching her. It could only be said that CEO Liu was about to collapse from hunger. Her tears had run dry, but her mouth was still extremely stubborn. Less than 10 minutes later, Liu Yanran had polished off the bowl of fish porridge I cooked. This big sister even scraped the last grains of porridge off the sides of the bowl. Her bowl-clearing ability was no joke. She gently wiped her mouth, exuding a relaxed, warm aura after refueling. Vitality successfully restored, and her intelligence quickly returned too. The gloomy, collapsed feeling from earlier had mostly dissipated, but the debt for quitting without permission and going missing, she would definitely settle that account with me until the end. After all, in a boss mindset, a missing subordinate is a sign of rebellion. Liu Yanran sat up straight, adjusted her wrinkled collar, and quickly regained her CEO poise. Even though the corners of her eyes were still red from crying, it didn't dampen her spirit as she prepared to interrogate me for my crimes. Guden, where is your phone? I felt my empty pockets and shrugged nonchalantly. Forgot it by the kitchen sink. I was in such a rush to bring the porridge to you. Everything had to be done fast. I just grabbed the box and ran, so I completely blanked on the phone. Perfectly tight logic with no loopholes. But a woman in a rage never cares about basic logic. As she spoke, Liu Yanran let out a cold laugh. Immediately, she switched to a completely unreasonable and bossy mode. In this day and age, who goes out without their phone? Are you trying to fool a child? Put it bluntly, you deliberately ignored my messages. You just don't want to deal with me anymore, do you? The more she spoke, the more fired up she got, snapping to her feet with her hands on her hips. Her fingertip pointed right at my nose just 2 centimeters away. Her long, red manicured nails added to her overwhelming presence. She looked fierce, but for some reason, she also gave off a hint of childish innocence. I told you my stomach was hurting and I was feeling terrible. Yet you dared to read my messages without replying and didn't even pick up the phone. I looked at the woman gesturing wildly in front of me, complaining silently in my head. Just a moment ago, she was sobbing and acting weak, needing help, and now she suddenly turned into a bossy queen. Her mood swings are incredibly seamless. President Liu, let's talk about workplace logic for a moment. I calmly recounted the events according to the standard procedure. You kicked me out of the meeting room at 12:05, and it took 40 minutes to go back and forth from the villa. The entire process of cooking the fish porridge and packing it was compressed to the limit. I had to use every single second to get it done. I didn't even have time to go to the bathroom or slack off. So how could I have time to pick up my phone? I'm not listening. Liu Yanran snapped her head away, sounding decisive. Her arrogance and stubbornness had reached their peak. The fact that you didn't reply is crystal clear. This is considered a serious dereliction of duty. A personal butler must be on standby and respond 24/7. That's the most basic professional quality. She tilted her chin up and looked down at me with the ultimate bossy attitude. I'm going to impose a punishment for your position. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. This woman really knew how to push her luck, turning from crying to finding ways to torture me in an instant. But whatever, the person who pays the salary is always right, and she just went through a psychological shock, so it's only right to indulge her a bit. I took half a step back to clear the dishes, compromising with an easygoing attitude. All right, as long as it's not too over the top, any punishment is fine. Hearing that, the corners of Liu Yanran's mouth immediately curled up, unable to hide her smirk. That look was just like a winner who had achieved a glorious victory after days of being oppressed. Her eyes scanned around, her mind calculating all sorts of schemes. She wanted to bind me to her for life and be done with it, but she was afraid that moving too fast would make me resist. In the end, she decided to use the boiling a frog in warm water tactic to slowly gain control over an employee like me. I punish you, she drawled, her gaze scanning me from head to toe. This afternoon, you must stay by my side and not leave for a second, always ready for my orders. My hands suddenly froze. My planned KPI for this afternoon was to fix up the garden. Those Buddhist pines have grown quite messy. As someone with OCD, it's very bothersome to look at, and pruning them would make the living space much more beautiful, which I consider an increase in work efficiency. I don't care. Liu Yanran cut me off rudely. She's exactly the type of person who doesn't care about work mind maps. And the one paying your salary. Are those trees more important, or is your boss? Your workplace for today is officially this office. I sighed helplessly. It's true that an employee can never win an argument with the person who hires them. Fine, but I need to go back by 4 p.m. at the latest to prepare the broth. I'm making light poached pork for you tonight. As soon as she heard about good food, Liu Yanran's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. It's a deal. I haven't set a clock-out time yet. I'm the boss, so I have the right to decide. After eating her fill, the post-carb drowsiness immediately took over her whole body, and she started yawning non-stop, her eyelids becoming heavy. So sleepy, she couldn't take it anymore. Sitting in the large executive chair felt too restrictive, but then she saw me sitting comfortably on the sofa, with my long legs and straight back, looking like the most ideal place to rest her head. Liu Yanran casually grabbed a cushion, her movements as smooth as if they'd been rehearsed. She kicked off her high heels and placed the cushion perfectly on my lap. The next second, her head landed right there, and after adjusting her position, she closed her eyes and lay flat. The whole sequence was ridiculously practiced, as if she treated this office like her own bedroom. My whole body suddenly froze. President Liu, this is a workplace. You should care a bit about your image. Shh, don't be so noisy, she whispered coquettishly, without a trace of her powerful CEO aura left. This is a lunch break privilege, and your punishment, so you must cooperate. Saying that, she even complained that my hands were in the way, and pulled my hand onto her shoulder saying, soothe me. I was stunned, speechless. It turns out I don't just have to be on call and cook and serve, but now I have to be a sleep soother too. But setting aside her stubbornness, she really looked beautiful when she was quiet, with her long eyelashes drooping, completely shedding her usual sharpness, looking as gentle and sweet as a young girl. I could only sigh and accept my fate, gently patting her shoulder to lull her into a deep sleep. At the same time, outside the office door, Lisa and Chen Tiantian, as if guided by fate, both pressed their ears to the door to eavesdrop. Neither the arguments nor the Cold War they imagined were happening. It was strangely quiet inside, creating an atmosphere both bizarre and delicate. The two of them shared a look, their eyes filled with astonishment. It was truly beyond belief that the legendary and powerful CEO Liu Yanran had been completely tamed by Lu An like this. Outside the general manager's office, Chen Tianxian intended to slip away immediately, since the conflict between the bosses was settled. Staying any longer would just be a waste of overtime. Lisa, let's get out of here. But Lisa remained motionless. Her gossiping instincts had fully kicked in, and as Liu Yanran's best friend of 20 years, she understood the CEO's true nature all too well. Normally, she was always cold and aloof, keeping everyone at a distance, and for a man to get close was harder than climbing to heaven. Today's dramatic scene of extreme contrast would be a huge regret if she missed it. What's the rush? A once-in-a-millennium event like this must be seen through to the end. Lisa held her breath, gently turning the doorknob with her hand, moving with extreme caution like a bomb disposal expert. Soft clicks sounded, and the door slowly opened a tiny crack, letting a warm, soft glow from inside spill out. I had already noticed the light shifting at the door, and I looked toward the crack, where two nosy pairs of eyes appeared, hiding clumsily but looking quite funny. Lisa peeked through the crack from outside, and instantly froze, her pupils shrinking in shock. Liu Yanren, who was usually so decisive and powerful, the one who could dominate a whole room with her presence, had now completely dropped that sharp edge. She was curled up in my lap, resting her head peacefully on my thigh, looking unbelievably obedient. With my back against the sofa, one of my hands was on her back, slowly and gently patting her to sleep. This scene hit Lisa's gossip nerve perfectly. This was no longer a boss-servant relationship. It was clearly a proud lady's CEO, and her own personal psychological guardian. Do normal friends really rest their heads on each other's laps like that? To say she's just fast asleep would be self-deception. Chen Tiantian, standing behind, couldn't help but peek in too, and her worldview completely shattered and fell apart. She was so fierce in the meeting, slamming tables and chairs, yet now she's as gentle as a sleepy little kitten. This contrast is truly shocking. I saw the two of them huddled at the door but didn't expose them, only giving a slight nod and making a shushing gesture. Lisa understood immediately, giving me a thumbs up in approval, her smirk impossible to hide. A second later, she gently closed the door herself, shutting out all external noise. The office returned to its original silence, with only the faint hum of the air conditioner. After running around earlier to handle the cooking and serving, all my accumulated exhaustion suddenly hit me. I adjusted myself into the most comfortable position against the sofa, and before long, I fell into a deep sleep too. The CEO's office on the top floor of the bustling commercial district had become the perfect place for both of us to slack off for a while. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, evening began to fall. The 3 p.m. sunlight filtered through a gap in the curtains, and a bright beam hit Liu Yanran right in the face. Her deep sleep was suddenly disturbed, her brows furrowed slightly, and she instinctively tried to avoid the light. She kept squirming in my lap, her cheek rubbing against my pant leg, desperately searching for a dark spot to hide from the glare. She was sleeping so soundly she was completely unguarded, and her level of soft cuteness right now was at its maximum. Right then, a few clear drops of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth, drop by drop. They all landed on my light gray trousers. This light-colored fabric easily shows stains, and the moisture immediately spread into a distinct dark spot. That warm and sticky sensation woke me up from my dream. My first sensation was my leg falling asleep. Having this noble lady sleep on me for an hour, my circulation was completely cut off. Then I realized something was wrong. My thigh felt wet, so I looked down, and the culprit was none other than her. Seeing the drool stain growing wider on my pants, and then looking at her flushed, sleeping face, I couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. I've caught this embarrassing moment. The only risk is, if this gets out, I might get fired on the spot or even suffer a worse fate. That soft but dangerous laugh instantly startled Liu Yanran awake. Her whole body jolted, her eyes snapping open, her brain lagging, unable to react yet. Her vision still blurry and unfocused. She instinctively reached up to touch the corner of her mouth, her fingertip meeting a suspicious bit of moisture. A second later, she looked down, her gaze locking onto the dark stain on my thigh. The air suddenly seemed to freeze. Liu Yanran was stunned, her pupils shrinking in horror, and she just froze on the spot. It really was her drool, and a wave of humiliation washed over her cheeks, turning bright red in an instant, so red it looked like they might bleed. Watching her awkward state, as if she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, my smile grew even wider. Awake already, President Liu? How was your nap experience? Hearing my gentle teasing, Liu Yanran suddenly snapped out of it, quickly sitting up and fixing her hair, her embarrassment exceeding the limit. But in a powerful CEO's dictionary, guilt and shame don't exist. There's only the playing the victim tactic. She suddenly turned and glared at me, her aura returning instantly. Luan, you've gone way too far. You dared to stare at my peerless beauty and drool all over yourself like this. I was stunned for a few seconds in confusion, completely speechless at her reversal of the situation. I pointed at my own nose, my face showing pure innocence. Drooling? Yes, it was you. Liu Yanran didn't give me any chance to explain at all. She was like a little kitten that had its tail stepped on, puffing up her fur. Whoosh! She sprang up from the sofa, frantically slipping into her high heels, quickly turning her back to me. It was a classic case of burying her head in the sand. As long as she didn't look, the shame didn't exist. This kid, having bad intentions while watching me sleep, and even dared to drool, I could only give a wry smile and let it go. Fine. Whatever the boss says goes. Since the boss wanted to call a stag a horse, this employee had no choice but to accept it. I leaned on the sofa's armrest, preparing to get up and head home to cook dinner. Tonight's poached pork required the perfect texture, so the meat had to be marinated and rested for at least an hour. The steps couldn't be off by even a millimeter. But I had completely forgotten about a very difficult physiological problem. That nearly 50-kilogram weight had been pressing on my leg in a fixed position for 2 hours. Never mind my ordinary flesh and blood leg. Even a leg of iron or stone would have gone numb. As soon as I tried to stand up, an intense numbing sensation shot from my thighs straight to my brain. It felt like my entire leg had completely disconnected. It went limp like an overcooked noodle, without any strength to support me, and my center of gravity went completely out of control. I lunged straight toward Liu Yanren standing in front of me. Liu Yanren had just put on her shoes, and she turned around when she heard the noise, her pupils shrinking. "Hey, what are you doing?" Though her mouth spoke harsh words, her body acted quite honestly. Deep down, she knew very well that I was her personal chef and massage therapist, the one holding her most important KPIs. If I broke a leg, there'd be no delicious dinner for her tonight. For the sake of food, she instinctively reached out to catch me. Unfortunately, her own state was completely unstable. Her mind was still foggy from just waking up, and she was wobbling on high heels. So her balance was extremely poor. Swish, she slipped on the carpet, and the imagined hero saving the beauty or vice versa was completely flipped. All the weight came crashing down, and we both tumbled over, hitting the carpet with a heavy thud. Bang! In a scene that should have been extremely romantic. With me on top and her underneath, the position was so awkward it made us want to vanish. To avoid crushing her, I instinctively reached out to find something to brace myself on, and in the chaos my right hand landed perfectly. That warm, soft, and bouncy feeling, oh my god, it felt amazing. It was like a perfectly kneaded, high-quality dough full of life. The space froze instantly, and all that could be heard in the room was the hum of the air conditioner. I was stunned on the spot. My mind blanked for a moment, then I slowly looked down, and my sanity completely collapsed. My palm was pressed tight, without a single gap, right on the highest point of her shirt. The impact had created a very distinct curve, and I could even feel the vibration of her pounding heart. Liu Yanren was also completely dazed, her hands still suspended in the air from trying to catch me, her phoenix eyes wide and round, her face showing a breathtaking look of shock. This kid. Where on earth is his hand? Time seemed to stretch into eternity, and the atmosphere became incredibly suggestive. I don't know if it was a chef's instinct when faced with perfect textured ingredients, or because the sensation in my hands was so astonishing, but my fingers unconsciously gave a little squeeze. It was both bouncy and soft. That level of elasticity was truly divine. The next second, Liu Yanren's brain completely exploded, blood rushing to her head, her cheeks turning bright red instantly, like a boiled shrimp. She was ashamed, angry, and confused all at once, extremely shocked, and even felt a strange, indescribable flutter in her heart. An earth-shattering roar of Luan sounded in my ears, and my ultimate survival instinct immediately took over. Ignoring the sensation of 1,000 ants biting my leg, I instantly sprang up and retreated, quickly pulling back to a safe zone more than 2 meters away. I raised both hands high, in a surrendering posture with an incredibly upright and pure expression, absolutely devoid of any wicked thoughts. It's a misunderstanding, President Liu. It was a pure accident, a total misunderstanding. Liu Yanren clumsily scrambled up from the carpet, her shirt collar dipping slightly, revealing a glimpse of her pale skin. It felt like a massive tsunami was sweeping through her heart, and her mind had gone completely blank. He definitely did that on purpose, and he even dared to squeeze it. It's infuriating. I really want to chop that hand of his into pieces, but as soon as that thought appeared, she immediately crushed it. No, if I chop it off, who will cook and massage for me? Liu Yanren shook her head vigorously, trying to regain her composure. No, this is a subordinate offending a superior in the workplace. It's clearly harassment. She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, and glared at me fiercely. A misunderstanding. Explain clearly why your hand landed exactly there. And what was that movement just now? Did you find that feeling very enjoyable, didn't you? I looked at her blushing face, quickly using all my brain power to find a way to handle this. If I admitted it, it would be over. I definitely wouldn't be cooking anything tonight, but denying it would only make things more complicated, and I'd die a more miserable death. At the critical moment, I decided to use the blaming the past move to save myself, immediately switching to a sincere and apologetic mode, with the most earnest attitude possible. President Liu, you really can't blame me for this. It's all because of that incident in the elevator. Liu Yanren was taken aback, her eyes filled with questioning. The elevator. Yes, the elevator at the mall that day. I began to talk seriously and at length. That day, my mouth said I didn't want to touch you, but after saying it, my heart was in turmoil. Facing someone with your exceptional beauty and figure, how could a normal man not have thoughts? Anything else would be going against biological instincts. For the past 2 days, I've been tossing and turning every night, feeling more and more restless, and because I suppressed it so long, it became a subconscious obsession. My gaze flickered back to that spot, with a look as clear as if I were admiring a work of art. Just now when I fell, my mind suddenly went blank, and so my subconscious directly controlled my body. That obsession just burst out instantly. It really wasn't on purpose. My hand just moved on its own. President Liu, I'm a victim too. I'm truly innocent. Pause for a moment, continuing my serious-looking sophistry. That action was purely unconscious, just to verify reality, only because the feeling was so incredibly real, so perfect, that it felt like it couldn't be from the real world. The whole office went dead quiet, as my disguisedly boastful sentence echoed through the air. Liu Yanran stood frozen in place, her brain frantically processing the information. Does this logic actually sound reasonable? But a second later, she rejected it. Reasonable, my foot. You're obviously just a pervert playing a hooligan. But looking at my handsome, apologetic, and innocent-looking face, raging anger within her suddenly vanished completely, and she even thought to herself, see, no matter how much a man talks, his body is always the most honest. Before in the elevator, he was acting cold and saying he didn't want to touch me. But it was all just an act to save face. Today, the cat's out of the bag. He's clearly a stubborn king, no doubt about it. Liu Yanren bit her lip, trying to maintain a serious CEO expression, but the corners of her mouth kept wanting to curl up, and she couldn't stop them. Her murderous aura from before had completely disappeared, and her phoenix eyes were now shimmering with moisture. There wasn't a hint of fierceness left. It almost felt like an invitation. Humph! You thick-skinned pervert. To openly harass your boss, your professional ethics, are completely down the drain. Seeing the situation calm down, I hurried to seize the opportunity, switching to the humble mode of a professional employee. Yes, President Liu's beauty and charm are truly incomparable. It's just that my self-control is too weak. I held onto the sofa to move a bit, as the stinging numbness in my left leg continued to spread. You really can't blame me this time. It's all due to my substandard leg hardware. After you slept on it for 2 hours, it went on strike from being overworked. And the circulation is completely cut off. Hearing that, Liu Yanran immediately felt guilty, her gaze drifting to the drool stain on my thigh, and a wave of humiliation hit her once more. It really was because she slept too soundly that my leg went so numb I couldn't move. She tried to hide her embarrassment, avoiding my gaze as she said, "Fine. Considering you diligently soothed me to sleep and sacrificed your leg, I'll let this mistake slide. I'm a generous person after all, and I never bother with such trivial matters." She suddenly turned back, pointing her finger right at my chest to regain some authority. "This is only for this one time. There won't be a next time. If you dare to act up again, I'll chop that offending hand of yours off." I nodded obediently. "Understood, ma'am." "Thank you for the pardon, President Liu." The crisis was smoothed over, so I glanced at the clock, preparing to wrap up my work and head home. "Besides the poached pork, is there anything else you want to eat tonight?" As soon as she heard about eating, Liu Yanren's eyes lit up immediately. As a loyal fan of bold flavors, who had been restrained by bland porridge all day, her palate was feeling very dull. Now that she had something on me, she was definitely going to take advantage and demand some benefits. She waddled over in her high heels, lifting her chin arrogantly. "I want spicy beef hot pot, extra spicy and with all the toppings." I didn't stop tidying the pillows, and refused her flatly. "No way, your stomach just recovered. And if you eat something that oily and spicy, you might end up in the ER by midnight." "Then how about cold spicy skewers?" "No." "Then what about super spicy beef slices?" I turned back to look at her, my stance unwavering. "Tonight's menu is set. Poached pork and light stir-fried greens, maybe at most a side of fish mint salad. That's my final offer. And it's non-negotiable." Liu Yanran immediately bristled, switching to a completely spoiled mode. I don't care. I want spicy food. My mouth is so tasteless right now, and without flavor, the joy of life is basically zero. I was generous enough to forgive your hooligan behavior, yet I can't even have one hot pot meal. I could only sigh helplessly, patiently explaining the health rules to her. Spicy foods are on the forbidden list for this week. That's the absolute limit for your own health, and I won't compromise. Seeing that I was still as stubborn as a mule, Liu Yanran immediately switched to her ultimate tactic when being rigid didn't work. Then she immediately used her coquettish charms combined with moral kidnapping. He leaned in close to her waist, his peach blossom eyes narrowing, filled with resentment and grievance. Li Gaodan, when you took action just now, you weren't acting this cold. After touching me, you turn your back and act like a stranger, taking advantage of me and then not even letting me eat one spicy bite. You really are a total scumbag. My mood instantly collapsed, surrendering completely. Fine, I'll find a way to satisfy both sides. Liu Yanran's expression flipped in a second, instantly smiling like a flower. I knew you loved me most. Let's go, time to head home and feast. The chairman's office door swung wide open. Liu Yanran linked her arm with mine and slowly walked out. The cold, overbearing CEO facade on her face was pitifully thin, ready to melt at any moment. She wasn't just linking arms. Her entire body was practically glued to me, a powerful surge of possessiveness, openly declaring her territory. I had one hand in my pocket, the other carrying the cheap red bag, remaining gentle and calm throughout. As the two walked through the office area, the entire hall instantly fell deathly silent. Dozens of employees were slacking off just to eavesdrop, their eyes darting frantically. Who could have ever imagined the company's infamous Sichuan tyrant dragon herself, now behaving as obediently as a lovesick girl? Extreme contrast left everyone in shock. Liu Yanran held her head high, maintaining her last bit of pride, but whispered softly, I want to eat tripe. The kind that's dipped 7 times and stays perfectly crunchy. I looked straight ahead and softly replied, all right, but only 2 pieces. Your stomach won't be able to digest more. 2 pieces? Are you feeding a cat? She secretly pinched my arm, full of resentment. My expression didn't change. Seating, max 4 pieces, no more bargaining, deal closed. Liu Yanran immediately broke into a smirk, completely unable to suppress her smile. To the employees, this scene looked like a couple openly displaying their affection. In the corner of the hallway, Chen Tian leaned against the wall, completely dumbstruck, forgetting to push up her glasses as they slipped down her nose, her worldview completely turned upside down. This is no longer the decisive CEO Liu. She's clearly a little girl in the final stages of love. Don't you feel incredibly disillusioned? Lisa crossed her arms, watching the drama with a cryptic smile. Chen Tian hurriedly pushed up her glasses, exclaiming in low voice shock, Sister Lisa, has Mr. Li cast some kind of love spell on Boss Liu? Lisa gave a mocking laugh, popping a mint in her mouth. There's no spell. It's just a case of meeting one's match. He's caught her right where it hurts. The elevator dinged and the doors closed as the numbers slowly counted down. The gossiping smile on Lisa's face vanished instantly, her aura shifting completely. She turns a look at Chen Tian with a meaningful gaze. Tian. A chill ran down Chen Tian's spine, instinctively wanting to bolt. She knew Lisa all too well. The more gently Lisa spoke, the bigger the trouble brewing. I'm going to go write up the meeting minutes. I haven't finished my current KP as yet. What's the rush? Lisa reached out to grab her shoulder, walking her path and saying, get your phone out and send me Li Gaodan's phone number. Chen Tian's face went blank. Lisa stopped beating around the bush, holding out her hand for it directly. Chen Tian immediately became alert, clutching her phone pocket tightly. Sister Lisa, this is against the rules. He is the chairman's private assistant. Confidentiality is a core KPI. Boss Liu is conservative and values her privacy immensely. If I expose the contact info of her close personal staff, consequences will be severe. Lisa looked at her cowardly behavior and got annoyed, raising her hand to flick her forehead. Why can't you use this head of yours? When Boss Liu flies into a rage every day, who's the first one to take the heat? Chen Tian pouted and timidly raised her hand. It's always me who gets hurt. Then who is the only solution to put out the fire? Chen Tian's mind suddenly lit up, her eyes gleaming. She instantly recalled the scene of Liu Yanran nesting in my arms, that obedient and gentle demeanor. I am the only treasure who can handle Liu Yanran's temper. It's Mr. Li. Isn't that right? Lisa reasoned logically. I'm saving this number as a contingency plan for emergencies. Next time Boss Liu starts smashing things in a fit, They'll call the savior directly to precisely extinguish the fire and minimize damage, ensuring the entire company's office ecosystem stays stable. Shen Tian was instantly enlightened, fully realizing, that's right, this isn't leaking secrets. It's a divine artifact for avoiding workplace disasters. She no longer hesitated, quickly unlocking her phone, opening her contacts. The phone number was also his Zalo ID. She showed the screen and quickly shirked responsibility. I didn't give it to you intentionally. You just happened to see it yourself. Lisa nodded in satisfaction, pulling out her diamond-encrusted phone to quickly save the number and add him as a friend, her movements smooth and effortless. The notes section flashed with a cursor, pausing for 2 seconds, finally deciding on 4 words, Dragon Taming Master. Sending the friend request, Lisa's state of mind was perfectly calm, primarily for the sake of company stability. Absolutely not because of his selfish desire to play matchmaker. At the same time, the break room had become the ultimate intelligence center for gossip. Slacking employees huddled together, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. Was that really our boss Lou just now? I think my astigmatism has gotten seriously worse. A lady from the planning department held her cup, looking shocked. Usually, even breathing too loudly during a report would get you crushed by boss gaze. Yet today, she was practically glued to that man, acting coquettishly and sweet to an absurd degree. The HR manager furiously stirred their coffee with a look of complete understanding. Don't talk nonsense. That side of her is strictly for the little boss. Their looks and aura are a match made in heaven. Truly a perfect couple. In a dark corner, the company's rising star, Jiang Cheng, watched everything in silence. He pulled his hat brim lower, gripping an unopened cold Coke can, his psyche completely off balance. He had originally jumped to Thiendu with the selfish intent to win over Liu Yanran along with her beauty, status, and resources, wanting to seize all the best things, to rise to the very top. But he had crashed against that iceberg countless times, failing to gain even a shred of her favor. Today, he had a complete epiphany. It wasn't that the iceberg couldn't melt, but that he didn't have the proper authorization. I might look gentle and casual, but to the bone, there's a supreme level of calm, capable of making the social media's most difficult Liu Yanran obey so submissively. Truly a formidable character. Jiang Cheng let out a soft sigh and accurately tossed the Coke can into the trash. Snap! All his unrealistic, clinging thoughts vanished completely into nothingness. He was very clear-headed. The stature of the Liu family was not something he could ever hope to reach. If he couldn't form a bond, then he absolutely mustn't make an enemy. He opened a rich kids group chat, finding the chat with Zhao Kuo. Jiang Cheng wrote, "The man you were asking about before. I've seen him with my own eyes. Jiang Cheng sincerely advises you. This person is on another level. Don't mess with him," Jiang Cheng warned. "Let go of the old grudges soon. Don't go digging your own grave." After sending it, Jiang Cheng pulled his hat brim down and quietly departed. Inside the enclosed space of an executive suite at a luxury hotel, the air was thick with a frivolous atmosphere following a party. Zhao Kuo, shirtless, leaned against the headboard, exhaling cigarette smoke. The new project was finished. Beauty beside him was enjoying the successful results when the bathroom door opened. Lin Wan slowly walked out wrapped in a towel, wet hair over her shoulders, her face full of intentional flattery. She crawled onto the bed like a little kitten, her fingertips tracing circles on Zhao Kuo's chest. "Darling, I've got my eye on a bag that's only 30 million. Before she could finish, the phone on the nightstand buzzed twice. Zhao Kuo casually picked it up to take a look, and his pupils immediately constricted. Jiang Cheng's warning hit him right where it hurt. He survived in the upper circles, so he knew best when to be adaptable. Liu Yanran is the jewel of the Liu family, holding the power of life and death over Thiendu media. Since I was trusted to be so close to her, his status had long since changed from the past. A chill suddenly ran down his spine, a sense of extreme crisis rising. Originally, because of Lin Wan, he had openly mocked and suppressed me. If I just whispered a few words in the boss' ear, then his family business would be on the brink of collapse. "Darling, what are you looking at? Are you going to buy me that bag or not?" Lin Wan, lacking tact, tried to lean in and peek at the phone. Snap! Zhao Kuo swung his hand and slapped hers away. The force was quite strong, her fair skin instantly flushing red. He used to find her charming and seductive, but now she was just a jinxing comet. All the trouble was caused by this woman. This fuse had to be removed immediately. Zhao Kuo growled, his gaze bone-chilling, his expression full of contempt. "You want money?" He quickly worked his phone. Lin Wan's phone notified her of receiving 20 million. Lin Wan, despite the pain, was suddenly filled with joy. "Thank you, darling. I knew you loved me most." Shut up, Jiao Kuo coldly interrupted, getting off the bed to dress without hesitation, without a single hint of regret, determined to sever all ties immediately. Now that you have the money, get out. Delete my number, block me. From now on, it's as if we never met on Zalo. Lin Wan froze in place, her mind completely blank. 1 second tender and pampering, next cold and heartless. She rushed forward barefoot to grab his arm, tears streaming down her face. Why? What did I do wrong? I can change. Jiao Kuo violently flung her hand off. Lin Wan lost her balance and tumbled onto the thick carpet. He looked down from above, his expression incredibly mocking. It was just for fun. Did you actually take it seriously? He tightened his belt, then dropped one final warning. Remember this. Stay far away from your ex-boyfriend. Li Gudan is now Liu Yanran's close associate. Even I don't dare touch him. If you even think of approaching him, you're looking for death. Don't go dragging me down with you. The door slammed shut, severing all connections completely. Lin Wan sat flat on the floor, her bathrobe disheveled, her whole body freezing, her head spinning. Her entire worldview completely collapsed. Li Gudan, the ex-boyfriend she casually discarded, could actually lean on a tycoon like Liu Yanran. Seeking a shortcut for vanity, she had ruthlessly abandoned love, only to end up pushing away with her own hands the man she could no longer reach. No way, absolutely no way. She clutched the carpet, her nails nearly snapping. From start to finish, she was the one who was the real clown. The pressure in the kitchen immediately dropped to freezing. Liu Yanran leaned one hand on the kitchen counter, the other gripping my phone, her gaze both resentful and fierce, the perfect image of a wife catching an affair. Gauden, why aren't you saying anything? Gone mute? Turned off the gas stove, gently pulled back my phone, taking half a step forward to close the gap between us. At an extremely close distance, the sense of oppression rising to a peak. Boss Liu, it's just a friend request. Your emotional outburst. Isn't it a bit excessive? I slightly lowered my head, staring at her tense face. Or are you jealous? Jealous? Why would I bother being jealous of you? Liu Yanran immediately raised her voice, her face full of disbelief. Her acting skills almost made me think I was mistaken. Who am I? Im Liu Yanran. Pursuers queue for me from Chunxi to Tianfu Square. Would I be jealous of a private chef? The most ridiculous thing in the world. I didn't expose her, just quietly watching her struggle to keep up appearances, waiting for her to catch her breath. I leisurely added one more thing. Fine. Not jealous, right? Then I'll accept the friend request. With that, I pressed the accept button right in front of her. Request was accepted. We could now chat normally. The moment the green chat window appeared, Liu Yanran's pupils trembled, murderous intent instantly becoming palpable. If looks could kill, I would have been chopped into 100 pieces. You actually dared to accept, daring to steal from me right under my nose. Gauden, you're good. I acted innocent, hitting the nail on the head of her duplicity. Didn't Boss Liu say she wasn't jealous? I dangled the phone, my eyes full of teasing, so just now was just an emotional outburst. Liu Yanran was immediately left speechless. If she didn't admit to being jealous, then her image would completely collapse. But if she didn't admit it, then she would feel incredibly frustrated inside. A surge of bitterness, like gulping down a bowl of sugarless lemon juice. Who's being duplicitous? She slammed an apple onto the counter, erupting in rage. Add them. Go ahead and add friends. Better yet, chat all night long. Tomorrow just quit and go be their housekeeper instead. After shouting, she turned and bolted, the sound of her slippers clattering loudly. Running to the door, she still wasn't satisfied, turning back to give me a scorching glare. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm not jealous. The master bedroom door on the second floor slammed shut violently, the sound resonating with immense power. Liu Yanran kicked off her slippers, throwing herself onto the bed, grabbing a feather pillow, and unleashed her rage on it as if it were my proxy. Beat this idiot to death. Daring to anger me, left punch, right punch. A flurry of strikes left the pillow completely deformed. She raged for 5 full minutes, her strength exhausted, but her anger hadn't subsided one bit. On the contrary, the more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt. Her mood completely collapsed. This won't do. She had to find Lisa to settle the score. She pulled out her phone and called Lisa directly. It only rang twice before someone picked up, the voice on the other end full of teasing. Boss Liu, we've only been apart for 2 hours and you already miss me. Liu Yanran was in no mood for small talk, radiating an intimidating aura to question Lisa. You dared to add Guden as a friend. What was that about? Did you get my permission? He's my private housekeeper. The other end went silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into a loud burst of laughter. Lisa understood exactly what was happening. This level of speed in protecting one's property was unprecedented. A classic case of being deeply in love while still being stubbornly tight-lipped. Yanren, didn't you say the two of you were just in a normal relationship? If there are no strings attached, then I find housekeeper Lee both handsome and calm in character. So I want to try and develop some feelings. Wouldn't it be great for us to become even closer? Liu Yanren immediately flew into a rage, springing up from the bed and roaring, "No way. Absolutely forbidden. He has already signed a labor contract. Dating is forbidden during his employment." Lisa leisurely poked at her sore spot. "It's fine. I can wait until his contract expires. A high-potential catch like this is definitely worth the wait. It's not a loss. Besides, when he accepted the friend request just now, he was giving me a lot of face. Pangli Li, do you want to die?" Liu Yanren was so angry she used Lisa's real name. Lisa laughed even more delightedly. "Turning against me for a man? Your mental state is completely off balance. I'm done teasing you. Let's talk about the real reason. You have a hot temper and explode easily. Once you're angry, no one can stop you, and you're too prideful to back down to calm things. Your Gudan is simply a backup firefighter. At critical moments, he can help stabilize your emotions, helping the company develop steadily." Liu Yanran froze upon hearing this. Hit right in the heart. She really was easily ruled by emotions. Most situations were handled by me stepping in. But her haughtiness immediately surged again, stubbornly arguing back. "What on earth are you talking about? Who needs him to save the day? With just one word from me, doesn't he still listen obediently?" "Fine, fine. Boss Liu's aura is top-notch." Lisa coaxed her perfunctorily, then dealt a fatal blow. "But your possessiveness has already exceeded the limit. That's a typical sign of developing feelings. Admit it, Liu Yanran. You've liked him for a long time." Phew, these words were like a thunderbolt shattering her camouflage. Liu Yanran's hand trembled, and she immediately hung up. The room suddenly became dead silent. Am I moved? By that idiot who always speaks so harshly. No way, absolutely no way. And just greedy for his cooking skills, and his ability to handle things well. It has nothing to do with looks, tenderness, or sense of security. She frantically brainwashed herself, suppressed the panic in her heart. But the more she suppressed it, the more chaotic her mind became. Annoyed by Lisa's call and flustered by me accepting the friend request, this strange new emotion had completely shattered her equilibrium. She grabbed the pillow again to vent her frustration, wildly punching and kicking. "You bold little demon, daring to mess with my heart." Right when she was hitting most passionately. Her hair a messy bird's nest. Click. The door gently pushed open. I had my apron on, ladle in hand, standing at the door watching the show, watching my lady boss with messy hair on the bed, fiercely venting her anger. I let out a faint smile, leisurely asking, "Done. Hitting yet?" Liu Yanren's movements froze instantly, her fist hanging in mid-air as she turned her head mechanically, her face full of shame as she wished to sink into the ground. I tilted my chin, my tone full of teasing. "Dinner's ready. Come down and recharge a bit. After you've eaten your fill, you can come back and hit me more." Liu Yanren's cheeks instantly flushed hot and red. She stuttered out, "How long have you been eavesdropping?" I immediately played dumb, my eyes full of innocence. "Listen to what?" "I have no idea at all. I didn't hear anything." "Liar." She saw the unmistakable smile in my eyes, convinced that I had been listening all this time, certainly mocking her in secret for being duplicitous and for having completely fallen for me. Old and new debts piling up, a massive explosion of shame. Liu Yanren stepped onto the carpet barefoot, transforming into a ticking time bomb. "Li Gaodan, I'll fight you." "Li Gudan, you eavesdropping thief, go die." Liu Yanren clenched her tiny fists, aiming straight for my chest in a frantic attack, the sound of thumping echoing repeatedly. I didn't even bother to dodge, even psychologically leaning down a bit to match her reach, mostly to indulge her emotions to the fullest. After all, she's the tycoon who pays my salary, so I must serve her attentively from start to finish. Liu Yanren's boxing style was completely unrefined, just random punching and kicking, left hooks, right hooks, and even her famous turtle style, launching a series of powerful strikes. After 5 minutes, her strength was spent, panting heavily, her face bright red and drenched in sweat, her chest heaving incessantly. She stared at my unscathed chest, her face full of shock. The hardness of this man's body is just too much. The recoil left her wrists shaking and numb. "Still want to hit me, Boss Liu?" I asked calmly. "Consider yourself lucky this time." Liu Yanren immediately looked for a way to save face, stubborn to the end. I was hungry just now, so I wasn't at full strength. I wasn't even using my real power. She placed her hands on her hips, trying to look imposing, issuing a threat. I'm recording this debt in your KPI log. Wait until I'm full and I come back. I'll beat you into a panda. I nodded along with excellent acting skills. Yes, ma'am, always ready for your revenge. I secretly marveled to myself. This young Miss Memory really only lasts 7 seconds. Just one delicious meal is enough to wipe away all negative emotions and reset your entire mood. Perhaps after finishing this meal, she won't even remember her own last name. Let's go downstairs to eat. I turned around to lead the way. The moment she heard about food, Liu Yanran immediately changed her tune, and all her previous frustration vanished into thin air. She quickly slipped into her slippers and happily hurried after me. As soon as we reached the living room, a rich, enticing aroma hit our noses. Right in the middle of the dining table sat a special hot pot broth I had prepared myself. Liu Yanran was instantly sold the moment she saw it, her eyes lighting up like bright bulbs. It looks absolutely delicious. Tomatoes and pumpkins had been simmered thoroughly, blending into a shimmering golden red color, looking no different from an authentic spicy red oil hot pot. Dotted with a few green peppercorns on top, a numbing, fragrant scent wafted through the room. This is amazing, the visual deception is absolutely perfect. Gulping down her saliva, she quickly sat down, filled with anticipation. I picked up a piece of cooked marbled beef and put it in her bowl. Give it a try. This is a custom order just for you. Delicious without being hard on your stomach. Liu Yanren dipped it heavily in sauce and took a huge bite, and her eyes sparkled the very next second, looking utterly astonished. A light sweet and sour base mixed with the mild numbness of wild pepper, though it lacked the intense heat of chili, it fooled the palate perfectly. Her tongue felt a slight tingling sensation, tasting no different from a medium spicy hot pot. Isn't this incredible? Liu Yanren mumbled through her mouthful of food, her eating speed skyrocketing. My whole body feels warm after eating this. Finally found the feeling of eating hot pot again. Sitting across from her, I leisurely dipped some vegetables. Eat more, you're a bit too thin. You need to replenish your energy. After a few more pieces of beef, Liu Yanren completely relaxed, her domineering CEO image crumbling entirely, her expression one of pure bliss. Now this is what I call enjoying life. She took a sip from her bowl of broth and casually asked, Li Gaodan, I'll take you out tomorrow. It's all on me. Just pick wherever you want to go. I paused for a moment and gently reminded her, tomorrow is Tuesday, a work day. Doesn't CEO Liu need to go to the office to handle things? Liu Yanran gave a dismissive look, waving her hand as she said, Working? What for? My place has a flexible schedule. I only actually go in 1 day a week. I mostly just show up on Mondays for appearance's sake, to hold a quick meeting and assert my authority. I was slightly surprised. Is work really that relaxed? I'm the boss. I make the rules, so I do whatever I want. Liu Yanran boasted while casually explaining that the company has several layers of management to support her, so daily operations run very smoothly. She might look like she's just playing around, but her management is actually very tight. Plus, Uncle Wang keeps a close eye on the finance department. He's a veteran sent by her father. While his title is CFO, he's essentially a supervisor who keeps the company's purse strings on a tight leash. Every major expense must pass through rigorous vetting, so with him there, even if business slows down, the books remain absolutely transparent. I understood immediately. This was the typical structure of a high-end family business. Old guard manages the money, trusted people manage tasks, while the boss is free to roam. As long as they don't mess up the foundations, it's basically pure profit without any loss. So tomorrow, I'm completely free. Liu Yanran smugly shook her head and asked expectantly, Want to go to Chunsi Road or Taiku Li? I'll take you to paint the town red. I responded obediently, acting as if I were totally compliant. Everything will follow CEO Liu's arrangements. I will accompany you and fulfill all your commands. This answer hit the sweet spot and left her deeply satisfied. The meal was over in a swift 40 minutes. Hot pot completely emptied. Every single dish, meat or vegetable, was wiped clean by Liu Yanran. Her appetite was truly no joke. She sprawled on the sofa, lazily rubbing her stomach, full and content, her face showing a look of absolute satisfaction with no further desires. This is so great. With hot pot like this, I wouldn't even trade it for immortality. As for all the grand declarations of war she made upstairs, they had long been washed away by the delicious food, her memories completely overwritten. It's true that a full person never holds a grudge for long. I stood up to clear the dishes, my movements quick and precise. The sound of running water in the kitchen, the gentle clink of dishes, the air was filled with a sense of coziness. Liu Yanran leaned against the sofa, her gaze fixed on my back. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, wearing an apron to do housework, didn't look awkward at all. On the contrary, it radiated the reliability of a family man, making him strangely charming. She stared until she grew dazed, her gaze gradually becoming unfocused. The thoughts that had just been suppressed by the hot pot were now surging back with a vengeance. Lisa's words exposing her true feelings kept replaying endlessly in her mind. Face it, Liu Yanran, you've fallen for him. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable sense of panic washed over her again. She unconsciously hugged the pillow tight, trying to steady her nerves. Could that woman actually be right? Am I really falling for this ordinary little chef boy? No, absolutely not. Liu Yanran shook her head frantically, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her head. But in the next second, an internal civil war broke out in her mind. Her white-robed persona attacked relentlessly, delivering devastating blows. Just admit it, you're obsessed with him. Those broad shoulders and slim waist, those long fingers, and how he's both gentle and good at coaxing you. You just want to keep him by your side forever. Shut up. Her black-robed persona instantly struck back, radiating an overwhelming aura to save face. I am a female CEO with tens of billions in assets, at the pinnacle of high society, while he's just a salaried housekeeper, a laborer whose job is cooking and massage. How could I ever fall for him? It's just capital exploiting high-quality labor. Liu Yanran was immediately convinced by this logic, furiously brainwashing herself. She sat up straight, crushing the pillow in her lap until it was deformed, and began listing her evidence. First, they had never officially dated. It was all strictly professional contact. Second, this guy didn't have a romantic bone in his body. It'd never even given her a blade of grass. Third, and most importantly, this guy's stubbornness was harder than stone. His bossy all day telling me what I can't do, minus points. Not a single sweet word. The textbook definition of a rigid, business-like straight man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. So she treated the pillow as my substitute and punched it a few times. Why should I be the one to fall first and bow my head? Isn't the man supposed to be the one taking the initiative in love? She was the formidable fire-breathing dragon. She absolutely could not lose her image or her pride. While she was busy with her internal struggle, the sound of water in the kitchen stopped. I dried my hands and walked out carrying a plate of sliced apples. Each slice was perfectly uniform, with toothpicks thoughtfully inserted, showcasing a meticulous and attentive service style. I sat down and pushed the fruit plate over. Have some fruit after your meal to help with digestion, completing the final step of my customer service. Liu Yanran's eyes immediately locked onto my hands, clean and slender, slightly flush from the water, giving off a domestic yet deeply alluring vibe. Her heart uncontrollably skipped another beat, her resolve nearly crumbling once more. To hide her embarrassment, she immediately switched to nitpicking mode, intentionally looking for an irrational reason to complain. Liu Yanran frowned, pointing her finger at the apple plate. Housekeeper Li, your work performance today is extremely below standard. These slices are cut like scraps, the sizes are uneven, the presentation is messy, and it seriously ruins my dining experience. And there's even apple skin left on. Your attention to detail is completely unacceptable. She tilted her chin up, her haughty expression waiting for me to admit fault and fix it. She thought to herself, hurry up and apologize. Then go peel a new plate and feed it to me. As long as your attitude is sincere, you'll forgive this mistake right away. Too bad I never follow her script. I glanced at the fruit plate, calmly nodding in agreement. I was indeed negligent with the details. This is definitely a defective product. Boss shouldn't eat defective goods, so I'll just consume them internally myself. With that, I picked up a toothpick, stabbed a defective apple slice, and popped it into my mouth. Crunch. Sweet and crispy. The sweetness was quite good. Not bad at all. Next, I polished off the small scraps in a heartbeat. Juicy. The quality was fine. Liu Yanran stood there frozen, her mouth hanging open in shock. She stared wide-eyed as I worked at lightning speed, clearing the apple plate piece by piece with elegant efficiency. Without a moment's hesitation, in less than 2 minutes, the full plate of apples was wiped clean. Only a few lonely toothpicks remained at the bottom of the plate, declaring that her expectations had completely vanished. I pulled out a tissue and calmly wiped my mouth. Sincere attitude. Thank you for the guidance, CEO Liu. Next time I'll use a proper ruler to precisely control every single angle. Liu Yanran stood as still as a statue, her voice trembling. Where are my apples? Did you really eat them all? I put on a nonchalant face and explained, very reasonably, that was the last apple in the house. New stock won't arrive until tomorrow. Since CEO Liu disliked its appearance, I had to consume it to avoid waste. After all, thriftiness and integrity are basic qualities for any worker. Boom! Liu Yanren's mental state completely collapsed. She wasn't actually complaining about the appearance. She wanted me to coax her. She wanted to be hand-fed. It was a crystal-clear act of acting spoiled, yet I turned it into a full self-service show. The term steel straight man wasn't even enough to describe me anymore. I was a full-blown titanium alloy straight man. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. But unfortunately, those were her own words. She had picked the fight herself. So blowing up now would be completely irrational, and her CEO image would instantly vanish. Liu Yanren took a deep breath, trying to suppress her rage. Fine, Li Gaodan, you're good. You just take your time digesting those. I hope you don't overeat. She stood up abruptly, stopping her slippers all the way upstairs. At the corner of the stairs, she suddenly paused, turned back, and shot a burning glare at my back. The scale of attraction that had just been wobbling had now returned to a perfect zero. What attraction? What affection? With a straight man who doesn't know how to pamper or coax like this, he expects me to chase him. Dream on. Not even a window of opportunity exists. Liu Yanren gripped the stair railing tightly and immediately made a resolute vow. If you want to be with me, you have to be the one to pursue me aggressively. It has to be loud and grand, with every single step being magnificently romantic. If you don't kneel at the villa's door with roses singing conquest, then I will never give you even the slightest chance. After saying that, the resentment in her heart immediately vanished. Her grand CEO aura returned brilliantly, and she held her head high as she went upstairs to her room. Downstairs, I carried the empty plate into the kitchen, shaking my head and chuckling at her haughty silhouette. Silly girl, yesterday's apple was a bit mealy, totally unsuitable for her picky palate. Instead of letting her eat it and be disappointed, I'd rather handle it myself. I made a mental note that when I go shopping tomorrow, I must buy premium Aksu sugar core apples, and while I'm at it, practice some artistic carving, maybe learn how to carve bunny shapes. Next time, I definitely need to be attentive to every detail and capture her mood perfectly. 10 p.m. The bedroom was lit only by 2 warm golden wall lamps, creating an intimate glow, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Liu Yanren lay face down on the bed in a silk nightgown, silently radiating negative energy. She glanced at the mirror's reflection, staring intently at my hands as I mixed the essential oils. Normally, she would definitely go crazy over these perfect hands, gushing that they were the hands of a god. But today, she just wanted to vent all her frustration on them. I warmed my palms, applied rose oil to her back with gentle and steady pressure, showing professional skill in relieving stress. CEO Liu, please relax a little. Liu Yanren pursed her lips tight, determined not to respond. Relax my foot. My anger is still at its peak. It's not going down even a little bit. I noticed her resistance, so I slightly increased the massage pressure. Normally, by this time, she would have been shouting without a care for her image, yet today she gritted her teeth and didn't utter a single word. Her fingers were clenched so tight that her knuckles turned white as she gripped the bedsheets, refusing to give in. Her policy was to maintain the Cold War until the end, absolutely refusing to be the first one to break. I was all too familiar with her petty little thoughts. She just wanted me to take the initiative and apologize, to comfort and soothe her. This silent confrontation lasted for a full half hour. Looking at her lying there as still as a corpse, I could only chuckle helplessly to myself. Just because of a plate of apples. Is it really necessary to torture each other like this? But I still had to meet this customer's emotional KPI no matter what. Instead of waiting until tomorrow to fix things, I might as well settle it right now. I wiped off the excess oil from her back and whispered, "Today's massage service ends here." After that, I packed up the tools and turned to leave the room. Behind me, Liu Yanren immediately activated her radar, pricking up her ears to listen, screaming internally, "It's over already? Doesn't he realize at all that I'm angry? Can he take the initiative to ask or say something sweet to coax me? If he just humbled himself even a little, I'd forgive him right away." The clatter of closing the oil bottle, the fading footsteps, and the sound of the door closing echoed one after another. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. After holding it in for about 5 minutes, Liu Yanren completely exploded. She sat up with a start, grabbed the pillow, and hurled it toward the door. Thump! The pillow landed on the floor. Looking lonely and pathetic, Her anger still wasn't satiated, so she grabbed the remaining pillows and unleashed a barrage of venting for the next 10 minutes. Once her anger was spent, she began to fall into a state of self-torment. Is it because I'm normally too aggressive? Giving out such harsh KPIs, deducting money at every turn, always acting like the boss. Who could possibly put up with that? Do I really have to switch to a gentle persona and act like those other girls, whining, Godenji? I want to even apple. The mere thought made Liu Yanran shudder with nausea. Her fiery dragon nature fundamentally could not play the part of a white rabbit. She was distressed to the extreme, considering calling Lisa for advice and help. But thinking about it, Lisa had just exposed her feelings this afternoon. Calling her now would be like surrendering to the enemy, handing over her weakness on a silver platter. That woman would definitely mock her to death. She tossed her phone aside, wrapped herself tight in the blanket, and curled up like a cocoon to sulk. Let whoever wants to coax me do it, and done with this. Just then, the doorknob turned once more. I pushed the door open, carrying an exquisite white porcelain plate. As soon as I entered, I tripped over the pillow on the floor, seeing through all her childish antics with a single glance. I bent down to pick up the pillow, dusted it off, tucked it under my arm, and looked toward the bulky cocoon on the bed. Truly speechless, covering yourself completely like that. Aren't you afraid of running out of oxygen? I placed the porcelain plate on the nightstand and reached out to gently pull back a corner of the blanket. CEO Liu didn't bother to react. I decisively pulled the blanket back a bit further, revealing her small face, which was flushed from the lack of air. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her eyelashes were trembling uncontrollably, and her breathing was all over the place. With acting skills like this, she'd be kicked off set even as an extra. Stop pretending. I said with a voice full of affection and helplessness. Your eyelashes are dancing all over the place. The gig is up. Get up and take your medicine. Liu Yanren thought to herself, and not sick. Why do I need medicine? It's a special cure for bloating, frustration, and emotional instability. I added another line, and she immediately couldn't take it anymore, opening her eyes to ask, special cure for what? With just one glance, her gaze was captivated by the object on the nightstand. On the porcelain plate were carved apple slices, definitely not the defective ones from earlier. Each piece was meticulously carved into a tiny bunny's shape, with the apple skins skillfully left to form. The bunny's ears, red eyes, and even a lifelike three-lobed mouth. The design was clearly Judy the Rabbit from her WeChat profile picture. Liu Yanren froze on the spot. All the bad emotions accumulated until now suddenly vanished. The dark clouds in her heart were swept away, placed by a flood of sweetness. But she still tried to maintain her haughty image, pressing a smile. I can't. I absolutely cannot smile. She'd just thrown pillows in a fit of rage. Smiling now would be too embarrassing. She pretended to be dismissive, pouting. What is this? It looks so childish. Do you think you're coaxing a 3-year-old? Then she muttered under her breath. It's so late, why are you making me eat? Eating apples at night makes you fat. You really don't know how to help me maintain my figure. I skewered the most delicate bunny-shaped slice and brought it to her lips. This is an Aksu sugar core apple, high-quality natural fructose. It won't cause any fat buildup. I looked deep into her eyes, sincerely delivering sweet words. Besides, CEO Leah's figure is already so perfect. Eating a bit more won't change anything. Even if you ate 10 more, you'd still be a top-tier clothes hanger. There's absolutely no need to suffer through dieting. Liu Yanran was momentarily dazed and obediently opened her mouth to take a bite. The slice was crisp and juicy, its rich aroma and sweet flavor spreading to the depths of her heart. She chewed with puffed cheeks, looking exactly like a little chipmunk eating. After swallowing the piece, she shot me a glance, her eyes showing a mix of reproach and unhidden joy. Those things you just said, say them again. I obliged her. CEO Liu is a masterpiece. Your beauty and figure are truly one of a kind. Liu Yanren finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, her eyes curved like crescent moons, her dimples appearing, looking just like a child who had received her favorite candy, sweet to the point of overload. You're so silver-tongued when you praise me. So why were you making me so mad earlier? She proudly announced a new rule. Housekeeper Lee, I hereby declare an additional daily KPI for you. You must find a way to compliment me once every day, and you can't repeat the same words. Also, skewer another piece for me. This bunny has the cutest ears. I want to eat this one. Liu Yanren ate the last apple slice in one go. The crisp sweetness of the apple instantly swept away all the lingering troubles. All the day's negative emotions were completely erased. She pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, giving me a meaningful look. Oh, consider your after-sales service temporarily up to standard. Remember to make more next time. and don't use the same shapes. I cleared the food tray and thoughtfully asked about her next needs. It's good that CEO Liu is satisfied. You should rest early. What would you like for breakfast, so I can prepare in advance? Up to you. Liu Yanren yawned, then snuggled deep into the blanket. Whatever you make, I'll enjoy it. I nodded in response, said nothing more, and quietly left the room with the tray. The door closed, sealing away the warm light inside. Under the blanket, Liu Yanran buried her head in the pillow, her nose catching a faint scent of fresh soap. It wasn't the overpowering smell of industrial perfume, but a clean scent like clothes that had just been sun-dried. A reliable masculine scent just like me. That fool was muttering under his breath. Drowsiness suddenly surged, wrapping around his body. In the past, he would surely have tossed and turned all night, suffering from insomnia and overthinking until the dead of night. But tonight, a strange sense of security filled his mind, and in less than half a minute, his breathing became steady, falling into a deep sleep right there in the first-floor living room. I washed the fruit plate and put it back, finally completing all my work tasks for the day. As a full-time butler, I must always focus on finishing and perfecting everything. Everything must be in its proper place. I turned off the kitchen lights and checked the locks on the floor-to-ceiling windows one by one. This villa is too large, and no matter how good the smart security system is, a manual check is needed for peace of mind. After all, with a monthly salary of 100 million, the margin for error is zero. Earning money isn't easy and competition is fierce, so the client's needs must always come first. Though Liu Yanren is still as hot-tempered as ever, with moods that shift unpredictably, she is at least very straightforward with payments, never making empty promises about a bright future. Especially that expression she had while eating the apple earlier. That obedient and satisfied look. In the moments when she's quiet and not prickly, her beauty truly crushes all those internet celebrities. As long as she doesn't open her mouth to scold anyone, the comfort level of this job is absolute. Butler Lee, haven't you rested yet? A gentle voice suddenly called out from behind. I turned around and saw Aunt Lou walking out of the maid's quarters holding a thermos. Aunt Lou is a veteran employee of the Liu family, who has watched Liu Yanran grow up, and she has a lot of authority in this villa, so I always show her special respect. I just finished cleaning up and was about to head to bed. Aunt Lou glanced at the spotless kitchen and the securely locked windows, then nodded silently. Is the young mistress asleep? Yes. Her mood has improved, so she should be able to sleep well tonight. You've worked hard, Xiao Li. You are truly meticulous and reliable. It's just my duty. I exchanged some pleasantries, politely said goodbye, and returned to my room. After I left, Aunt Lou remained in the living room. She looked toward my door, her eyes full of admiration. Calm, not impulsive. Organized and attentive to detail. He truly is an outstanding and trustworthy young man. Aunt Lou took a sip of hot water, then turned back to her room. She pulled an old chipped brick phone from under her pillow. This phone was turned off all year round, used only for secret one-way reports. She skillfully turned it on, the screen lighting up. She quickly drafted a message, accurately reporting today's situation. Master, today's report. The young mistress had a good dinner, with a balanced portion of meat and vegetables. The butler has calmed her emotions, and her mood is completely stable now. She is currently fast asleep. Xiao Li has good character, strong execution skills, and takes very thoughtful care of the young mistress. After checking, she hit send. In less than 2 minutes, the phone vibrated with a reply. Good. I will arrange to come home for a visit soon. Keep it secret. Don't let Yanren know. Understood. Meanwhile, internet completely exploded. On TikTok, a 15-second video captured by a passerby was going viral at lightning speed. The image quality was blurry, and the shaky camera work looked like it was from another era, but it couldn't hide the absolute peak handsomeness of the man in the frame. The setting was the second ring road overpass, where a pink Bentley Continental GT was stopped at an intersection. The car window was halfway down, and I had one hand resting on the steering wheel. The late afternoon sun hit my face, outlining a perfect jawline, exuding a cool, distant aura that seemed to overflow from the screen. The caption was short but catchy. A real-life Marvel protagonist. A pink Bentley and a cool, handsome guy. This contrast is absolutely top tier. After just 3 hours, the likes jumped to 500,000. Climbing straight to the top of the trending charts, the comment section was completely overrun as netizens everywhere began their detective work. In 3 minutes, I want all the info on this guy. A full-option Bentley costs over 4 million yuan. He's definitely the real deal. Is this what romance feels like on the second ring road? It powerfully drew in the online community. The speed of identifying him was shockingly fast. A pinned comment at the top immediately solved the mystery. The video owner's account had a hand-drawn dog profile picture. It was a zombie account that hadn't been updated for a year. The account link was shared aggressively, and from a small account with just a few hundred followers, its fan count suddenly soared to 10,000. Then 30,000, 50,000, and the numbers kept climbing. In the comments section of the latest video, dozens of messages were frantically popping up every second. People scrambled to rewatch old posts, wildly speculating about my true identity. Just as the heat reached its peak, a humble comment quietly rose to the top. The ID was Naughty Cat, with a simple hand-drawn cat profile picture. The drawing style perfectly matched my dog profile picture, giving off the unmistakable vibe of a real couple. The comment was only 4 words but overflowing with emotion. Long time no see. Netizens quickly picked up the scent. Oh my god, matching profile pictures. Something big is definitely going on. An X or a white moonlight. This is full of intrigue. Less than 10 minutes later, this comment had a staggering number of likes, leaving others in the dust. The community's attention immediately shifted, frenziedly digging for Naughty Cat's identity. Search keywords were bubbling underground, and the gossiping crowd was utterly electrified. Meanwhile, in the villa's master bedroom, Liu Yanran was hugging a fragrant pillow, sleeping carefree. She had no idea that her private butler had become internet famous. Early the next morning, I carried a breakfast tray and pushed open her bedroom door. The scent of millet porridge mixed with the sweet aroma of pumpkin immediately filled the room. The mound of blankets on the bed stirred slightly, but a second later it lay still as if playing dead. I placed the tray on the nightstand, then walked over to gently tug at the corner of the blanket. CEO Liu, it's already 9:30. Time for breakfast. The blanket was pulled tight, and a lazy voice echoed from within. The owner is offline. Liu Yanran has perished. Leave a message if it's important. Otherwise, be gone. I used a bit of force to flip back half the blanket, feeling her face flush from sleep. Her messy hair was stuck to her face, her eyes tightly shut, but her eyelashes were trembling violently, clearly acting stubborn yet coquettish. So annoying, Li Gaoden. In the boss. I have the right to sleep in. I'm not going to work today. I'm going to stay in bed until mushrooms grow on me. I ignored her futile resistance and gently stirred the porridge to cool it down for her stomach. This special porridge won't taste good if left too long. If you don't get up, I'll go throw it out. Liu Yanran peeked with one eye, staring at the golden yellow porridge, as her stomach let out a timely growl of protest, instantly betraying its mistress. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, wriggling toward the edge of the bed like a caterpillar, immediately opening her mouth, yet still acting lazy until the end. My arms are tired, I can't lift them. You feed me. I let out a helpless sigh, having no choice. When it comes to my difficult boss, I can only indulge her to the end. I sat by the bed, scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it and bringing it to her lips. The warm taste of the porridge flowed down her throat, warming her stomach and making her feel very comfortable. Liu Yanran finished the bowl in a few bites, her energy bar instantly refilled. She tossed the blanket aside and stood up, immediately becoming excited. Quick, let's get dressed and go out. To Taiku Li. Today, I must shop until my heart's content. Just as she was about to step off the bed, I unexpectedly pressed down gently on her shoulder. The pressure wasn't strong, but it was enough to pin her down. Liu Yanran was stunned, glaring up at me. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? What right do you have to restrict my freedom? I didn't say much, only pointed at the bedsheet behind her. CEO Liu, your spirit is great, but your current physiological condition doesn't permit heavy exercise. She looked where I was pointing, and her pupils instantly contracted. On the light gray bedsheet, a bright red stain like a plum blossom was glaringly obvious. The air suddenly froze, embarrassment surging to its absolute peak. Liu Yanran reacted as if burned, quickly pulling the blanket tight around herself. She curled up like a cocoon, leaving only her panicked eyes visible. How humiliating. This is a historical-level disaster. To think a billion-dollar CEO would end up in such an awkward situation in front of her butler. You, forget this immediately. Wipe it away right now. Erase it from your memory. My face remained calm, my mood steady. Just stay there and don't move. I'll go make some brown sugar ginger tea and get a heating pad. With that, I turned and left the room, not forgetting to close the door to give her some privacy. Inside the room, Liu Yanran buried her face in the pillow, feeling utterly hopeless. She just wanted to scream like a groundhog to vent her feelings, How could that Lee Godan be so calm? He's making me look like an inexperienced fool. This is so embarrassing. 2 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't me who entered, but Aunt Lou, carrying fresh sheets and personal supplies, with a kind and thoughtful smile on her face. Young mistress, get up and change. Don't let yourself catch a cold. Liu Yanran sat up, blushing, extremely flustered. Aunt Liu quickly changed the sheets, raising Shaoli as she worked. He specifically asked me to come up, fearing you would be shy. That boy is so considerate. He knows his place, which is rare. Hearing Aunt Liu's high praise, Liu Yanran couldn't help but let her lips curl up. She felt a surge of pride. Of course, the private butler I chose has to be top tier. She thought to herself that she was quite the recruiter, with a sharp eye for talent. Once the sheets were changed, Aunt Liu quietly left. Liu Yanran lay back under the covers, instantly losing all interest in going out. Her lower abdomen began to ache dully, that familiar discomfort hitting her again. She picked up her phone to scroll through short videos to kill time. As her finger scrolled aimlessly, a video currently trending locally grabbed her full attention. The location was the Second Ring Road overpass, with a sensational title, Internet-Wide Manhunt. The profile of a brooding hunk in a pink Bentley. God-tier visuals beside a pink Bentley. Liu Yanran was instantly on high alert. She couldn't possibly mistake that license plate and car. That was the car I drove yesterday. She tapped to watch the video. Though the footage was shaky and blurry, the person inside was clear as day. The profile under the sunset, the high bridge of the nose, and that cool posture with one hand on the wheel. It was 100% Lee Gowden. The video's likes had shot up to 800,000, and the buzz showed no signs of cooling down. The comments section was like a massive fan club for handsome men, everyone going crazy over these visuals. The more Liu Yanran watched, the more annoyed she became, jealousy flaring up. What a bunch of thirsty girls, what's there to fuss about? This is my personal butler. Don't even dream about it. She scrolled further down the comments, and a highly liked comment shed light on the matter. Found it. This handsome guy's account has been inactive for a year. As soon as the account link appeared, Liu Yanran tapped through to the profile. The profile picture was a hand-drawn dog. The silly, cute style definitely belonged to me. Looking at the follower count, it was about to cross 100,000, making me a certified rising internet star. Below the videos from a year ago, tourists from all over were leaving comments. But the top pinned comment with the most likes was what caused her mind to completely collapse. The ID was Naughty Cat, the profile picture, a minimalist hand-drawn cat, style perfectly matching my dog profile picture. Drawn by the same person, in the same style. To any outsider, this was clearly a set of couple profile pictures. The comment was just 4 words, but it was loaded with nostalgia and a whole story. Long time no see. At this moment, Liu Yanran's fingers went completely stiff. The jar of jealousy in her heart shattered into pieces. The sourness rushing straight to her head. Who on earth is this cat? Why are they using matching pictures with Lee Gowdan? How many old stories are hidden behind this long time no see? It's definitely not his ex-girlfriend Lin Wan, her taste. Would never go for this minimalist style. Is it a white moonlight or a childhood sweetheart? A series of shady speculations flooded her mind. Liu Yanran instantly blew her top, staring intently at that cat profile picture, gritting her teeth. Lee Gowdan, you jerk. How dare you do shady things behind my back? So it turns out you're keeping another cat on the side. The door gently pushed open, and I walked in carrying the brown sugar ginger tea. The smell of ginger mixed with the sweetness of the sugar, providing a very warm feeling. Liu Yanran was huddled in her blanket, only her slightly red phoenix eyes showing. Her mind was a mess right now, her mood utterly terrible, the textbook definition of being on the verge of a breakdown. Drink it while it's hot. This temperature is perfect for warming your stomach. I placed the porcelain bowl on the nightstand, my voice as calm as ever, maintaining my professional caretaking tone. Liu Yanran reached out for the bowl, the warmth from the bowl reaching her fingertips, somewhat easing the dull ache in her lower abdomen. Her eyes darted around, struggling internally. Asking would show she cared too much, losing her boss-like composure. But if she didn't ask, she'd be too restless to function. The internal conflict was relentless. She tried to find a logical excuse. Boss investigating a subordinate is just managing team risk, its standard procedure. After taking a sip of ginger tea, she pretended to make small talk to start probing. That dog profile picture of yours looks so silly. Does it have any special meaning? I was trimming a potted plant on the table, and my movements paused slightly. It's just a random doodle from a high school math class. Something I sketched on scratch paper. I liked how it looked, so I've used it since. It's been almost 10 years. It's just an old habit. I turned to look at her, teasing slightly. Why? Does CEO Liu have a problem with my amateur drawing skills? Not at all, not at all. That level is basically on par with a 3-year-old. Liu Yanren spoke dismissively, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just school scribbles, not a set of couple pictures for someone special. Just an old habit with no sentimental value tied to any cat. She silently shed the weight on her heart, most of her restlessness vanishing. I made a slight change to the lunch menu. I cleared the food tray, adjusting the dishes thoughtfully. I'm removing the sour poached beef and replacing it with a light yam and ribs soup. After you finish your tea, get some rest. Don't scroll on your phone for too long, to avoid eye strain. Liu Yanren immediately reverted to her difficult boss persona, who asked you. I'm busy handling work documents. After I closed the door and left, she immediately dropped the act. Work documents my foot. She quickly grabbed her phone and tracked down the specific info, the Naughty Cat account. The profile was filled with British aristocratic-style photos, golden sunlight, white pigeons, and ragdoll cats, portraying a gentle, artistic lady. The only video was a silhouette of a woman in an elegant white dress, exuding an ethereal, serene beauty, the total opposite of her own bold and fiery style. Looking down, the IP location was the United Kingdom. The status update felt even more regretful. Looking back, I realized that the simplest things were the best. Liu Yanren's heart suddenly constricted. Her imagination went into overdrive. Looking back and finding it's the best. This phrasing is straight out of a white moonlight romance novel. She immediately spun at 500,000-word tragic backstory. A poor boy from high school and a rich girl studying abroad, committing to each other with dog and cat profile pictures. Then, after long years apart and no contact, she returns home and posts to test the old flame. What is this? An international love rival appearing. Liu Yanren was so frustrated she wanted to pull her hair out, her jealousy completely exploding. A mediocre rival like Lin Wan had just retreated, and now a white moonlight from overseas wants to steal him away. Do they really think my private butler is public property? While she was gritting her teeth and planning how to deal with the cat, phone notifications began to pour in. Local breaking news hit her where it hurt. Identity of the pink Bentley god allegedly revealed. The whole internet is on the hunt. She clicked on the page. It was full of candid photos of me driving yesterday. The comments section was completely overrun. Netizens were collectively trying to claim me. This contrast is just insane. A pink Bentley with a brooding god. Let's form a group to hunt this hunk, ladies. What an aura. I just want to take those top-tier visuals home for myself. Seeing the internet crowd lusting after her butler, Liu Yanren was fuming with rage. Her possessiveness spiked. How dare a bunch of online strangers obble her private property? With so many stalkers at home, and a white moonlight waiting abroad, both sides trying to steal him away was just too much. Protecting Li Gaodin was the same as protecting her own exclusive rights. Pressing her stomach pain, she immediately called Chen Tiantian. CEO Liu, I'm ready for your orders. Have you seen the hot search? Liu Yanren's voice was ice cold as she commanded. This nonsense trending topic must be completely wiped out by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Mobilize all media channels. Pressure both the original posters and the platforms. All related images and facial info must be deleted and blocked entirely. Chen Tiantian hesitated. The buzz is currently very high. Forcibly removing it will be very costly. Do you think I am short on that kind of budget? Liu Yanren sharply interrupted. With a commanding presence, I want absolute results, regardless of the cost. My people aren't for netizens to gossip about. On the other end, Chen Tiantian instantly understood her boss' intent. This wasn't just about deleting a hot search. It was clearly a massive act of jealous protection. Understood. By 1 p.m., the internet will be clean, as if this person never existed. Hanging up the phone, Liu Yanren leaned against the headboard and snorted. First step, erase the traces to cool things down. Anyone trying to undermine me or ambush me must be eliminated. Just then, a steady knock came from the door. My voice drifted in calmly. If you're not asleep, please confirm the flavor for tonight's dinner. For the yam and ribs soup, do you want it savory or sour? Hearing my voice, all her frustration seemed to vanish. Intentionally drawing out her tone, she replied with a voice thick with jealousy. Savory. Don't you dare add a single drop of vinegar. I'm already sour enough inside. I can't handle anything sour right now. Standing outside, I paused for a moment, filled with questions. Does her cycle come with sudden emotional heartbreak? Truly incomprehensible. Right, as you wish. I replied and turned to leave, the sound of my footsteps fading away. Liu Yanran lay back under the covers, wrapping herself tight and making a silent vow. Just you wait. Once in bed, I'll settle the score with you. Thousands of miles away, in a vintage-style apartment in London, England, the woman in the white dress was smiling at the dog image on her screen, her finger gently touching the picture, determination shining in her eyes. Lee Gowden. And coming back soon. This time I absolutely won't let you go again. 12 o'clock noon. The kitchen was operating as usual. In the clay pot, the yam and rib soup was bubbling away, steam rising in thick clouds. I took a sip to taste. The flavor was perfectly balanced, the ribs cooked until tender. It fully complied with the boss' strict requirement, not a single drop of vinegar. I turned off the stove and ladled the soup into a bowl, the process carried out with complete professionalism. I carried the food tray upstairs, where the mound of blankets in the master bedroom was still lumped up, showing no sign of movement. Still the same lazy attitude. CEO Liu. Your lunch is ready. Ham and rib soup served with stir-fried snow peas. Inside the blanket there was an unusual silence, a silent protest. I was in no hurry, just standing there quietly waiting for her to log on. Half a minute later, then, a weary voice came from under the blanket. I'm exhausted. I can't get up. My whole body is on strike. I glanced at the packaging of the new supplies next to the bed, immediately understanding everything. This is clearly the privileged moodiness of a woman during her cycle. All right, you don't have to get out of bed. Eat right here, and I'll serve you and feed you. I'll make sure to provide thoughtful room service. This trick used to work like a charm every time, but it seems to have lost its magic today. Liu Yanren suddenly threw off the blanket, her small face flushed red. She didn't want the smell of food lingering in the room, fearing it would ruin her sleep that night. She bolted upright and sat cross-legged, lifting her chin with an arrogant air. I want to eat in the dining room. Then let's go downstairs, I replied, going along with it. I'm not walking. She crossed her arms over her chest, switching to her unreasonable mode. My stomach hurts, my limbs are weak, and my mobility is down to 0. With those stairs being so long, if I fall, you'll have to take full responsibility. I immediately understood her little scheme. She clearly wanted me to give her a princess carry. I gave a helpless sigh, stepped forward and leaned down. With one hand on her back and the other under her legs, I easily lifted her up into the air. Caught off guard, Liu Yanran let out a soft cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck, her fresh scent wafting over my face. She looked slender, but her weight was unreasonably light. Standing at 168 centimeters, she barely weighed 45 kilograms. I took steady steps down the stairs, keeping perfectly balanced all the way. Haley Guden. Her small face was pressed against my chest, and her voice was as soft as a whisper. Your muscles are actually quite firm. Thank you for the recognition. This is the result of dedicated training, not some special privilege for the boss. As if I care, she grumbled, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a secret, happy smile. Arriving at the dining room, I gently set her down in a chair, thoughtfully placing a soft pillow behind her back, meticulous down to the last detail. I headed back to the kitchen to serve the food and rice. Liu Yanren stirred the bowl of rib soup with a spoon, looking preoccupied. Even though the soup was rich and flavorful, the sour bitterness in her heart wouldn't dissipate. That account named Catnip over in the UK was like a thorn lodged deep in her heart. She acted as if she were speaking casually, starting her attempt to bait me. Let's see how your geography grades were back in school. Not bad, I mastered all the basics, I replied while peeling shrimp, dropping the meat precisely into her bowl. So, do you know much about foreign countries, like England, for example? I heard the scenery there is very picturesque and quite romantic too. My hands never stopped, as my mind quickly searched for information. To me, England was the paradise of boring food, for which I had absolutely no affection. My only impressions were fish and chips and that bizarre, stargazy pie. For someone with a Sichuan palate like mine, going there would be nothing short of torture. A memory from senior year flashed by, leaving only a faint image of a ponytail before vanishing. I don't know it, and I'm not interested. Liu Yedren closely watched my every micro-expression. Seeing my nonchalant attitude, without a hint of lingering attachment or nostalgia, a heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. It seemed she wasn't some unforgettable white moonlight, and that she had just been overthinking things. Her mood began to brighten again. Then she started looking for trouble again. Besides food, which country do you like the most? She was clearly trying to scout out my tastes. I wiped my hands and answered offhandedly, if I had to pick, probably Russia. Dozens of degrees below 0, bone-chillingly cold. Liu Yanran froze in place, looking unconvinced, so I earnestly shared my view. The girls there are stunningly beautiful, with long legs, fair skin, and they handle the cold so well. They're straightforward and don't hold grudges, very similar to us Sichuanese. I've just watched too many videos and find those battle-hardened people quite interesting. But to Liu Yanran's ears, this was completely misinterpreted. Long legs, fair skin, handles the cold. She looked down at herself, and her jealousy instantly boiled over. What the hell am I lacking? Bang! She slammed her hand onto the dining table. Fury flared in Liu Yanran's eyes, and her mood completely tanked. I just dealt with my local rivals, and I haven't even finished with the White Moonlight in the UK. Yet here you are, expanding your wife-hunting market abroad. Are you planning for global coverage now? She glared at me, gritting her teeth, fuming with rage. Do you want to become a trophy husband over there or something? I put on an innocent face, looking dazed. Director Liu, this is just a hypothetical chat. There's no need to overreact like this. Hypothetical, my foot. She was so angry her stomach hurt even more. Shut up and eat. No more talking. For the next 10 minutes, the atmosphere in the dining room dropped to freezing levels. Liu Yanran channeled her jealousy into her appetite, furiously shoveling down the crab roe rice. She crunched through every rib bone. She wasn't just eating meat. It felt more like she wanted to chew me up and swallow me alive. I understood the rules of workplace survival all too well. When the client is fuming, silence is the wisest strategy. As long as she was willing to eat, everything could be managed. After eating and sipping a bowl of hot soup, warmth spread throughout her body. The menstrual pain subsided significantly, and she regained more than half her energy. But once people are full, laziness tends to take over. Liu Yanran sprawled out on the sofa, having absolutely no desire to move. She tried to lift her legs but gave up immediately. The world keeps turning without anyone, but she couldn't function without this sofa. Li Guden. Her voice became soft and gentle, all the murderous intent completely gone. While I was washing dishes, she said, I can't move, and I am bored to death. Come over and find something fun to cheer me up. I dried my hands, took off my apron, and went into the living room. Seeing her lying there like a piece of soft meat on the sofa, I couldn't help but tease Director Liu. I am an upright housekeeper. I provide services, I don't sell my performances. Liu Yanran glared at me and propped both feet on the coffee table. In novels, a CEO's housekeeper knows how to read documents and soothe people. Go to the study and get that macroeconomics book. I immediately raised an eyebrow. Surprised. That thing is more effective than a sleeping pill. Are you sure you want to hear it? Stop talking nonsense, and just bring it here and read it to me. She hugged a pillow and lay down, getting ready to enjoy her laziness. Following the client's orders, I took the macroeconomics book and immediately started the after-sales service mode. Liu Yanran buried herself in the sofa, tightly clutching the pillow with both hands, her small feet swinging back and forth, wearing the face of a demanding client. Read faster. Your voice must be deep and warm with emotion and a melodic cadence. Read it like you're capturing the pressure of a trillion-dollar trade war. My eye twitched, and I couldn't help but complain internally. Reading dry economics with a melodic cadence. The difficulty was like asking Siri to perform a stage play on the spot. My professional housekeeping instincts told me not to argue with a client. Right now, she was exhausted from her period. Her mind was a mess. What she needed wasn't stimulation, but some hypnotic white noise. I cleared my throat and began to read, my voice low, steady, and without any inflection. When the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right, real output and the price level will increase simultaneously. No colorful tones, just a standard chanting mode throughout. Liu Yanran had intended to nitpick the boring content, but my voice brought a strange sense of comfort that filled the entire space. The online troubles regarding that UK White Moonlight were completely walled off by this monotonous frequency. Only peace and relaxation remained, healing all the insecurities in her heart. A short-run supply shock will trigger a stagflation cycle. I kept reading while glancing at her condition. 1 minute passed and her swinging feet stopped. 2 minutes, and her grip on the pillow loosened. 3 minutes, and her eyelids began to droop heavily. So boring, she mumbled under her breath, willing to open her eyes and look at me, but I didn't budge, continuing my hypnotic chant about the Phillips curve. It is entirely the trade-off logic between unemployment and inflation. As I finished that sentence, Liu Yanran had completely shut down. Her breathing became steady and deep. She had fallen into a deep sleep. I closed the book, placed it gently on the coffee table, and immediately unlocked my free time. It's unbelievable, really. No matter how powerful a career woman is, she couldn't resist a three-pronged hypnotic attack, a body weakened by a period, a full stomach after a meal, and dry economics. Under the influence of white noise, her defenses were zero. and she turned into a docile little fluff ball in an instant. I stood up and went to the side of the sofa to look at her. Stripped of her usual sharp and arrogant facade, she looked incredibly gentle while sleeping. I had planned to carry her to the big bed in the bedroom, but the path upstairs was bumpy and the risk of waking her was too high, which could easily lead to an angry awakening. If I accidentally woke her, it would be another half hour of pointless arguing. Better to just avoid the trouble. Keeping things smooth was the priority. I pulled a thick woolen blanket out of the cabinet, gently shook it out, and covered her completely. I carefully tucked it under her feet, shielding her from shoulder to ankle to keep out any drafts. Then I adjusted the central air conditioning from 24 to 26 degrees and turned the fan speed to the lowest level to prevent her from catching a cold. Confirming that only the sound of steady breathing remained, the service cycle was complete. I turned to look out the window at the garden. The afternoon sun was quite bright. The ornamental plants in the garden were growing wildly, especially the podocarpus and the black pine, which were overgrown. The once neat layered shapes had become bulky and messy, their lines completely ruined. For someone with master-level gardening skills like mine, this was truly an eyesore. My OCD made it unbearable. I simply couldn't ignore it. While the boss was sound asleep, I officially began my voluntary work. I ran straight to the tool shed and quickly gathered a full set of tools: professional pruning shears, a handsaw, and non-slip gloves all ready to go. I headed to the garden straight toward the most overgrown podocarpus. The base of the tree was beautiful, but unfortunately, the lack of care had allowed it to grow haphazardly. I walked around the tree twice, instantly forming the optimal pruning plan. Keep the main trunk, remove the extra branches, and reshape it. Every step was clear in my mind and executed with precision. Snip. The first cut came down in the wind palm style, and the side branch immediately fell to the ground, the cut perfectly smooth. My hands moved nimbly as branches kept falling in an extremely smooth rhythm. The dense canopy was quickly thinned out, and the layers of leaves gradually became organized and deep. At the same time, outside the villa's courtyard, black Volkswagen Phaeton slowly came to a stop, exuding a discreet luxury. From the back seat stepped a man in his 60s, his white hair perfectly groomed. He wore a tang suit and rolled 2 glossy walnuts in his hand, radiating the aura of an authoritative elder. He was the patriarch, Liu Changshan, Liu Yanren's father. The driver was about to ring the bell, but was stopped by his hand. "Don't make any noise. I'm just stopping by quietly to take a look." Liu Changshan slowly entered the yard with his hands behind his back. The gate wasn't locked. That was Liu Yanren's habit whenever she was home. As soon as he entered the yard, the decisive clicking of pruning shears reached his ears. He followed the sound and turned his head, looking toward a corner of the garden. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, my back was to him as I busily pruned the tree. The opening and closing of the shears were rhythmic. Every cut was incredibly precise. Liu Changshan frowned slightly, wondering why this new gardener was so young. He was about to say something, but then he froze in amazement, watching the once messy and overgrown canopy gradually take shape under my hands. With its perfectly balanced thickness, the lines were graceful, exuding a high-class elegance. As a connoisseur of ornamental plants, he immediately recognized the skill level. This wasn't just random hacking. These were top-tier classic restoration techniques. Every snip hit a key point, and every line radiated sophistication. By creating space and defining the tree's form, his curiosity was piqued to the maximum. He crept closer to watch, maintaining a distance throughout, because he didn't want to break my rhythm. I was completely absorbed in the gardening, unaware that there was a spectator standing behind me. I cleared away the crossing branches and overgrown limbs one by one. The initially stiff canopy began to transform, exuding a graceful air like the welcoming pine style. Finally, I decisively cut off a large, misaligned branch on the left side. The moment the branch hit the ground, the entire aura of the tree was completely transformed. It was clean and elegant, showing off its majestic stance perfectly. Simply flawless. Perfect. Liu Changshan couldn't help but slap his thigh in praise. Excellent. This cloud dragon seeking the sea style with its sense of space. This young man's skill is truly top-notch. A sudden voice gave me a start. I spun around to find the old man in the tang suit smiling at me. My guard went up immediately. Just who was this strange old man? A powerful voice of praise suddenly rang out from behind. Marvelous. This cloud dragon seeking the sea style. Your eye for detail is superb. I immediately pulled back my shears and turned, my alertness level hitting its peak. I saw the man in the tang suit standing a short distance away, still rolling the 2 walnuts in his hand, with a kind and warm expression. I quickly assessed the situation. The security in this villa complex was incredibly tight, making entry and exit very difficult. The fact that this old man could slip into the yard so quietly meant he was definitely no ordinary person. He was likely a key figure of the Liu family, looking for someone or a distinguished guest. I gathered my tools, maintaining an attitude that was neither arrogant nor humble, keeping my professional demeanor. "You flatter me, sir. I just tidied it up a bit." The old man took 2 steps forward, pointing at the branch I just pruned, and commented, "Most gardeners nowadays only know how to prune by a template, shaping everything into round mushrooms without any rhyme or reason. But I see you dared to use bold cuts to remove details, directly bringing the tree's entire character back to life. That is top-tier artistic thinking." He observed me with great interest, beginning to probe. "Who did you learn this skill from? To dare to make such decisive cuts. Your vision and talent are truly extraordinary." I gave a slight smile, the master-level gardening knowledge in my head flowing out naturally. I didn't exactly have a teacher. I just couldn't stand seeing the branches overlapping each other like that. I pointed to the left side of the canopy, explaining in detail. Podocarpus loves light, but these branches on the left were too dense. They blocked the wind and stole nutrients from others, causing the core of the tree to stop growing, and the overall shape to look sluggish. Removing those cluttered branches might make it look sparse at first, but it's actually to give the secondary branches strength to grow later. Graceful on the left, radiant on the right. Light at the bottom and dense at the top is the core rule of Cloud Dragon, emerging from the sea. If you can't bear to cut away the excess, then this tree will always just be a bush and never a precious ornamental specimen. The old man nodded repeatedly as he listened, the speed of the walnuts spinning in his hand increasing slightly. What a profound explanation. Young people today are so impatient. They only see short-term gains and don't understand long-term shaping. He walked around the tree once, getting more impressed the more he looked. His satisfaction level reached a maximum. Compared to the masters he'd spent billions hiring, my technique was far cleaner and more decisive. It was visionary, without any of the useless fluff, just raw, convincing talent. Immediately after, he stopped in front of a black pine with yellowing leaves, clearly wanting to test me. "Since you're so knowledgeable about Podocarpus, take a look at this black pine. It's been planted for 3 years but won't grow, looking more withered by the day. Where does the problem lie?" I glanced at it once and immediately identified all the symptoms. I can tell right away the soil is compacted and waterlogged. The care process is entirely wrong. Black pine is drought tolerant, but the soil here isn't aerated, depriving the roots of oxygen. Add to that its placement in a dim corner, which has disrupted photosynthesis, so its gradual withering is only natural. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked, "So how do we fix it?" I stepped forward, plucked a needle from the top, and provided a precise plan. First, change the soil. Mix in some Akadama soil to increase aeration. Second, you need to prune it heavily, shortening long branches to stimulate inner budding. Finally, control the water and fertilizer, with careful care for a month, letting it face death. To be reborn is the only way to save this tree. The old man burst into hearty laughter, his eyes full of wonder. Marvelous, so thorough. The staff here only know how to fertilize sloppily and follow outdated procedures, which is why the plants just keep failing. For someone so young to be so precise and decisive in your actions, you've truly grasped the soul of the craft. At this moment, his perception of me shifted entirely, moving from praising my skill to absolute recognition. I was a hidden talent, a rare gem. I looked like an ordinary housekeeper, but I was clearly much more than meets the eye. He pretended to casually probe, "Are you the new gardener?" I shook my head and answered truthfully, "No, I'm not a gardener. I'm the private housekeeper here." Housekeeper. The old man's face showed clear surprise. A housekeeper who is so well versed in top-tier gardening. I hung up the pruning shears, my demeanor still perfectly calm. You could say it's just a supplementary skill for the job. In the master's home, from every plant to every meal and book, I must know it all. Allowing the plants to wither, or cooking bad food would be a dereliction of my duty. At the mention of cooking, the old man's eyes immediately lit up. As a longtime gourmet, he instantly caught on to the important detail. "From what you're saying, it seems you're quite knowledgeable about cooking too." I casually gathered the fallen branches on the ground, sharing my experience offhandedly. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I'm fairly proficient in everyday Sichuan dishes. Sichuan cooking and tree pruning actually share the same core principle. Spiciness is the exterior, richness is the frame, and the delicate balance of flavors is the soul. If you capture that soul, even a simple stir-fried water spinach can taste as rich as meat. Those few sentences hit the old man's aesthetic perfectly. An expert knows an expert when they hear one. He confirmed immediately that I was indeed someone with profound knowledge. In his heart, he marveled. Liu Yanren wasn't just hiring a housekeeper. She had clearly unearthed a priceless treasure. That girl's vision is truly sharp. A calm, reliable, and multi-talented person, neither arrogant nor impulsive, truly a rare and precious find. He was about to reveal his identity and go inside to try my cooking, when he caught a glimpse of someone through the second-floor window. The person kept waving their hand, gesturing that the mistress was sleeping. The old man understood immediately and stopped in his tracks. Liu Yanren needed rest during her period. Barging in now would only disturb her peace. He didn't want to disrupt his beloved daughter's resting space. The old man turned and stepped forward, gently patting my shoulder. The pat was very light, his eyes incredibly kind. "Young man, keep up the good work. The way you pruned the tree today truly impressed me." I was left dazed by the shoulder pat, muttering to myself internally. This tone, this demeanor, it's exactly like a high-level leader conducting a year-end inspection. The way he looked at me was just like a farmer, looking at the finest cabbage in his own garden. "It's my job. It's just what I should do," I replied politely and with humility. The old man said nothing more, slowly leaving with his hands behind his back. His steps were light and relaxed, as if he just achieved something great, his mood clearly uplifted. I saw him to the gate, where he got into a black Volkswagen Phaeton parked at the curb, a luxury car worth billions, yet appearing extremely modest. I instantly knew this old man's identity was anything but simple. Could it be that mysterious and powerful figure from the Liu family? The door of the black Phaeton closed, sealing off all the noise from outside. Inside the car, Liu Changshan's fingertips continued to roll the two walnuts, the rhythmic clicking sounding relaxed and pleasant. Those close to him knew well that this was a special sign that the great patriarch was in an exceptionally good mood. Old Chen, the loyal driver who had been with him for 20 years, secretly observed his boss through the rearview mirror. A satisfied smile was playing on the old man's face with no intention of hiding it. It must be known that this godfather of the business world has extremely high standards for judging people. Even ordinary young talents only receive a casual not bad from him, someone who can move him this much. In recent years, there has truly only been him. The master had quite a harvest today, didn't he? Old Chen asked, testing the waters. Liu Changshan leaned back against the leather seat, eyes closed in relaxation. Aunt Liu didn't lie to me. Seeing is indeed better than hearing. That boy is truly a stabilizing force. In his mind, images of me pruning the trees kept flashing, the ultimate composure, every snip decisive without a hint of hesitation. That effortless grace simply cannot be faked. Old Chen was instantly stunned. A stabilizing force. Isn't that evaluation a bit too high? Not high at all. Liu Changshan opened his eyes, his gaze full of certainty. You watched Yanren grow up. Don't you know how explosive her personality is? She's truly a mobile powder keg, short fuse and a fiery temper. He let out a soft sigh, filled with the helplessness of an old father. Her personality is just like her mother's. Extremely strict and picky eyes. In college, her suitors lined up in long rows, and they all ended up failing miserably. Whoever pestered her was driven away bluntly. The rest were either only after her family background and resources, or weak men with no character. After graduation, she insisted on starting her own business. I secretly provided quite a few resources behind her back. Everything went smoothly, which only made her even more arrogant. Liu Changshan tapped his finger lightly on his knee, accurately analyzing the core issue. The current Liu Yanren is like that wild podocarpus tree from earlier, growing too thick, branches and leaves all tangled, looking flashy on the outside, but actually unbalanced on the inside. At this stage, what she lacks most is someone who understands, someone brave enough to prune with precision, brave enough to keep the core and help her find her shape. Old Chen understood immediately. His gaze focused as he said, "Is Xiao Li that pruner?" Exactly. Liu Changshan remembered my words about pushing to the brink to survive, the smile on his lips deepening. This kid has a very steady mind, and his abilities are truly impressive. I tried to observe him, and he consistently maintained a balanced attitude, neither arrogant nor humble, without a hint of trying to fawn or rely on others. This kind of mental fortitude is the only thing that can tame that Tyrannosaurus Rex of mine. If it were anyone else, they would have long ago seized the chance to flatter and climb higher. Liu Changshan instantly switched to superior mode, his aura suddenly turning cold as he ordered sternly, "Old Chen, mobilize all connections even if you stay up all night. Find every bit of background info on Li Gaodan, someone who stays by my daughter's side. Clean family history is the absolute minimum requirement." Old Chen replied immediately, "Understood. The information will be sent before tonight." The black phaeton slowly accelerated, quietly leaving the villa area, without leaving a trace. In the villa garden, I cleaned up, put the pruning shears back into my tool belt, and glanced at the completely transformed podocarpus tree. My OCD was instantly soothed. It's just that the old man in the tang suit earlier made me. I felt a bit of a question in my heart, an aura that overwhelms commoners and professional-level gardening knowledge. Most importantly, the way he looked at me. Within that kindness lay a deep, scrutinizing gaze. Just as I was secretly analyzing, the long silent system suddenly announced, "Ding! Receive recognition from an important character. Recognition achieved." Source: Business Godfather Liu Changshan. Recognition level: Deep appreciation, God level passive unlocked. God level reflexes. Skill description: Neural reflexes reach the human limit, capturing changes within 0.1 seconds. Combat, driving. Emergency prediction, comprehensive instinctive reflexes. I froze right where I stood, my brain quickly retrieving information about Liu Changshan, the top business tycoon of Chuanyu, chairman of the Liu Group, and biological father of Liu Yanran. I turned my head in shock toward the main gate, the luxury car long gone. Turns out he can freely enter and exit this high-security villa area. It was the supreme king of the Liu family. On a low-profile visit for a surprise inspection, I quickly reviewed my performance until now. Professional work, proper attitude, no laziness at all, maintaining the poise of a diligent employee, no mistakes made. Wait a minute. I rubbed my chin, recalling the old man's comment about strong medicine. That sentence seemed to have an implication that wasn't quite right. Half an hour later, at the Liu family's main residence, Liu Changshan walked with a light step, looking as energetic as a 20-year-old. Lin Yui was sitting in the living room flipping through a magazine. Seeing him, she teased, "Did you find some money?" He laughed with extreme pride. Liu Changshan sat down, finished a cup of tea in one gulp, his face beaming. "What's finding money? What I've found is a top-tier treasure." He started getting excited, switching into full-blown praise mode, praising my pruning skills to high heaven. From my speech to my mindset, he talked me up to the clouds, acting as if I were a modern-day virtuous official, born to serve Liu Yanren. The more Lin Yui listened, the more she frowned. She remained rational, not letting him brainwash her. She threw a wet blanket on him. "Enough, stop boasting. That young man certainly has talent, but you're just delusional on your own. Has Yanran been single all this time because of a lack of elite men? It's because of her difficult personality and her standards being too high. She doesn't fall in love easily. If our daughter doesn't like him, then no matter how much you like him, it's useless." Her wet blanket instantly cooled Liu Changshan's excitement by more than half. Thinking about it carefully, that logic really holds up. He hurriedly searched for arguments to counter, regaining his confidence, saying, "Impossible. Aunt Liu said Yanren's appetite has clearly improved these past 2 days. She's not picky at all and doesn't leave any leftovers. She even finishes the spring onions she used to hate. Capturing her stomach is the breakthrough point. This must mean she has feelings." "Oh, sure." Lin Yue gave him a scorching glare, exposing him on the spot. "You're such a pig-headed man. Liking the food he cooks and liking him as a person are two completely different things. Don't go playing matchmaker recklessly and meddling in the youth's business. Just stay on the sidelines and see how things turn out." Liu Changshan was left speechless by her scolding and immediately admitted fault. All right, whatever my lady says is right. I'll listen to you." The first floor of the villa was unusually quiet. I was standing at the kitchen counter about to prep some fruit when a mosquito started buzzing around my head, deliberately trying to suck my blood. If it were before, I mostly wouldn't have bothered with such a small thing. But things are different now. The God-level reflexes I just unlocked made all surrounding sounds feel stretched out. The passage of time around me suddenly slowed down, and the mosquito's flight path became crystal clear. Without even blinking, my wrist flicked slightly. Swish! The spine of the knife hit the target, and the mosquito dropped to the floor, knocked out cold. I raised an eyebrow at my trophy. Truly convinced by the system's power, the hands-on experience of this new skill is absolutely top tier. Glancing at the wall clock, 5:10 p.m., plus rush hour traffic, and the post-carb energy slump, my household sleeping beauty should be waking up soon. About to start her tantrum. I expertly took out the clay pot, starting the special care routine, adding pitted red dates, peeled longan, aged ginger, and brown sugar, boiling on high heat, then simmering thoroughly on low, completing the entire process smoothly. A gentle sweet scent filled the empty villa. Just as I turned off the stove and poured it into a thermos, the pitter-patter came from the stairs, the sound of slippers hitting the floor in anger. I walked out of the kitchen with a tray, coming face to face with Liu Yanran. Her curly hair was a mess, with a few strands sticking out cutely, but she still tried to look tough, her bathrobe disheveled, her whole being radiating sleep-deprived irritability. "Li Gaoden, what time is it? I feel like I'm going crazy." She held onto the handrail, glaring at me, her aura overwhelming. The house is suffocatingly stuffy. Is the air filtration system even on? I want to go out for some air. Immediately, I calmly approached, handing over the warm brown sugar water. "Drink some of this to stabilize your condition first." She snatched the glass, tilting her head back for a large gulp, then slammed the glass down. A loud clatter echoed, frustration evident on her face. "Let's go. Get dressed and head to Taiku Li. I want to go shopping to cheer up. I need to treat myself." I remained still, shaking my head gently in refusal. "President Liu, based on your current health indicators, I don't recommend you go out." This sentence hit her sore spot. Liu Yanren immediately put her hands on her hips and glared, her combat stats instantly skyrocketing. "These minor symptoms are nothing for my health. Don't treat me like some fragile, weak flower." I looked at her ready to explode appearance, sighing secretly in my heart. "I'm not worried about your health. I'm worried about the public order of Chuanyu. On the first day of your cycle, your emotions are on the brink of losing control. Taiku Li is crowded and the people there are unpredictable. Shoving and bumping happen all the time. With your current temper, you'll pick a fight over the tiniest little thing. One of my KPIs is keeping the client's emotions stable, preventing any potential PR disasters. I have to lock this living time bomb away, making sure she's isolated at home. If she explodes, let it just be on me. She absolutely cannot go out and harm the community. Confronting her directly would only escalate the conflict, and preaching logic is completely useless, so I immediately switched to a specialized coaxing plan. You've misunderstood. I don't think you're weak at all. I'm just worried that Taiku Li is too crowded, and I'm afraid some blind fool might bump into you. I'm not afraid. I just like lively places." Liu Yanren cut me off immediately, her chin tilted high, stubbornness clear. "It's deserted at home like a haunted house. I want to go out and see handsome guys and pretty girls. Hurry up, keep dawdling, and I'll dock your pay." Normal communication was a complete failure. The only way left was the final ultimate move to handle such an unreasonable client. The best way is to ignore logic and flatter her endlessly. I cleared my throat, my gaze extremely serious and sincere, starting the praise mode without blinking. "President Liu, the reason I won't let you out is actually because I'm selfish." Liu Yanran froze, her eyes full of suspicion. "What's selfishness? Don't want to work overtime?" "I don't care about the money at all. It's just his gaze and tone are so sincere." "No, it's because your current beauty has too much destructive power. This natural, lazy look radiates a peak aura. This is the most luxurious and authentic beauty, crushing all those generic influencer faces in Taiku Li. Your natural, free-spirited, bare-faced beauty. If you just step out and get snapped by a candid camera, you'll make so many people out there feel insecure about their looks, and even cause traffic jams from people staring. To avoid disturbing the public order, and to give ordinary people a chance to live, this top-tier beauty should only be hidden away at home." The flattery flowed endlessly, every argument incredibly persuasive, resulting in 3 seconds of silence. Liu Yanren cooled down immediately, her anger vanishing completely as her cheeks flushed slightly pink. She awkwardly smoothed her messy hair, then adjusted the collar of her bathrobe. "Is that true? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? I know I'm already beautiful, but it surely isn't that unreasonable." Though her mouth tried to be humble, her facial expression betrayed her entirely. The intention to go out and cause trouble had completely vanished after those compliments. She leisurely plopped down onto the sofa, lightly swinging her feet. "Fine. Since you talk so nicely, I'll reluctantly stay home to preserve my beauty alone, to avoid putting pressure on the passers-by." I let out a silent sigh of relief. I finally stabilized the situation and avoided a storm. I had just finished tidying the tea table, without a moment to rest, when Liu Yanren suddenly rolled her eyes, exactly like an NPC who just updated a new quest. However, me not going out comes with conditions. I sacrificed my right to entertainment and fun, to endure this boredom at home. so you must provide me with appropriate psychological compensation. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. What compensation does President Liu want? She leaned back on the sofa, her eyes mischievous like a little fox planning something. It was clear she had grasped my weakness, the content of the macroeconomics book. This afternoon was extremely dry and incomprehensible, nothing short of a potent sleeping pill. However, the white noise effect of your reading was somewhat acceptable. I looked at the sly smile on her face, my scalp tingling with dread. A bad omen surrounding me. Liu Yanran, what kind of game are you playing now? Liu Yanran sat on the sofa, giving a cunning smile, waving a finger gently in front of me, clearly preparing to make some bizarre demand. I've decided. Gudon, from now on you must coax me to sleep every night. Read documents or tell stories, anything works. You must use your voice to serve throughout the process. My pupils dilated in shock, screaming inwardly. So it turns out my job as a housekeeper is constantly expanding into every field like this? President Liu, my mission is to be a housekeeper, not a kindergarten teacher coaxing children to sleep, and definitely not some kind of private streamer. I've figured out her pattern of escalation by now. Yesterday she added a KPI to praise her every day, and today she added an exclusive nighttime sleep service. If this overtime keeps increasing, who knows what else she'll make me do by the day after tomorrow. My professional boundaries are being broken continuously. I don't care. Liu Yanran immediately started acting spoiled, completely ignoring reason. Without hearing your voice, I'll have insomnia. And if I have insomnia, my mood tomorrow will be terrible, and I won't be able to work. She spread her fingers to calculate, presenting a perfectly tight chain of logic. Without energy, I can't make the right decisions. The company's business results will decline. And if the company makes no profit, I have no income. She suddenly looked up. Her dark gaze locked onto me, dealing the final blow. If I have no money, then will your 100,000 monthly salary and year-end bonus still exist? I was silenced, completely grasped by her leverage. This logic truly left no opening for a rebuttal. Truly the absolute oppression of the employer over the employee. For the sake of my salary, I don't just have to worry about daily meals and living, but now I even have to handle emotional needs before bedtime. I tried one last struggle to regain some rights, but surely it can't be like this every day. Even 1001 nights ran out of content eventually. Liu Yanran didn't even bother with my words. She jumped off the sofa with bare feet and pattered into the study. A few seconds later, she returned with my employment contract in hand, pressing a finger firmly against a clause. Her aura dominant. Look closely, Article 5. When the employer is in a bad mood, the housekeeper must provide corresponding emotional value. It's right there in black and white. There's even a red thumbprint I pressed myself. Proof as clear as a mountain. My eyebrows twitched incessantly, truly speechless at her nitpicking over every detail. President Liu, do you plan on being upset right on schedule every day? Exactly. She tilted her chin toward the sky, her face looking perfectly natural. Every night, I will feel sad right on schedule, even more regular than my period. As soon as night comes, I feel vulnerable and need someone to comfort me. Is there a problem? I looked at the woman acting willfully in front of me, feeling extremely bewildered. When we first met, she wore sunglasses and drove a Ferrari, radiating the aura of a cold female CEO. But look at her now, in disheveled pajamas, whining just to be told stories. Is this really the sharp and decisive leader of Tianwu Media? The difference is truly too vast. I completely gave up. Fine, you win. But those low-quality, overbearing CEO stories, I definitely will not read them. Liu Yanran's eyes immediately crinkled into a smile, happy as a child. In her heart, she was secretly plotting, taking advantage of the loophole in this wordplay. If you won't read the overbearing CEO loves me, then the special cultivation of the cold housekeeper should be fine, right? The plan was a brilliant success. Nighttime service finalized. She began to enjoy her time, lounging on the sofa and engrossed in scrolling through short videos, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. I could only shake my head helplessly, turning back into the kitchen to start my overtime work. She was on her period, so her diet had to be extremely strictly controlled. No grease, no cold foods. It had to be light yet fully nutritious. I took out a fresh chicken breast, preparing to make Sichuan-style fuyung chicken fillet, a high-end, exquisite dish where you eat chicken without seeing a piece of chicken, requiring extremely skilled culinary techniques. Removing the tendons and pounding the meat until fluffy. Mixing egg whites with broth, whisking it perfectly smooth. I held up the back of the knife, rhythmically striking the meat, a deep thudding sound echoing, the beat carrying a very pleasant sensation. Liu Yanran, lounging in the living room, was instantly attracted. She put her phone down and peeked into the kitchen, Under the warm light, my back looked steady and neat. That monotonous thumping sound suddenly became incredibly soothing to her ears. The regret of not being able to go out earlier completely vanished into thin air. Those hot guys in Taiku Li, how could they compare to the housekeeper, who was wholeheartedly cooking at home? The level was completely different. An hour later, I brought out a white porcelain bowl from the kitchen to serve dinner. Liu Yanren immediately sprang up like a coil, rushing to the table at light speed. In the crystal-clear broth, blooming pieces of snow-white chicken look as beautiful as blooming hibiscus flowers, accented with a few bright green pea sprouts. Both the appearance and scent were incredibly enticing. She hurriedly took a spoonful, feeling the soft, refreshing taste melt on her tongue. The chicken was saturated with the sweetness of the broth, melting away instantly upon eating. The flavor was truly rich. Amazing. Liu Yanren ate 3 bites in a row, her eyes full of surprise. If this skill of yours doesn't go toward cooking state banquets, it's a true waste of talent. Later, if the company goes bankrupt, I'll go open a shop with you. Well, definitely make a fortune. I calmly replied, cooking for President Liu has better rewards than state banquets, and I don't have to follow those cumbersome rules. These words suddenly turned into sweet talk in her ears. In her eyes, this was a special favor reserved for her, and only her. She proudly replied, of course. Just keep up the good work. Bonuses and benefits surely won't be lacking for you. The meal was quickly finished. Everything licked clean. During the meal, we finalized the details of the sleep coaching, starting right at 11 p.m. every night, reading until she finally falls asleep. She even went further, demanding I sit close to the bed, the distance not allowed to be too far. I only nodded silently in agreement, my heart completely accepting the reality. Once professional boundaries are broken, it's a never-ending compromise. I need to quickly plan my resignation. If things keep going like this, sooner or later this female director will completely manipulate me. Dumb of cleaning and out of the kitchen, I was blocked by her again. To help digest the food, let's start the entertainment program. Liu Yanren shook her phone, the team icon showing up prominently. Come play a few rounds of Honor of Kings with me. President Liu, I quit gaming long ago. Now I'm just a player from the ancient era. I wiped my hands dry, looking at the familiar game icon on the screen. I haven't touched this game in years, even though I pulled all-nighters grinding in college. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, busy with life, and the dorm group chat had long gone silent. Youth just closed its chapter like that. It's fine. Liu Yanren patted her chest confidently, full of vigor and determination. Let me carry you in rank. Guaranteed to win, never lose. Because her movements were a bit vigorous, the collar of her bathrobe became a bit messy, but she didn't care at all. Her eyes only filled with excitement and invited me to play. I looked at her overly confident appearance, only able to nod helplessly. This boss entertainment needs. I must fulfill them unconditionally. I opened the game and abandoned for ages, and was instantly stunned. The familiar TMI sound played, followed by the plot update progress bar. Resource pack is being updated. This massive update is just speechless. Is the mobile game competition really this terrifyingly fierce now? This update progress is like remaking the whole game. It's perfectly normal. Liu Yanren leaned in and explained calmly. Skin's effects are constantly upgraded. It's natural for the file size to bloat. Just sit and wait. Our bandwidth can easily handle it. Both of us sprawled on the sofa, quietly waiting for the update to finish. Bored, she took the initiative to start interrogation mode. Which role did you use to play? In college, I was mostly a jungler, but I quit when I got busy with part-time jobs. I watched the progress bar crawling, as slow as a snail feeling sentimental. Those peak reflexes from back then. My 3-finger technique is probably rusty by now. If I play now, I'll definitely be a burden to the team. Don't worry, I'll carry you. Liu Yanren put on a haughty face, trying to act bossy. I'm Angela, and dodgy is also my main. Master of bush ambushes. Once I spot a target, they vanish in one combo, sending the opponent back to spawn instantly. While talking, she thrust her phone in my face to show off. Her account was filled with limited and legendary skins. The VIP top-up icon sparkled. A textbook whale indeed. Maxed out on wealth level, see? I have all the mythic skins. My low rank is just because my teammates are burdens. The whole team is just trolls holding me back. I stared at her rock-bottom rank, which couldn't possibly drop any lower, and immediately understood the problem. A classic case of being bad but addicted, using money to buy appearances. President Liu's skills are the best. It's all your teammates' fault for dragging you down. I flattered her against my conscience, a classic high EQ workplace move. It'll count on you to carry me later. I'll just wait for the win. Glancing at the update bar, there were still a few minutes left. I stood up and said, "I'll go peel some fruit. Eating while playing is more efficient." I put my phone down and went to the kitchen, leaving Liu Yanran alone in the living room. She immediately switched to secret investigation mode, clicking on my account to poke around, clearly wanting to find out about my past gaming skills. After a while of searching, she found my game ID, which was currently offline. Current rank, Bronze 3. Peak rank, Master. A true hidden pro. Liu Yanran raised an eyebrow in interest. He seemed humble, but it turned out he was a top-tier jungler. Her gaze stopped on my profile picture. Her expression suddenly changed. The hand-drawn, minimalist puppy head looked both simple and familiar. She immediately connected the dots from the internet. Detective Yanran was officially on the case. That mysterious online friend in the UK named Catnip has the exact same profile picture. The hand-drawn kitten style matched perfectly. Countless clues were instantly pieced together in her head. Complete logical chain quickly emerged. Me and Catnip must have been an online couple since the old gaming days. Being in the UK meant it was a long-distance relationship across time zones. The dog profile was a custom design. The cat profile was a matching pair. Later, I quit the game. So the two of them ended it then. The other party saw the video and recognized me, which is why they left that long-time no-see comment. This logic made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, she began a more detailed analysis. The key point, did they recognize him by the profile picture or by his side profile? If it was the profile picture, it was just a pure online crush. If they never met, it wasn't a huge deal. But if they recognized his side profile, it meant they had met in person, which would be very complicated. Then the problem would truly explode. Liu Yanran's gaze gradually sharpened. Her heart was full of killing intent. If it's confirmed they met, she would deal with me right away today. To test her theory, she immediately clicked to view my close relationship list. The loading circle spun continuously. Her heart rate spiked to the maximum. Biting her lip, she mentally poured out threats. How dare he hide an old flame? How dare he keep an old online relationship? Tonight, the sleep coaxing service is canceled. Bonuses will be stripped and hell be fired. The page finished loading. The close friends list appeared in full. Just close battle buddies or father-son game relations. All of them were male IDs, not a single female account. No cat profile pictures either. Definitely no lover icons. It was unbelievably clean, without a single trace of ambiguity. Liu Yanran immediately let out a sigh of relief. The weight on her heart completely vanished. Sprawling on the sofa, she chuckled to herself. This guy was lucky. What are you looking at? I suddenly appeared carrying the fruit plate. Liu Yanran jumped, her whole body trembling. The phone almost slipped from her hand. She exited the page at lightning speed, pretending to adjust her nightgown, casually hiding it. Nothing, and not looking at anything. I set the fruit plate down. Glancing at the phone screen, it was just finished updating. Let's start. Let's start. Liu Yanran grabbed a piece of watermelon and took a big bite. It was excessively sweet. Her mood reached a perfect score. All her doubts had completely vanished. Only happiness remained for the rest of the session. Match found entering the hero selection screen. Liu Yanran quickly picked her main, Daji. Brimming with confidence in the bushes, a true master of the one-shot combo, specializing in silencing the defiant. I glanced at the team comp. The team was missing a jungler. Skimming through the hero pool, I chose Li Bai in his white phoenix skin. The blank mastery icon instantly caused the team chat to explode. P3 ADC. Look at that zero mastery Li Bai, definitely a newbie troll. P4 support. Li Bai is weak as hell in this patch, probably wants to throw. Do you want to surrender already? P3. Remember this match, surrender at 6 minutes, prepare for the loss. Liu Yanran frowned. She was about to turn on her mic to defend me. I raised a hand to stop her and said calmly, no need to argue. Let our skills do the talking. They'll feel humiliated once the match is over. Though I'd quit the game for years, the constantly changing patches had awakened something in me, but with just a touch of the screen, muscle memory instantly surged back. Godlike reflexes accumulated over years directly restructured my vision. The enemies' casting animations, the trajectory of their skills, even the minions' movements seemed slow motion and clear as day. This skill was a total domination for this match. As the match started, I skipped my own red buff and charged straight into the enemy jungle to invade. Liu Yanran, playing Daji in the mid lane, asked in confusion, "Aren't you farming our jungle?" Careful, or you'll ruin the game. The enemy jungle is much richer. It's all about invading and dominating early on. In less than 30 seconds, My mechanics reached their peak, using skill 1 to dash through the wall. I timed the damage perfectly and smited the red buff. The level 1 enemy Hanshin was completely dazed, unable to react at all. I closed in on Hanshin, weaving in basic attacks. Skill 2 was cast smoothly to create space. Sword light flash and first blood instantly echoed. The entire sequence was pure instinct, reflexes pushed to the absolute limit. I raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. This god-tier buff is truly unrivaled. Minute 2. A sudden skirmish broke out in mid-lane. Liu Yanren's positioning was a bit careless, and she was ambushed from the bushes. 2 crowd control skills instantly locked her down. Her health bar plummeted. Save me, Li Gaoden, help me. These 2 bastards are camping me, no mercy at all. Coming. As soon as I spoke, the white figure from the riverbank bushes charged out. 2 precise dashes stunned both enemies. Using skill 2 to dodge fatal damage, I stacked my passive instantly to unlock my ultimate. Fan Lian's sword song was unleashed. Sword energy swept across the field. Double kill. 2 enemies down. After bursting them down, I instantly dashed away to retreat. A true masterclass performance, leaving without a word. Liu Yanren looked at her dodgy, clinging to a sliver of health, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She peeked at my focused side profile, and suddenly thought this guy was actually quite handsome. She gave a haughty huff, trying to maintain her composure. I'll admit your reaction was fast, otherwise your boss would be staring at a gray screen. Minute 10, all 5 enemies grouped up to push mid. Liu Yanren, trying to save the tower, forced an engage. She was instantly bursted down and vanished. She angrily slammed the sofa. These people only know how to group up and snowball. I remained calm, observing the entire time, waiting for them to blow their skills before entering. The moment a gap appeared, I decisively switched to carry mode. Using jumble creeps to stack my passive, I used skill 1 to dash in from a great distance. Skill 2 dodged all of the enemy's burst damage. My ultimate sword energy covered the entire battlefield. By now, my gold lead was massive, and my items were overwhelming. The squishy enemy heroes stood no chance, and they all vanished instantly. I timed my cooldowns to keep diving in, wiping out everyone left. Triple kill. Quadra kill. The sound of pentakill echoed through the living room. The enemy team was aced. The teammates who were mocking me earlier flipped their attitudes instantly. Big Brother P3, I'm so sorry. I was truly blind. P4, Jumble God, do you need any decorations? I'll follow you all game and just cheer for you. Enemy jungler. This guy is definitely hacking. Liu Yanran stared at the screen at the Li Bai who just turned the tide with a pentakill. Her heart skipped a beat. Being carried by a top-tier jungler felt amazing. She pursed her lips to hide a smile, trying to act casual. It was okay. From now on, you'll be my personal jungler. Next time, just optimize your speed a bit more. I pushed down the enemy's crystal, replying softly, yes, mistress. Round 2 started and I picked Li Bai again. Liu Yanren firmly took Daji to the top lane. A teammate had the ID Softy wants a free win. As soon as the match began, a cloying, overly sweet girl's voice came through. Jumble Oppa, you're so good. I only know how to play tanks. Gank for me in top lane often, okay? Her voice was so sweet it gave me goosebumps. It felt uncomfortable to listen to. Liu Yanren rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, just play the game. Why act so fake? What a useless sound. Minute 3. I rotated top and coordinated with Zhu Baji to get a kill. That fake voice chimed in again, flatteringly. Wow. Your mechanics are amazing. Thanks for ganking for me, Oppa. Every time she said Oppa this, Oppa that, it was like lighting a fuse for Liu Yanren's rage. Her Daji started firing skills randomly into thin air. Her mental state collapsed. Who's your Oppa? He's my personal housekeeper, not for outsiders to chat up. Li Gaoden. Liu Yanren suddenly spoke, her voice full of annoyance. I want the blue buff. Give it to me now. I looked at the blue buff that just respawned and had to let her take it. Liu Yanren's Daji snatched the blue buff at lightning speed. Only then did she feel a bit more balanced. At least you know your place and who the core of this match is. During a mid to late game team fight, an enemy assassin lunged straight for me. Liu Yanren, in a moment of panic, used flash to tank the enemy ultimate for me. Daji died instantly, her screen turning gray. Thanks to my superior mobility, I survived with a sliver of health and secured 2 kills, holding the line. Before I could even speak, that green tea voice from the headset spoke again. Oops, why did Daji's sis just go and feed like that? Good thing Jumble Oppa is so strong. Otherwise would be ruined. Sis, stay calm, don't be a burden to him anymore. This comment instantly made Liu Yanren explode in fury. She bolted upright from the sofa and screamed into her phone. Feeding. What feeding? I was using a tanking strategy to save a teammate. A useless Jubaji like you knows nothing about skill. Keep blabbering, and I'll trace your IP and hunt you down. Suppressing a laugh, I gently reassured her. Don't be mad. It was all thanks to you tanking for me. It'd be dead otherwise. Your sacrifice was truly valuable. The true soul of the whole team. After my well-placed flattery, Liu Yanren's mood finally stabilized. Exactly. It's called strategic vision. She basically wouldn't understand it. The match ended. As expected, I secured the match MVP. Just as we returned to the lobby, a friend request suddenly popped up. It was from that green tea teammate earlier. ID. Softy wants a free win. Message. Jungle God, you're so strong. Carry me in a duo next time. I'll keep my mic on and chat with you the whole match. Before I could do anything, Liu Yanran was instantly on alert. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed as she stared at the invite. Her killing intent was fully visible. The catnip issue from the UK wasn't even settled yet, and now some green tea pig from the game was starting trouble. This man really had a passive trait for attracting bees and butterflies, and it was manifesting right now. She looked at me, gritting her teeth, her voice full of suspicion and jealousy. Li Gaoden, why haven't you accepted it yet? Go ahead, Li Gaoden, accept it quickly. Liu Yanren kept her eyes glued to my phone screen, pouring out sarcasm. She's calling you Appa so sweetly, unlike me, who only clumsily calls you to save me. I glanced at that pink profile picture, that at my boss next to me who was about to catch fire, and could only sigh helplessly before hitting decline. I also typed a few words in the response box. Sorry. Not carrying. The thick smell of vinegar and gunpowder in the air, immediately dissipated by half. Liu Yanran closely watched my every move. Corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. She tried to suppress her smile, and then lightly rubbed her foot against my calf. Oh my. Why did housekeeper Li decline? She has such a sweet voice, such a good attitude, and seems so obedient. Are you afraid of hurting the poor girl's confidence? One look, and I saw right through her. Just a moment ago, she wanted to bite her. Now she's pretending to be generous and tolerant. President Liu, you don't understand the hidden rules of this industry. With those kinds of pink profile pictures, and that fake voice behind the screen, is 90% likely a bearded 100-kilogram man. They're probably smoking and scratching their feet while flirting randomly online. To protect my mental health, I had to nip that risk in the bud immediately. Liu Yanran froze in place. Imagining that scene, she suddenly shivered. That's disgusting. Block them now. And continued to push further. Leaning in close, her peach blossom eyes locked onto mine. What if it really was a cute girl? Someone beautiful, with a sweet voice and very approachable. Would you still refuse to carry her? I slightly avoided her gaze, answering firmly, no. Why not? In esport, there's no room for distractions. Women only hinder the speed of my blade. This answer touched a nerve with Liu Yanren. By that logic, she was also a woman, and thus a negative influence. Barefoot on the carpet, she stood up and walked toward me with authority, propping both hands on the back of the sofa, trapping me in a tight space. We were incredibly close. A fresh scent wafted into my face. So you mean that I also hindered the speed of your blade? The air suddenly fell silent. A dangerous atmosphere enveloped us both. My mind raced at lightning speed. I switched to high workplace EQ. President Liu is a total exception. Others are burdens that trip me up. But you are an infinite source of strength, just to protect you. My blade can turn into helicopter rotors, soaring into the clouds to sweep away our enemies. I mentally added, as long as the pay is right, I build you an actual helicopter. Liu Yanran suddenly paused, stunned for 2 seconds. Then she burst out laughing, unable to maintain her serious facade. She stood up straight and shot me a glare, her haughtiness remaining. You smooth talker. No one is more silver-tongued than you. She criticized me with words, but her heart felt sweet. This was the perfect answer. Other women were just interference. She was the special case. Liu Yanren's mood instantly hit a peak. She immediately quit the game. This game has too many fakes. The experience is truly terrible. She grabbed my wrist and pulled me along, excitedly heading toward the stairs. Let's switch activities. Let's go watch a movie in the basement. The private cinema in the basement was much cooler than the first floor. Liu Yanren walked ahead, the hem of her nightgown swaying with her steps, looking completely relaxed. She didn't look like someone on her period at all. Hurry up, hurry up. Being this slow is so inefficient. I carried the prepared fruit tray, following steadily behind her. The soundproof door was thick. The interior was professionally designed, a true high-end home theater. A starlit ceiling with specialized soundproof walls. Real leather sofas, the mistress's entertainment setup really lacked nothing. Liu Yanren kicked off her slippers and hopped onto the sofa sprawled out, looking incredibly lazy. Little fawn, get to work. The remote and speakers are right there, do it. I set the fruit tray down and went to start the entire audio-visual system. The screen slowly lowered and the movie library appeared. Thousands of movies were clearly categorized. Action, sci-fi, mystery, even romance movies. I turned to Liu Yanren, who was lounging on the sofa, and asked considerately, "What would you like to watch, President Liu? Let's pick something gentle and healing. Your mood is sensitive during your period. You shouldn't watch anything too stimulating. Lighthearted movies are the best choice." I stopped at the animation section, mainly to keep her mood stable. Liu Yanran tilted her head and scanned the list, her eyes searching quickly, finally stopping exactly on the horror section with the skull icon. There's the icon. Horror movies. Her eyes lit up, looking incredibly excited. She wasn't afraid of stimulation at all. My finger paused, advising her immediately. I don't recommend horror. It will affect your circulation and could very well make your cramps worse. Choose Paddington or Up instead. Those are healing and will help you sleep. Liu Yanran immediately gave me a long, sweeping glare, looking completely dismissive. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I'm the head of a media conglomerate with thousands of employees. If people knew I was watching kids' cartoons, my overbearing CEO image would be completely ruined. I casually presented the objective facts. Even CEOs need moments to relax their souls. Innocence knows no age. Gentle movies can effectively help you. Dismiss the discomfort you're feeling. No, I'm not listening. Liu Inmian argued stubbornly, showing her true nature as a strong and headstrong woman. Only horror movies can boost excitement hormones, adding poison with poison to drown out the pain. I was truly speechless at her stubborn logic. That excitement only lasts a few minutes, and the pain will return twice as intense. Not to mention the nightmares later tonight, it's really not worth it. My advice inadvertently gave Liu Yanran an opening. She sat up and rested her chin on her hands, staring at me, looking as if she figured it all out. Talking so much, is it because you're actually the one afraid to watch it? A cliché provocation, but it struck a chord with my pride. I didn't expect my cold, all-powerful housekeeper to be afraid of ghosts. Do you tremble going to the bathroom alone at night? Don't be scared, if you really get spooked. I looked at her smug expression and gave up on the useless argument. There's no point in arguing with the boss. Following her wishes was the most important task. If President Liu is that interested, then I'll choose a classic. I just pressed the button. The movie poster appeared instantly. A terrifying face filled half the screen. The title was clear, The Shining. I hit confirm on the remote. The iconic face from The Shining immediately took over the big screen. Liu Yanren's eyes instantly brightened, her satisfaction reaching its peak. Now this is what I'm talking about. Way better quality than those cartoons. She was carefully calculating everything in her mind. She could maintain her cold CEO image, dominating the movie's terrifying atmosphere, while waiting for me to be so scared that it instinctively huddle up to her. Then she could comfort and mock me to her heart's content. This plan really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It's absolutely perfect. I reached out and turned off all the lights in the room. The home theater was instantly plunged into total darkness. Only the faint flickering blue light from the screen remained. A stream of cold air continued to blow out. The chilling sensation was pushed to the absolute limit. Liu Yanren hurriedly shifted herself to one side. She patted the empty space beside her. Sit a bit closer. Watching from afar makes for a terrible experience. Without a second thought, I sat down beside her. The movie officially began. The deep, ominous soundtrack characteristic of old horror films suddenly blared. It was so oppressive. Eerie sounds mixed with the sound of grinding teeth echoed through the room. With the support of Dolby surround sound effects, the numbing sensation on my scalp was pushed to the extreme. I stood up and went to the bar to get a thick wool blanket and warmed up a glass of milk. I'm so thoughtful. She's on her period, so she really shouldn't catch a cold. Liu Yanren took the milk and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Only her eyes peeked out, but her words remained stubborn. Her disdain was palpable. This opening is so slow-paced. There's absolutely nothing groundbreaking about it. The camera shifted to a shot down the hotel corridor. The red carpet combined with eerie geometric patterns. A low-angle tracking shot created a heavy sense of oppression. A little boy rode his tricycle through the silent hallway. The gloomy atmosphere grew even deeper. Liu Yanren's breathing gradually became more rapid. Her composure began to waver violently. The hot milk in her hand didn't seem to provide any warmth at all. The next second, two twin girls suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. They stood there silently, staring unblinkingly into the camera. It was bizarre to the extreme. The soundtrack suddenly became piercingly loud. The sharp sound stabbed directly into the nerves. Oh heavens, Liu Yanren's hand trembled. The milk almost spilled. It nearly splattered all over the place. She hurriedly set the cup down to steady it. Then she burrowed herself deep into the blanket, curling up into a tight ball. In the dim light, I couldn't clearly see her specific expression, but that ball-like huddling posture completely gave away her true state of mind. The plot continued to advance. The male lead was being driven completely insane by the evil spirit. The classic scene of hacking the door with an axe was about to occur. The temperature in the screening room seemed to plummet. Layers of chill stacked upon one another. Liu Yanren hid her hands behind her back, her eyes glued to the screen, not daring to blink. In contrast, I calmly sipped my milk, even analyzing the frames in my head. The distorted wide angles and cold tone lighting made the sense of madness and isolation reach its peak. The director's cinematography techniques, the detail and sharpness were truly impressive. The giant axe hacked violently into the wooden door. Wood splinters flew everywhere as if exploding out of the screen. The female lead's piercing scream cut through all the sound effects. Liu Yanren's entire body jolted. As if struck by electricity, she shrank deep into the sofa. She instinctively turned her head to look at me, trying to find some sympathy. As a result, her mood immediately became unbalanced. My expression remained composed, slowly sipping the milk, irrationally calm. This state was no different from watching a shadow puppet show in a park, absolutely not a ripple of emotion. Liu Yanren was inwardly cursing up a storm. Doesn't this man know the meaning of fear? She couldn't take it anymore, and gave my calf a light kick. Li Gaodan, are you really not scared? I turned to look at her panicked eyes peeking out. It's all just movie special effects. If you understand the basic principles, you won't be afraid. At this moment, Liu Yanran truly wanted to hit someone. What she needed wasn't an analysis of camera angles or editing techniques. She wanted to see me flustered and frightened, maybe even actively leaning on her for comfort. These dry analyses of mine were truly useless. Act. Just keep acting. You're clearly so scared your legs are like jelly, yet you're forcing yourself to lecture me. If you're scared, just say so. It's not like I'd laugh at you. As soon as she finished speaking, a horrific scene unfolded. The elevator doors suddenly slid open. Fresh red blood erupted like a cascading waterfall. The torrent of blood flooded the entire hallway. The visual shock was extreme. Liu Yanren immediately broke down and let out a shrill scream. She shut her eyes tight, her hands flailing wildly, and accurately grabbed my arm with a firm grip, clinging on as hard as she could. She was still stubborn. Even in her panic, she didn't forget to scold. Li Gaodan, you're scared too, right? Just admit it. If you don't, I'll be really angry. I looked down at our current situation, and it was honestly both helpless and hilarious. The once aloof and dignified female CEO was now burying her head in my shoulder, shaking like a leaf. Her small hand was ice cold, her palms sweaty with cold sweat, but her strength was unbelievably great. Just like a little kitten terrified by thunder, but still trying to act tough. I gave a soft sigh, and went with the flow, setting down my glass, and turned my hand to envelop her cold one, transferring all the warmth from my palm to hers. I treated it as a proper workplace consolation for a subordinate. All right, I admit I'm a bit scared too, boss. Borrowing your hand for some courage should be okay, right? Liu Yanran froze instantly. Her heartbeat suddenly went haywire. The warmth spread from her fingertips throughout her body, dispelling most of her fear. She tried to maintain the last bit of her pride, stiffening her expression as she spoke. It's good you know that. Since you're fulfilling your duty as an employee, I'm reluctantly letting you hold it. She said that. But her hand gripped mine even tighter, and her body unconsciously shifted closer to me, seeking a sense of security, yet she still insisted on only holding hands. If you dare take advantage of me, I'll dock your entire bonus. Letting you hold it a bit is already a huge favor to you. Liu Yanren kept up her CEO persona verbally, but the actions of her hands were incredibly honest. She held my hand tightly and wouldn't let go, her strength transferring directly into my palm. The warmth was constant and steady, perfectly countering the cold air in the theater. She took the opportunity to lean against me, half of her body almost glued to mine. Just holding hands if you dare cross the line and take advantage, I'll dock your whole salary, got it? Strictly adhering to the client's rules. I replied calmly. The horror movie was still reaching its climax. The sound of the axe chopping repeatedly, Piercing sounds bombarded our ears. But Liu Yanren's attention had long since detached from the movie's content. All of her senses were concentrated on our tightly interlaced hands. My palm was broad and dry, with a stable temperature like a thermostat. In her mind, she was frantically reevaluating the versatile value of these hands. They can cook, they can massage. Every detail was perfect, just like an all-powerful auxiliary brain. Liu Yanren frantically brainwashed herself, trying to rationalize the logic. This guy must be scared out of his wits, so he needs my protection. This wasn't her being clingy. It was her fulfilling her duty to care for an employee, providing emotional support. After finishing her self-persuasion, she nonchalantly leaned even closer to me. I caught that little move of hers. I could only think helplessly that this woman was such a study in contrasts. Before watching, she talked big about conquering horror movies, but in practice, she's as timid as a mouse. But this silent, obedient look is much easier on the eyes than when she's being sharp-tongued. Leaning against me, her stable heat source, Liu Yanren was no longer afraid. Even though there were several more horrifying scares, she managed to get through them calmly. Compared to the atmosphere of the horror film, the sense of security from body heat completely dominated. My steady breathing was no different from high-quality white noise. Even her menstrual cramps had eased up quite a bit. The movie's plot gradually drew to a close. Liu Yanren's eyelids began to droop. Her tense nerves had now completely relaxed. Sleepiness hit her, causing her head to suddenly drop. Her head rested firmly in the crook of my neck. The credits began to roll. The ending music played elegantly. Everything around was completely silent. Under the dim light from the screen, I could clearly see her sleeping face. Her long eyelashes hung down. Her breathing was steady. She didn't look thorny or arrogant at all. I tried to gently pull my hand away, intending to end this forced duty. But as soon as I moved, Liu Yanren's eyebrows instantly furrowed. She gripped my hand even tighter. Her mouth mumbled a sleepy phrase, "Don't go." I froze in my tracks immediately. She's really got me cornered. Oh well. Since I'm taking her money, I have to help her solve her problems. I'll throw in a bonus service as a body pillow, really an all-around work support service with no blind spots. I completely gave up on the idea of escaping. Operating with one hand, I switched to a sci-fi movie. The gloomy hotel scene vanished, replaced by a deep galaxy covering the screen. I stayed in that uncomfortable position, trying to watch the entire movie. Time passed quickly. By the time the movie ended, it was 2 a.m. Holding one position for 4 straight hours. Half of my body was completely numb. Sleepiness hit me hard. I leaned back on the sofa and fell asleep as well. Early the next morning, morning light filtered through the vent and into the theater room. Liu Yanren was the first to wake up. Her mind was still in a daze, not yet fully awake. The unfamiliar ceiling made her freeze for a moment. She felt warm and comfortable all over. Hugging a furnace in her arms felt amazing. She unconsciously burrowed in a bit more. Reaching out to touch it, it felt firm and solid, not at all like the soft body pillow at home. Her stalled brain immediately restarted. Liu Yanren suddenly jerked her head up. My face, right there close to her, came into view. Fragments of last night's memories were instantly pieced together. It was all clear. Watched a horror movie, got scared to death. So she held hands, curled up, and fell asleep clinging to someone. She froze, looking down at her unsightly sleeping posture. She was wrapped around me like an octopus. The posture was extremely suggestive. One hand around my waist, the other on my stomach. Her long legs draped over my hips. Her nightgown was disheveled. Her fair skin was in direct contact with my pants. The air in the room suddenly solidified. The embarrassment index shot to the highest level. Liu Yanren's brain worked at full capacity. In a second, she decided on the best solution. She not only didn't move away, but burrowed even deeper into my chest. Picking the most comfortable position, she closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. After all, as long as I don't open my eyes, it's the other person who will be embarrassed. 6:30 in the morning, the private cinema room of the Liu mansion gradually woke up. The moment I regained consciousness, I noticed something unusual. My chest felt heavy, and I felt a hot source of heat pressed against me. I looked down, and my pupils immediately contracted in shock. Liu Yanren was wrapped around me exactly like an octopus. Her silk nightgown had slipped down loosely, exposing one bare shoulder. Her long, slender legs were draped across my hips, locking me in with no escape. This posture was so arrogant and overbearing. The massive impact caused my temples to throb incessantly. My composure almost completely collapsed. I'm a vigorous, healthy man. Being subjected to this double visual assault so early in the morning, and my sense of touch being mercilessly attacked, anyone would find it unbearable. President Liu, this isn't resting. It's clearly a deliberate test of a subordinate's limits. I hurried to recite core ethical values in my head, trying to suppress the rising heat in my heart, to keep my mind steady. True to a professional workplace demeanor, determined not to let any mistakes happen. Soothing the boss to sleep is my job, but hugging this closely is an incidental item that requires an extra fee. It's not mentioned in the contract at all. Nor is it in the KPIs. I definitely won't work unpaid overtime. I gently raised my hand, cautiously grabbing her ankle. The feeling at my fingertips was soft and cool. Her skin felt wonderful and smooth. I gently shifted myself outward, trying to make a safe escape. Just as I moved an inch, Liu Yanran in my arms began to mumble uncomfortably. She not only didn't let go, but hugged me even tighter. Her acting skills were worthy of a Best Actor award. I froze right there. This lady's clingy trait is truly off the charts. If this continues, something is bound to happen sooner or later. I have to stop this quickly to minimize the damage. Taking advantage of her turning over to adjust her position, I executed a decisive move. My right hand quickly grabbed the body pillow next to me, using the golden cicada shedding its skin trick, withdrawing myself in the blink of an eye, and accurately stuffed the pillow into her arms. Liu Yanran hugged the heat source that had suddenly changed shape, frowning slightly in her sleep. Still with eyes closed, her hands fumbled and felt around a bit. The scent is completely wrong, isn't it? But on the bright side, the size is large enough, and it's soft enough, so I guess it's okay for now. She clicked her tongue a few times, muttered a few more words in her sleep, and buried her face in the pillow to sleep soundly. I stood up and composed myself, quickly straightening my disheveled shirt. Glancing at the fast-asleep woman, I breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dare stay any longer. Turning around, I strode out of the private cinema, closing the door very quietly, completely separating myself from the space inside. Who would have thought that as soon as I left, Liu Yanran opened her eyes right after. There wasn't a trace of sleepiness left. Her clear eyes were full of mischief, but she let me leave completely. She immediately relaxed herself. She kicked off the blanket. She sprawled out on the sofa in a relaxed position. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch into a wild grin. She couldn't hold it back even if she tried. A muffled giggle escaped from behind the body pillow. It turns out she had been awake for a long time. The entire process was just her pretending to sleep to test me. Feeling my mix of panic and restraint just now, she felt like she had won big. The usually all-powerful, cold, and disciplined housekeeper turned out to be unable to withstand her beauty's assault. This small achievement swept away all her worries. Menstrual cramps and the irritability upon waking vanished without a trace. Liu Yanran flipped over. Her fingertips played with a strand of hair in a leisurely manner. Her eyes were filled with proud triumph. Li Gaoden, oh Li Gaoden. Li Gaoden, your mouth keeps insisting on following rules, but your body is actually quite honest. She lays around for another refreshing half hour, humming a tune while stepping down barefoot, walking with proud, cat-like steps straight toward the kitchen. In the air, the sweet aroma of brown sugar blended with fermented rice wine spread. I was standing by the central kitchen island, neatly arranging the food plates and working calmly. Hearing her footsteps, I didn't even bother to look up, acting as if nothing had happened. Good morning, President Liu. The toiletries have been prepared. You can have your meal in 5 minutes. Breakfast looked simple, but its sophistication and detail were impeccable. Golden thousand-layer meat pie with a crispy crust. Inside, the meat filling was juicy and rich with onion aroma, served with a hot bowl of brown sugar fermented rice. Chewy, glutinous rice balls combined with the intense flavor of rice wine, sprinkled with a few tiny osmanthus flowers. Taking a bite, a stream of warmth spread down to her lower abdomen. Perfectly suited for her menstrual condition, it was indeed a special health-preserving menu. Tailored specifically for her. It's so soothing. Liu Yanran took a large sip of the sweet soup. So satisfied, she narrowed her eyes. Sitting opposite her, I leisurely enjoyed breakfast and casually asked, "Aren't you going to the office today, boss?" "Not going." Liu Yanran waved her fair hand with the ultimate boss energy. "I'm a senior manager. I have flexible hours. Working from home is fine too. Stomach still has a dull ache, so staying home to rest is the best plan." Actually, she was thinking, with such a handsome housekeeper at home, who would want to go to the office and see the sour faces of those old managers? She scrolled through her phone while eating, her fingertips quickly flicking through short videos for a quick look. It was all low-quality content, nothing worth watching. Suddenly, her fingers stopped. The rice ball in her spoon plopped back into the bowl, splashing up tiny droplets of brown sugar water. The recommendation algorithm had pushed a shocking piece of information. A very heavy keyword. A familiar ID name appeared on the screen. Bo He. It had just updated a new status half an hour ago. Video images were a bit shaky. The setting was a British-style apartment, filled with packed shipping boxes. The decorations and books that were once so exquisite were now all in boxes. The background music was the song Crossing the Ocean to See You. A sense of profound sadness filled the air. The video was only a few seconds long, but the caption packed a lethal punch. Final week, packing luggage is also to erase the past. Be brave for once and find the one you lost and your old passion. Seeking an old friend. Seeking an unforgettable hot pot flavor. Wait for me. Just a few short lines of text, but every word hit the mark. The one lost, hot pot, wait for me, translated into everyday language. It meant this woman was about to return to the country. A sense of extreme crisis mixed with a sour bitterness surged straight into Liu Yanren's brain. A romantic rival out of the blue, and a top-tier big sister type at that. I keenly noticed the atmosphere had suddenly turned strange. I looked up at her. What's wrong, boss? Is the food not to your liking? It's nothing. Liu Yanren suppressed the turmoil in her heart and shoved a large spoonful of rice balls into her mouth. Her tone pretended to be casual as she tried to find an excuse to hide her jealousy. I just read a news snippet. Customs just discovered a shipment of invasive alien species. They're currently in a total lockdown for disposal. My face was full of question marks. I truly couldn't help but laugh. Everything was fine at breakfast. Why did she suddenly bring up invasive species? 9 a.m. I took my canvas bag out to go to the market. To strictly control the quality of the ingredients, I took the trouble to go through the old market. The pea shoots grown by the old ladies themselves, and the fish mint as well, were much better than the industrial products with preservatives at the supermarket. Since I'm cooking for President Liu, fresh ingredients are the basic standard. As soon as I left, the vast villa immediately fell into silent mode, the master bedroom on the second floor. Liu Yanren had no mind left for sleeping in. She lay in bed, staring at the chandelier, starting a deep analysis of the situation. I haven't been working at the Liu house for that long, but the two of us were together almost 24/7, acted on all fronts. Cooking, companionship, massaging, watching movies together. Last night, I even took on the role of a human body pillow. Liu Yanren's assessment of me had begun to take shape. In terms of appearance, she gave me a perfect score. Other conditions were also impeccable. Although I had a sharp tongue and liked to tease, that meticulous care and unconscious protectiveness couldn't be faked. Yet this guy's incomprehensibility was also at a maximum. His attitude was truly impossible to pin down. Liu Yanren suddenly sat up and frantically punched her pillow. That stupid Li Gaodan. What exactly is your attitude toward me? Is it purely professional dedication, fulfilling your KPI for a 100,000 salary, or do you actually have some interest in my looks and figure, but are too shy because of your status to cross the line? For the appearance of an external enemy, she hadn't been flustered at all. Just keep this guy locked in the Liu villa, like this silk cave. Being close means he'll definitely win no matter what. Even if he's a stone, I can still warm him up. Sooner or later, I'll have him in the palm of my hand, making him kneel and surrender. But now the situation has completely changed. Hostile external forces are about to parachute in. The risk has reached red alert status. The more Liu Yanren thought about it, the more frustrated she became, her state of mind completely unbalanced. She grabbed her phone, effortlessly opening my old, dusty account. In the past, she had used money to suppress the hype of the video showing my side profile. But the most liked comment at the top of the page had always been like a thorn deep in her heart. ID Bo He. The simple comment only had 4 words: long time no see. A subtle intimacy between old acquaintances, carrying the oppressive aura of a rightful wife returning to her palace. Long time no see, my foot. I think you just haven't tasted my power in a while. Liu Yanren gritted her teeth, utterly hating this feeling of losing control. Waiting around for defeat was never in her vocabulary. She had to go on the offensive to seize control of this love. The person involved is often blind. Calculating things on one's own can easily lead to mistakes. She was in dire need of a brilliant strategist for advice, and she immediately locked onto the brightest target. Lisa, the nightclub queen of the Chuanyu region, a genuine heartbreaker on the romantic battlefield.